Good morning. We are going to begin in just one moment. Thank you.
Recording
Chair
in
Hopkins,
progress.
Please feel free to begin when you're ready. Thank you all. We are ready to hear from the clerk of the board side.
Thank you so much, Marcy. Please note that Spanish translation is available in Zoom. To select translation services, please click the globe icon on the Zoom screen and select Spanish. If during any public comments, a commenter is speaking in Spanish, our English-speaking participants may go to the globe and select English to listen to the translation of the comment. I will now ask that a member of the translation team please share this message in Spanish.
Muy buenos días a todas las personas que hablan español. Estamos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Si usted está en su computadora, encontrará el icono de globo en la parte de abajo de su pantalla. Desde ahí usted selecciona el canal. Si está en tableta o teléfono móvil, lo encontrará en los 3 puntitos al lado de su pantalla, desde donde selecciona las opciones de audio y de ahí selecciona interpretación. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lorna. I really appreciate that. And now we will go ahead and call the meeting to order and begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. CAO Bratton, would you mind leading us? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we will begin the meeting with the approval of the agenda. A few notes. Item 15 on the closed session calendar has been withdrawn from the agenda. Item 16 of the closed session calendar let's see, I think has that also been pulled or, okay, has also been pulled. Just wanted to clarify that. And so there will be no public comment on the closed session calendar because all closed session calendar items have been withdrawn. So could we go ahead and take a roll call vote, please, on the approval of the agenda with the deletions of item 15 and 16.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. And so with that, we will move on to the consent calendar, which is items 1 through 11. Are there any requests from board members to remove or withdraw anything from the consent calendar? Seeing none, we will go ahead and open that up to public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment in person on items 1 through 11? Seeing none, Marcy, if you wouldn't mind accepting public comment via Zoom.
Thank you. For the members of the public, if you would like to comment on the consent calendar items, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or raise your hand by pressing *9 if you are a phone-in attendee. And there is one hand raised for comment at this time.
Thank you, Marcy. You can go ahead with 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. If you can please unmute and state your name.
I'm the Reverend Norman Cram. I live in Sonoma.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
2 questions. First, what religious axiom embraced by all faith groups justifies a living wage? It's the golden rule, found in every piece of literature of every faith group.
Thank you, Mr. Cram. Actually, the living wage ordinance is item number 13 on today's agenda, which is on the regular calendar. So the board will be hearing that shortly.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you. And with that, there are no additional hands for comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. So I will go ahead and bring that back to the board for a roll call vote on the consent calendar items 1 through 11, if you wouldn't mind leading us in that vote.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. So that motion does carry. And with that, we will be moving on to our regular calendar item. So our first item on the regular calendar is item 12, the Sonoma County Energy Independence Program Semi-Annual Bonding Authorization Program Update and Annual Interest Rate Determination. Today, I believe that we will have presenters Caroline Judy, the Director of General Services, as well as Jane Elias from the Energy and Sustainability Program Manager, and our ACTTC, Eric Rozier. Welcome, and thanks so much for bringing this to the board today.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. I will go ahead and start it off. Thank you, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. We are here today to present to you the Skype fiscal year summary update and semi-annual bonding item. We have a short presentation with a number of highlights from the program over the last fiscal year. Presenting with me today, as you mentioned, is General Services Director Caroline Judy and Jane Elias, the Energy and Sustainability Division Manager. And I will now turn it over to Jane.
Hi, good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. First, I would like to provide you, your board, with a summary slide of the program cumulative numbers throughout the history of the financing. We have dispersed over $84 million to Sonoma County residential and commercial property owners that have performed thousands of improvements to their buildings, eliminating over 114,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide. Property owners improve their buildings for various reasons. They want them healthier, more durable, safer, more energy or water efficient, or resilient. The program set out to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by offering an easy way for property owners to finance improvements. In addition, it's been an economic driver through retention and/or job creation, and the local multiplier effect of using local money, local contractors, and investing locally within the community. Through legislation, we added the wildfire and seismic to the offering, arguably offsetting greenhouse gas emissions as well as improving buildings so they can withstand climate effects and natural disasters. Just to give you a little bit of highlights over the last fiscal year of 2020-21, we set a program goal to increase the number of financing applications by 30% over the fiscal year 19-20. Not only did we meet that goal, we increased the number by 84%, and we bonded nearly $4.3 million through 112 assessments. We got all 10 jurisdictions within Sonoma County to amend their agreements so that their residents could finance wildfire safety and seismic improvements. There was increased interest in these topics as shown by the quantities and types of consultations that the staff performed over last year, which resulted in several financing improvements related to wildfire safety and resiliency. And I just wanted to take a moment, first of all, to say that, not only your board is, integral to this program, but this program could not have happened, back in 2009 without the efforts of Sonoma Water, which was the incubator and it's getting this along with auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and general services. I'll hand the presentation over to Caroline Judy and Eric Rozier for the remainder. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. So I'll be a little less bashful, and I'll say that our marketing and outreach and education over the past year, following your board's authorization of the expansion of the program, our outreach has been wildly successful. We have found new ways of conducting that outreach, of creating a network of collaboration, helping our clients make more informed decisions and providing financing to help them complete their projects. The outreach and education efforts over the past year was really focused on bringing on new contractors and then offering a number of workshops that were very successful, had high attendance, and really focused on the services that we offer and the types of projects we can finance. We did this through mostly through virtual in our COVID world here, but also through direct contact, mail, phone, emails, and in-person consultations when those were appropriate, as well as expanded web presence and social media. We were very successful, as shown by the numbers on the slide and the participation that Jane just spoke to of increases in financing. We are continuing to build on those efforts and focusing on really 3 sectors for the next year to help, again, reduce or eliminate greenhouse gas emissions and make buildings carbon-free and more resilient, which are our broad objectives. So the 3 areas where we're focusing is the commercial sector. There are several advantages for us in having businesses use our financing. We can offer long-term and financing, an easy application, low interest, and basically no upfront costs that can stay off the balance sheet for businesses and help keep their capital free for other uses. Secondly, we want to focus on the multifamily sector. As we've noted in the county's strategic plan, part of our efforts over the next 5 years will be to really focus in on the multifamily sector through retrofits that are aimed at achieving energy efficiency, water conservation, healthy buildings, and zero carbon emissions. And then finally, just looking at construction hardening and resilience for the residential sector. This can be achieved through us continuing to improve buildings to make them more durable and safe, whether that's in response to floods, fires, earthquakes, extreme weather events, air quality, drought, what have you. Buildings can be retrofitted in a number of different ways, and we've have had a lot of interest in roofing improvements, as well as siding, hardscaping, and a number of other areas that address wildfire safety, as well as seismic strengthening and safety. And with that, I will turn it over to Eric.
This last year has showed us that many property owners still have a high level of interest in using Skype to finance improvements to their homes and businesses. Even with the recent and ongoing disasters, interrupted supply chains, and higher unemployment levels, we doubled the amount of bonding projects in fiscal year 2021, increased our financial pipeline, performed more improvement consultations, and had more workshop registrations over prior years. In our previous business plan, we did not predict that home values would continue to increase to current levels, interest rates would stay at historic lows, and property owners would have the ability to refinance as readily as they have. Unfortunately, the result of refinancing through conforming Fannie and Freddie loans has forced Skype participants to pay off Skype assessments early, thus impacting program revenues that would have been collected over the 10 or 20-year bonding terms. We do anticipate that the rate of payoffs will decrease in the future, and we have seen it decrease in trending so far this fiscal year. Last year, we saw a payoff rate of 18% of the outstanding Skype bonds. Staff is actively monitoring trends on a month-by-month basis to assess Skype's financial viability, and we will report back to you, board, around February of 2022 with a revised program update. Next slide, please. That brings me to the recommended actions. Before you today are 5 recommended actions, including to accept the program update through June 30th, 2021, authorize the continued issuance and sale of Skype bonds in your capacity as the directors of the Public Finance Authority, County Board of Supervisors, and directors of Sonoma Water, and authorize the County Treasury and Sonoma Water to continue to invest in Skype bonds. And with that, we can take any questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Bringing it back to the board for any questions. Supervisor Gorin?
Apologize for being late. I had a mundane issue with opening a garage door. Not because of energy, however, just improper installation. So I'm here, little late. I'm here to say thank you, Jane, and all of the folks at the Skype program. You were invaluable to us when we were trying to figure out how we actually take advantage of the advanced energy rebates for the rebuilds, and actually how we navigate through the process. And I have a pretty educated husband, and we were at a loss to figure out the paperwork, where we start. You were very helpful, but we needed help every step along the way in filling out the paperwork, not only for that, but choosing vendors and actually understanding the whole process. So the question that I have is, I think there is a need for Skype to work in partnership with our partners to provide energy information, or information on all of the programs that we are trying to market, because I think the community absolutely is ready to take the next step in installation of solar panels, and especially battery backup. They don't know who the vendors are. They don't know the financing mechanisms. And many people, especially in Oakmont, even are moving forward in the solar and battery backup. Home hardening probably needs to happen at the same time. So is there a way that we can create a marketplace to more easily provide that information? And I know it's difficult for a government agency to recommend vendors, but is there a list of vendors? And I've actually heard of folks waiting a year for the battery backup. So we have some challenges with vendors, certainly now, but lack of information. So is there a possibility for the future for the Skype marketing team?
Thank you. Through the chair, absolutely. Yes, there is, and we do continually partner with Sonoma Clean Power, Regional Climate Protection Authority, community groups. Through our workshops, we do offer the financing workshops, the home energy, and we've got the consultation specific to solar and battery, which has become very popular. We see increased interest in battery storage systems. And so we are doing as much as we possibly can to get the word out there about the various services that we offer within our program or our division. But we do have, unfortunately, it's government. We have limited resources as far as money, so we certainly are looking for ways to bring in additional money that we can expand that. And along with that, we do, our website does have all of our participating contractors that work with the program. As Caroline had mentioned earlier, we are expanding. That was a focus we had over this last year. It's a continued focus this year. We've brought on, I think, additional 5 or 6 more contractors since the beginning of July. So that is a database that we have on our website that people can access. They can filter that for the various types of improvements that they want to do. And if they want it local, they can filter that down even further and get their details to contact those contractors. We have been doing additional meet and greet with contractors, and then working with Sonoma Clean Power and their Advanced Energy Center, looking to strategically align some of their educational programs along with what we're doing here in our educational programs to get the word out even further. And I hope that answers your question.
It does, but because I hear anecdotally of so many people still not understanding the process, and not only through Skype, but where do you get started on selection of vendors and how you do the analysis of the solar need of your home and the gain and the battery, all of that. I think there is room to do more. And I'm wondering if we could embed one of our employees at the Advanced Energy Center with Sonoma Clean Power to maybe have a one-stop shop with them in partnership so that they do what they do, but we can have a ancillary services and information through them. Just a thought, but I know we are struggling with the early payoffs. That's a mechanism of the market and always will be. Many people could and might be willing to pay a small fee for that information for more active case management. And so I would think that exploration of that might be helpful. Thank you all.
Supervisor Gore, then Supervisor Rabbit.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to echo my colleagues. I think all of us will, and say sincere appreciation for your work up to this date, and also where are we going? And so I'm going to start with the questioning on that, which is I have had a chance to meet with many of those on the call about the future of the program, and so while we're talking about continuing what's been working good, obviously there's some questions about how much even in these good times with low interest rates, people are paying off loans, how that affects program costs, staffing, other things. So wanted to just ask you guys to kind of give us a thought on how that's impacting you and some of the decisions we have to make, might have to make based off of that.
I can start with responding to your question, Supervisor Gore, through the chair. We have been, as I mentioned earlier, we have been monitoring the status of the program, and we have seen a significant decrease in the fund balance within the program fund. Those funds are used to support the program. Over the last year, we have seen a decrease of about $650,000 in fund balance. And currently at the end of the 2021 fiscal year, we had a fund balance of just over $900,000. We do anticipate that the program with our forecasting will be viable through fiscal year 22-23 at this point in time. And as I mentioned, we'll continue to monitor that very closely. But if we don't see a change in the direction that the program is currently going, we will have to look to make reductions in expenditures and expenses to align with our revenue resources that are available.
If you can remind me how it just the overall breakdown. I believe we sit at about 7% interest on these loans, these property assessed loans, and what percentage of that is the Treasury, and what percent of that goes to managing our program fees, and what, if you can, not just a percentage, but what are cumulative program fee costs per year?
Yes. From the inception of the program, the interest rate on the assessment bonds was 7%. However, approximately a year ago, your board reduced the interest rate to 5.99%. 1.99% is the investment to the Treasury and Sonoma Water for investing in Skype bonds, and the difference of 4% is the amount of revenue that funds the program. Currently, program expenditures are a little over $1.5 million annually.
I think your math is wrong. I think it's actually 4.01% is for the program. Sorry, that's a bad joke. I just say that because you said 1.99% to Treasury, which sounds like we're doing a good job of marketing. 199, are you out of your mind? Okay, so with that, I think one of the questions that we have to consider is what's the sustainability of the sustainability program in terms of the straight up business that we've been doing over the years, which is mostly focused on energy and then water a second, and then what the emerging portfolio of home hardening could be. So a question I have on that is quite a few different times this board has sat with you all when we were looking at hazard mitigation grants for home hardening. We've talked about how we go about ways to incentivize landowners. We've talked about paying down interest on that. You know, one of the reasons is that would somebody really take up a 6% interest on a home hardening loan when it's not like a solar project, which actually pays back better or close to what that rate would actually be, and covers that cost. The other thing is that we currently have a brick grant that I believe would be appropriate for us to review at the board and ask for you all to consult with our other team on. And there is in that brick grant, that Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities grant, we're talking about $50 million, $37 million in federal funds, $13 million in matching funds locally. There's about 20,000 projected assessments for home hardening out there. There's talks in that grant about putting $2,000 to $6,500 into incentives for landowners to either do defensible space or to do other projects like home hardening. So I really feel like, even though we brought this conversation up as the hazard mitigation grant, now that the brick grant is here, we should think about leveraging for the maximum. I mean, rather than just spending out incentives at $6,500 for somebody to do their home, that's not going to pay for a home hardening. I'm interested in your thoughts. I mean, that maybe that could go towards paying down the interest rate on a PACE loan like this, and somebody could actually get enough money to home harden their, do what they need to do. So I'm just kind of throwing that out there. I definitely will probably have some comments, but I wanted to just open that up and see if any of you had any thoughts about how to integrate this into a home hardening program. Final point is that with that, we've also said that the goal is to recreate the Boulder program that actually provides insurance after you do home hardening. So once again, not just hardening homes, not just having these be disparate programs, but how do we connect them together so that people can harden homes, they can protect themselves, they can get insurance, we have money for assessments and other things. So I know that's a lot, but I just wanted to throw that out as maybe a potential way to move forward with board direction at the end of the day, if we should be deliberating that.
And Supervisor, through the chair, this is Caroline G., Director of General Services. As Supervisor Gorin mentioned, through your board's leadership and leadership that you serve on Sonoma Clean Power, we now have all of these opportunities, right? We've got this wonderful program going at Sonoma Clean Power. We have the longstanding leadership and program here with Skype, and now we have BRIC and HMPG. And so the question really is, how do we structurally, how do we integrate the outreach efforts and help the client on the other end, whether that's a homeowner or a commercial business owner, take advantage of all of these opportunities? And it is confusing, as Supervisor Gorin mentioned, to know, which program, which incentive, where's the best place to go. And so there really is an opportunity that, as you mentioned, to look at how we use BRIC, how we use HMPG, and in particular, how we do outreach so that we're not duplicative in all of those efforts. And so we have started conversations with our colleagues in PRMD. We've had longstanding relationships with Sonoma Clean Power and programs to make sure that we are being really efficient in our use of outreach dollars. But I would suggest that there is further work to do there, and that it's an excellent point and one that we really need to programmatically evaluate.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the work. I guess my question really probably for Eric in terms of, again, wanting to stay nimble and understand the business model. Those early payoffs do restrict the revenue, as you said, and decreases then the fund balance. And if it was 18% last year, so what was anticipated? And then what is that threshold? Is it a percentage of the early payouts? Is it, I take it as a commensurate decrease in fund balance? And I just want to make sure, we're not quite as nimble as the private sector. I want to make sure that we can be nimble enough to impose a fee if need be to make sure that the program is healthy from the business standpoint going forward. And what does that look like? how would that come back, and what is the anticipation of what that threshold would be before we do that?
Thank you, Supervisor. Through the chair. Over the last 3 or 4 years, we've been averaging about 13% in payoffs, the early payoffs. That, as you mentioned, that does new. And the ongoing interest rate, historically low interest rates has increased that significantly. We need to have outstanding bond principal of 30 million or more to be able to generate the revenue on an ongoing basis to support program expenses. I know you had more to your question, and can you help me get back on track with the rest of your questions there?
Well, just making sure that we stay in front of that, so that if we do have to, if imposing a fee is the answer to increase
Yes.
that revenue significantly enough, and I'm not sure what that looks like, how quickly could we do that? What threshold would we hit before you would come back to this board and ask us to do that?
That is something that we're looking at as part of the options for the program. And we could impose a fee. We could impose an application fee. We could impose a consultation fee, or all of the above, for those folks that are visiting the Energy and Sustainability Office that is doing a tremendous amount of outreach to potential Skype participants. We could come back to your board as early as the next bonding cycle around February of 2022 with that. And we need to look at what application fee or fees would be needed to generate the necessary amount of revenue. That's something we currently are working on, in conjunction with some of the other options that Supervisor Gore mentioned, with bringing new folks in through the BRIC grant or other financing options.
And I take it that you would also look at a fee that would be, kind of like a penalty for early payment that would decrease over the course of time, as whatever that magic date would be that we actually pay off or pay for that particular transaction, and where it starts actually being, as it were, money in the bank, correct?
That's correct. We are looking at the feasibility of having a no-call provision on the bonds for some period of time to age those assessments to help fund the program.
And if I could just add to that through the chair, we would also need to look at the legislation that has been passed over the years, because there is currently provisions within several pieces of legislation that do not allow us to do a prepayment penalty. So we may have to, we'll have to scour that and see what our possibilities are and our options.
Great, thank you. I do appreciate you're looking out for that, looking out for the health, obviously, of the program going forward, and I think it provided great value to the citizens of Sonoma County. I want to make sure that we can keep it around for an extended period of time. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Great question, Supervisor Abbott. Supervisor Corsi?
Thank you. Thanks for this update. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the conversation around this. There's clearly a lot of challenges, but also a lot of opportunity here. I encourage you and cheer on your efforts to integrate and align with Permit Sonoma on these various programs that obviously are of great value to the community. People like this program; they're using it. It's the market is what's causing the problems. It's not because people don't like the program. So I think that's important to keep in mind. I don't want to belabor the challenges, but I will just pass on some kudos that I received last night from Windsor Councilwoman Deb Fudge, who has been working with you with Sonoma Clean Power, and just is singing the praises of of your efforts, of SCP's efforts, of the contractors. And she is a real champion for this program, and I think is emblematic of the people who are using it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. My last question really dives into the world of commercial PACE and Skype and how that is working and how we are potentially partnering with local chambers of commerce as well as local cities to really bolster that program, because I think that opportunity going forward. And when you look at, sort of high intensity energy users, right, the commercial sector is a big stakeholder. So just would love an update. I was having conversations with Santa Rosa Metro Chamber CEO, Peter Rumble, earlier this year, and referred him over to you. I just wanted to check in on how those conversations are going and proceeding.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. So I have been doing some outreach to various chambers, to Rotary clubs, been doing some presentations to Kiwanis. Just recently, and I don't remember her name, with Santa Rosa Metro Chamber, but we are working on something here in the near future when events can be a little bit more in person. Right now, everything is still pretty much virtual. But getting in front of more of the chambers to do these presentations. We are members of a couple of the chambers throughout. Windsor Chamber, I know Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, members of LOCIEN, and some others. And so that is continued outreach. That is an effort that we are definitely going to be pushing this year through some of that commercial effort and the multifamily effort. And that is our intent.
Great. And what about conversations with our city partners, the city of Santa Rosa? Any updates on that?
Don't have. So also I've been speaking with the county's Economic Development Board, and then had a conversation with the Santa Rosa Economic Development Agency. And but to date, I don't have haven't had any recent outreach with the other cities since we actually took the item forward for the expansion. But once we, our intent was, once we got everybody on board with the seismic and wildfire improvements, to then be able to go to revisit the cities and let them know what the interest has been with those new offerings in their jurisdictions.
Great. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate all of your work on community engagement. I know that the list of stakeholders is endless, and I really, really appreciate your efforts. And I too received a note from Councilwoman Fudge, and it was great to hear that we've got local leaders who are both sort of, trying to bolster the visibility of the program, and also sort of learning what the ins and outs are for themselves. So really, really wonderful opportunity. Any last questions before we open it up to public comment? All right, with that, I will see if there are any members of the public in person who would like to make their comment at the chambers on this item. Seeing none, I will ask Marcy to please lead us in Zoom public comment on Skype.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. For members of the public, if you would like to comment, please raise your hand or press *9 if you are a phone-in attendee to raise your hand. And there are no hands for comment.
Thank you very much. So I would bring it back to the board for any final deliberations or to entertain a motion. Supervisor Gore.
I'll get to a motion in a minute, but I want to kind of get the sense from my colleagues. But I think two things. Number one is I'm fully supportive of supporting what's before us today and what you all have done. So I want to thank you for that. On the other side, I would like to give formal direction under the motion to have staff here work with Permit Sonoma and our fire divisions, and also look at consulting. And if they need help with, I can follow up with connections with Boulder, Colorado, where we've had these programs that we've talked about for years, since the 2017 fires, with not just linking up to all this brick and assessment dollar to try and offer people loans through this program, but on home hardening, but then also to try and figure out if there's a solution for insurance, which we all know is a huge thing. So this would be, as kind of continues to be the mantra of this year with some of our motions, as a yes and motion. So just kind of looking around and seeing if that's kind of supported by my colleagues, and if so, then I would move. Well, I'll allow my colleague to weigh in first, unless you want me to put a motion on the table.
I like your motion and I like your idea. I'd be willing to second it. But I know when we had this conversation with Insurance Commissioner Lara some years ago after our 2017 fires, his response was, I don't have the authority as Insurance Commissioner to require insurance companies to give for their home hardening efforts. And so it may be, and I know there may have been some legislation since that time, but we might inquire about our ability to advocate through our legislative advocates and our electeds for legislation to do exactly that. We need to receive some acknowledgement from the insurance company that efforts for home hardening, water conservation will pay off financially in insuring and hardening their home. So we may need yes and as part of that conversation.
Yep.
Any other comments on that before Supervisor Gore makes the motion? Want to throw it out there?
Yeah. So I move to accept the report and approve of the actions set forth under the Skype program, and for direct staff to work with Permit Sonoma and other agencies, and specifically CSAC, which I would like to engage us through, to look at not only the BRIC program, but linking up those resources and have that come back to the board for an expansion of a full home hardening linked to safety and insurance program. That's it.
And I would second that.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. Any comments before we move to the vote? Seeing none, Marcy, would you mind leading us in a roll call vote on this item?
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Aye.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. That motion carries. Thank you so much to the Skype team for their work. Really, really appreciate it, and looking forward to moving this program and continuing its good work into the future. So with that, we will be transitioning to item 13, which is the review of the living wage ordinance. And before we get going, I do want to make an announcement, which is that I would encourage any members of the public who are going to wish to make public comment via Zoom to go ahead and raise their hands now. I will then again ask for folks to raise their hands at the very start of public comment. But at that time, due to the anticipated volume of public comment, we will be sort of closing the list at that point. So I wanted to give folks, time from now until the start of public comment in order to be able to raise their hands. And it's a similar process to what we normally do in the halls, in the chambers with our cards. So this is going to be sort of the virtual equivalent of cards. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the team. I believe that we are joined today again by Caroline Judy. Thanks for sticking around for another agenda item. Our Director of General Services, Crystal Carey Harrow, our Deputy County Administrator, and Yvonne Shu, our Administrative Analyst on this item. And I will hand it over to you all for the presentation.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and Chair Hopkins. I'm Yvonne Shu, Analyst in the County Administrator's Office. This item brings the living wage ordinance back to the board for consideration of next steps. The county's living wage ordinance was adopted by the board in December 2015 and went into effect on July 1st, 2016. It established a $15 per hour base hourly wage for county employees and for-profit contractors, and included a gradual implementation path for nonprofits to be at $15 per hour without benefits, effective July 1st, 2019. When the county implemented the living wage ordinance, it joined just a handful of other counties in the Bay Area with similar policies. The main recommendation today is for the board to deliberate on the ordinance and to direct staff on areas of further evaluation and analysis, including analysis on considering an increase to the current $15 per hour of living wage. Thank you. It's very brief.
All right. So with that, I will bring it back to the board for any questions of staff before we open it up for public comment. Looking over to my left, Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, I want to have a gut check with the board and county administrator and staff on what we're doing today, because obviously that was not a exhaustive presentation, and I appreciate that. I don't think that was the goal of today. So just clarity, we're receiving this. You all are asking us to deliberate and go and on the board what we want to have investigated, how we want that to come back to the board. And the reason I ask that is, well, first of all, I'll pass that over to the county administrator, and then I have a couple more things.
Thank you for that question, and through the chair. So back in January, when the board was looking at its calendar for the year, this item was put on the calendar for September, and there was an interest on behalf of board members to tee this up for a discussion. So today's item really is a platform for the board to discuss the ordinance and give direction to staff if the board is interested in bringing back any changes.
Good.
So,
well, I appreciate that. And I think that's, we've talked about this, and we have to acknowledge that when we first passed the living wage ordinance, we had endeavored to bring it back for yearly updates. And I just want to reference that was some frustration by members in the community, but there was also, I think, 11 disasters in 5 years. And so that does not obviate us of the need to move forward and figure out what we want to do now. But for context, I was happy to sit with my colleague, Supervisor Gorin, on the living wage ad hoc. The first time we reviewed this, we tried to bring it to the board. I remember staff presented it, and it was like a whole lot of policy making starting at 5 p.m., in between 5 and 7 p.m. And what you did appropriately is we talked about it. We created an ad hoc. We went through, goodness, at least 6 to 8 months of back and forth and dialogue, and we brought it back to the board, and we passed a series of provisions as a part of a living wage ordinance. And I'm excited for us to lean in and give staff some direction on what to bring back. A big champion and proponent of living wage ordinance and public money doing public good. And so with that being said, I'm looking forward to, I have a lot more comments and direction than I do questions. So looking forward to my colleagues and where they want to go on this and hearing from the public. But it's exciting to have this before us, especially at a time of a recovery from a pandemic and leveraging it into maybe a fuller procurement conversation.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Gorin?
And I want to thank all of the staff, the CAO's office, and my board colleagues for putting this on the calendar. Yes, it is about 5 years late for that annual review of the living wage ordinance. And we've had a few interruptions, fires, power shutdowns, and yet we've scheduled this for September. Could have had a fire, but no, we didn't. Yay. I love that. So I'm going to be supportive and make directions in our comments as well. I appreciate the opportunity to bring this forward for consideration now, because our community continues to struggle. And we did go through 5 or 6 months of back and forth and not really clear on the wording, and the wording not being satisfying. So we have great labor partners, community partners, all writing us letters and supporting this action. I'm anxious to hear from them and to dive into the comments about where we're going. And it probably won't be fast, but you have my commitment to help move it along. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And I'm glad that this is back in front of us. And obviously there's support across the board, I would imagine. And I think the question really is on the direction to staff is to kind of parse out the amount of work that staff has in front of them and hours and expectations of this board and staff of when that can return. And I would imagine some things are going to be much easier to do research on than others, and whether they return en masse at a later date or some things earlier than others as well. And I'm not sure how we can, through the chair, how we can actually move through the process as expeditiously as possible. But if there's items that have some sort of anticipated time frame and can just agree, I love research on all these matters, but I know that is a huge work burden. So if there's a way that we could parse that out for staff, and if staff understands our direction, and knowing that if there's other things that may have to fall by the wayside because of the limited hours in the work week, then it's up to this board to make that a priority or not. So look forward to that discussion going forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. Supervisor Corsi?
I have no.
Thank you. And I guess, my question was also along the lines of Supervisor Rabbit, and perhaps it might be best saved for discussion, which is how quickly do we think that we can move forward with some of these proposals, and sort of, are there some that will take less time or more time than others? I don't know if staff has any ability to preview some of the things that they think would be easier to implement. For instance, catching up on the COLA, seems like one that would be important to get, say, by the start of next calendar year for sure. And recognizing, though, that there might be additional research, sort of policy development that might need to take place for some of the other potential options that we might consider implementing. So any thoughts on timing? And I would also look to CAO Bratton for any guidance on potential timelines.
Thank you for that question. I did have a quick conversation with Crystal this week about, if the board's interested in doing a COLA on the wage amount, what steps do we need to take to find out the impact on the county budget of different, potential wages? So Crystal, if you want to weigh in on kind of the process we might use to determine that impact, and then come back when we could come back to the board with that information. I mean, clearly the board today could just say, hey, we want to increase it to $17 an hour or $16.75 an hour or whatever. But you won't know, we're not able to give you the impact on county budget of that decision. So I wanted Crystal to think about, how long it would take to suss out the impact of a new wage. So Crystal, any thoughts on that?
Thank you, County Administrator Bratton, and good morning. Yes, so Director Judy, Yvonne, and I also had a discussion about that in terms of timeline and work effort. And the County Administrator is correct. The biggest part of research and work to get accurate data on the impact is the biggest work effort that we see right now, given the limitations of the systems that we use and how the data crosses different systems, and is whether it is even captured. But I think a quicker action could be a decision on a potential increase on the living wage itself. That is more a matter of looking at different methodologies to decide how to come up with that. And we've got some good sample before using different CPIs, looking at job class, which we've got a lot of data from HR. So in my mind, that could come sooner, I'd say in 2 months versus what I see as 3+ months on the analysis of the impacts. And Director Judy might have some additional comments. I saw some late information yesterday from her.
Yes, good morning, Supervisors. Carolyn Judy, Director of General Services, through the chair. Crystal's correct. She mentions that we have some tools challenges, and although the adage is that it's a poor laborer, that blames their tools. We do have some challenges with our existing systems, both with OnBase, which is the tool that we use to capture information from the awarded bidders. And that's where we capture the attestations about the number of employees and the wages that they provide. So on-base itself has some challenges. Then within EFS, EFS is our system that we use to capture the total contract value. So that's the software application that we would go to evaluate the potential budget impacts. One of our challenges with EFS is it doesn't differentiate in a contract value between the labor and the materials that are provided under a service contract. So it makes any estimation that we would come up with of the potential budgetary impacts, it's not going to be super accurate. It's going to be a generalization. And so that's just some of the challenges that we face. We can look at discrete contracts like our ABM contract, which is our janitorial services contract, and we can evaluate the cost impacts, say of, $16.18 versus $16.67, and we can tell you what those budget impacts are. And that's easier to do on sort of a discrete case-by-case basis. I know some of the proposals also talked about expansion of living wage to groups of employees that were previously not considered under the ordinance. That includes fairgrounds and the airport. And we really would need to look to those organizations to help provide information on the cost impacts of applying the living wage to their employees. So I'll stop there, but just to give you a sense of some of the challenges and ways that we might go about addressing them.
So just for clarification, from a general perspective of all of our contracts, not only do we not have an ability to differentiate between sort of the payment within the labor piece, right? So we don't know what percent of the workforce is paid low wages versus higher wages that would not be subject to living wage ordinance because they already meet it. But we can't actually even distinguish between labor and materials, and that's sort of en masse.
That's correct.
But we could look at individual contracts, particularly the contracts that we suspect might have sort of more low wage employees, and get a sense of what the cost would be. But that would not be generalizable, right? Because we might have, say, mental health services contracts with a high rate, proportion of clinicians and other more highly paid employees.
That's correct. So contracts like ABM's contract, the janitorial, Russian River Keepers, contracts where we have event service workers supporting, those tend to be the types of contracts that would have a lower wage rate for their employees, as opposed to the type of contract that you referenced, a service contract, an agreement for psychiatric therapy services, those types of things. So we could sort of differentiate there, and that would help us to bring some information back to you.
Thank you very much, Director Judy. Supervisor Abbott, I saw you leaning in.
Well, but we know that they make those employees do make at least $15 an hour, because that's what we put in 2016. And can I ask, how have we enforced that provisions in the contracts?
So the compliance is a self-attest at this point. So there is not an enforcement mechanism. The enforcement that's defined in the ordinance is if there is a complaint, the complaints go to the county administrator's office, and then the county administrator conducts an investigation. But there is not, it's designed, it was originally designed as a self-attest type program.
Thank you.
Supervisor Corsi.
Thank you. Just specifically talking about contracts. My understanding is that this ordinance includes the COLA starting in 2019. And I assume that the contracts that we're talking about, the contractors understand what the county's rules are. Hopefully they understand the living wage ordinance, because they are working under it by needing to pay that $15 an hour minimum. Also assuming that if these are multi-year contracts, that they have an escalator within them. And I'm just going to guess that contractors build that COLA into that escalator. And so, I'm wondering why we're kind of tying ourselves in knots over the contractors here?
Try to answer that question through the chair. So what we're trying to do is trying to understand what is the broad budget impact. And we're also trying to understand if the board is to adopt a COLA, how do we apply that? So we're focusing on the how, really, of how we approach that. Are we talking about every contract across the board? Are we talking about newly awarded contracts? Are we talking about a subset of contracts, where the minimum wage is more typical in the industry? Let me say it that way. So we're looking for some guidance there. We are not trying to tie ourselves in knots, but we want to try to provide you with information sufficient for you to really evaluate a decision and give us direction.
I guess where I'm going with this is the county essentially made a promise in 2015 that this living wage would escalate by the cost of living adjustment beginning in 2019. We already owe that money in my mind. And are we talking about going back and amending existing contracts to meet that promise, that ordinance that we have in place already?
No, through the chair. I mean, really what we're talking about is if your board were to vote to increase, to apply a COLA, it's how do we go about doing that? That's what we're talking about. So our existing contracts, our vendors do attest that they are paying them the living wage pursuant to your board's policy and ordinance. It's a question of, do we want to increase that now, given the increases that we've seen in CPI over the last several years?
I kind of got to go back to my original question here about the ordinance says that those COLAs will be applied. We haven't applied them. Do we not have an obligation to apply them now?
If I may, Supervisor weigh in, if you look at the ordinance language under adjustments, the county administrator is supposed to look at a couple of things: the cost of living increases, the cost of living increase granted to county employees, and then this catch-all, the prevailing financial conditions and general economic health of the county, big C, and the economy in general. So I just want to remind, this has already been stated, but we've had 11 disasters, since 2017. The other thing to remember, every budget year since 2016, except this year, we've been looking at cuts in our overall county budget. So this year, we're fortunate to be in a position to be able to, give county departments enough general fund to basically cover their increases. So it's just a reminder and a framing, but indeed, we have not done the review like we should have been doing. We've been deluged by disasters and other events. So,
and I understand that, County Administrator. The disasters have created a lot of difficulties for the whole county, and particularly for the lowest paid workers in this county. We all know from experience over the past several years that those folks at the bottom of the pay scale have the hardest time recovering from those disasters as well. I don't argue the fact that we need to know what the impact on our budget is, but I'm just not sure that we need to go into that fine detail of looking at contracts that we've already let. They are contracts in place with an understanding by the contractors that they need to follow the rules and the laws of the county.
Supervisor Rabbit?
I'm glad the county administrator stepped in because as I understand it through staff, we are in compliance with the ordinance that we set forth. The 2009 or the 2019 date was the gradual implementation for the nonprofits. It wasn't about escalators or anything else. It was for nonprofits on that date to get to $15 an hour. Everyone else was getting to that $15 an hour on July 1st of 16. And what's true is that we haven't had the annual reporting. That's true, but the increases in CPI were, because of the language in the ordinance, discretionary. It doesn't mean that they're not going forward, and I'm all for that. At the same time, I am curious to know the impact to the county because we have 300 million in contracts out there. So if it's a 1% difference, that's 3 million going forward gradually. Of course, it'll be implemented gradually over the course of time, but I think it's prudent upon our fiduciary duties to understand the impact going forward, just so we can account for that, budget for that, and understand that our dollars are going to change shape a little bit going forward. I'm still in favor of hitting the CPI from the dates that we implemented the $15 an hour to today, but I'd like to know what those impacts are. And that's kind of I believe the intent of today is to have staff go back and tell us how many employees in this county actually would be affected, what the overall contract side and our concessionaire side, our vendor side, whatever we call it, what is that impact going to be dollar wise, and how do we account for that so that when we have a budget cycle come forward, we'll know exactly what we're dealing with on the financial side.
Any other comments before we move into public comment? Okay, yeah, and I just wanted to follow up briefly on that item, which is, the language does say the county administrator or designee shall annually review the living wage set forth in subsection A. And so I do think that it's important to have a mea culpa moment and admit that we did not do this as a county, and that we are 4 years late. This was adopted before I was on the board, and I've never seen an annual update, and was one of the reasons that as chair, I really wanted to make sure that it was on the calendar, because this is, I think, a critical duty that we owe to those folks who are employed and ultimately funded by taxpayer dollars. So we have had to wear so many hats over the past 4 years, and I acknowledge that also. I don't think that anyone thought that their job description would basically be full-time emergency management, which is what it's sort of felt like for the past 4 years for all of our various department heads, many of whom never thought that they would wind up in the EOC, sometimes 24/7. So on that note, let's go ahead and do a quick check. Marcy, how many participants do we have in Zoom so that we can think about sort of the total number of folks who might be commenting?
Thank you. And this is just the total number of participants in the meeting?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
64, it looks
okay.
like.
And just another reminder, if you would like to make public comment, please do go ahead and raise your hand now. We would like to get all the hands raised so that we've got a list of folks, and then we'll be able to go through and know how much time. And after that announcement, give folks a couple minutes to find their hand raised button. And then Marcy, maybe you could let us know how many hands are currently raised so we can get a sense for time.
Thank you. And I will also remind folks that if you are a phone attendee, you raise your hand by pressing *9 on your phone keypad. And at current time, there are 22 hands raised for comment.
Okay, great. So I think with that, then we can give everybody 2 minutes for this, and we will sort of close a list there in order to be able to give folks more time who are here right now, as opposed to letting it roll in and having to take a shorter time. And let me just check and see if there are any members of the public who wish to comment in person. We've got a couple here in person. So we will go ahead and accept those members of the public who would like to come and address the board in the chambers. And we'll sort of do a going once, going twice, raise your hand to sort of get folks on the list there. Do you have the total list there, Marcy, and kind of identified?
Yep, still the 22 that I see here in Zoom.
Great, perfect. Thank you so much. So we will get through those 22 after we allow the folks who are here present in person to address us. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We won't start your timer until you start speaking, but thank you for being here.
My name is Victoria Yanez, and I've been an attorney for 35 years. Mexican prune picking attorney. Anyway, today's my birthday, and it's my birthday present to myself to be here at the Board of Supervisors meeting in person. In regards to this agenda item, I believe that it is outdated already. And working with a nonprofit, it's very hard to find employees that you can't find them at $15 an hour. It's got to be raised significantly. Secondly, I would like on a whole new, another wave, because I've got my farm worker's hat on right here. I think that the county should consider adopting a minimum living wage for farm workers in this county, because it's despicable what's been happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to address us today, and happy birthday.
Thank you.
If the next member of the public present would like to come address.
I'm Reverend Tim Kellgren from Petaluma, retired, and worked with affordable housing in Petaluma for quite a number of years. And I thank you as a Board of Supervisors for bringing this piece of legislation back for continued action. I urge you to adopt all of the revisions proposed for the county living wage law by labor, environmental, community, and faith-based organizations. Enacting these amendments will make the legislation more comprehensive, effective, and enforceable. The majority of workers covered by the law are workers of color, immigrants, and women. The legislation directly addresses structural inequality and promotes economic, racial, and gender justice. The revision of the ordinance is essential to address skyrocketing inequality in the region that, of course, has deepened due to 3 fires and 1 flood since 2017. Taxpayer dollars should not create poverty wage jobs. Specifically, I urge the board to approve a COLA for the previous 5 years to increase the wage level to more than $17 an hour. Then in December of this year, the board should approve applying a COLA for 2022. The county living wage law must have a COLA applied annually, given the high cost of living, particularly soaring rents. The city of Petaluma, for instance, their living wage law was passed in 2006. The city council has approved the COLA every year, so the Petaluma wage rate is now $18.94 an hour without medical benefits. We can't quickly build our way out of the present housing crisis. So while we must increase the supply of affordable housing, we must also raise the wage floor. Low-wage workers are overwhelmingly renters who have experienced increasing rents and stagnant or falling wages. When covered workers receive a higher wage, they are less likely to commute from more affordable housing markets outside the county or live in overcrowded housing in the county. Morally, it's the right thing to do. All workers deserve a living wage to live a sustainable and dignified life.
Thank you so much. That does conclude your time. And if you want to leave a copy, or if there's anything else that you didn't get to say, we're happy to pass that amongst the board. So do you have anything else on your paper? Or did you get through it all? Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you so much. And thanks for making the drive up from South County. David?
I was just going to say hi to Tim, and we're overdue for a cup of coffee.
Have a great day. Take care. Any other members of the public? Any other members of the public present in person, or was that it? I think that's all I'm seeing over there. So, Marcy, if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and leading us in public comment, except.
Thank you. Our first commenters will be Chip, followed by Deborah, and then M. Bennett. You can please unmute and state your name before beginning your comment.
Hi, I'm Chip Atkin from Petaluma. I'm speaking in support of the revisions to the living wage ordinance proposed by North Bay Labor Council and Jobs with Justice. Specifically, I like to speak in favor of the revisions to the sections on retention of existing workers when an existing contract is terminated and a new contractor is to perform essentially the same functions. The current ordinance provides for the new contractor to retain the employees of the old contractor only when a contract is terminated by the county earlier than the original contract term. Early termination of the contract is a rare occurrence. It is far more common for a new contractor to be hired after the expiration of the term of the previous contractor. Under the current ordinance, the employees lack any protections in the situation that is most likely to produce a change in contractors. Even when the current retention provision would apply, it only requires a new contractor to make the best effort to offer employment to the employees of the predecessor. The current language is unclear and very weak for enforcement. We urge you to accept the revised language of the Labor Council and Jobs with Justice regarding retention. It would require the new contractor to retain employees of the predecessor for at least 60 days. If there are not enough positions to initially hire everyone, then during the first year, when positions do become available, seniority from among the old employees. Employees are vulnerable when a new contractor assumes a contract, as some contractors start from scratch and replace all existing workers. When this is done, it is not only a disservice to the employees who lose their jobs, but is a waste.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comment. That does conclude the time. And the next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, good morning. I'm Deborah McKay, and I'm here on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Sonoma County. We sent a letter to the board, but I also want to add some additional comments. We do encourage the board to restore the living wage ordinance to its intended purpose, including amendments that provide for an annual adjustment based on the cost of living. And I do think there's some urgency involved in this because the board currently has a moratorium on evictions, but that's due to expire fairly soon before the end of the year. And at that time, many of our low-wage workers are going to be faced with back rent that they owe. And you already have a homeless problem in Sonoma County, which certainly doesn't need to be exacerbated. So if you could work expeditiously on at least the segment of giving an adjustment now to the minimum wage or the living ordinance wage, that would be helpful in preventing further evictions and increasing the number of homeless. So you might have to do this in a staged approach where you deal with that first and then deal with some of the more complex issues later. And that would kind of catch you up on the commitment you made to the community to review this on an annual basis. And we do agree with Supervisor Corsi's comments that the lowest wage workers have had the hardest time getting through these many disasters that we've had. And this would be one thing you could do to assist them. So this is far beyond just a living wage. It impacts many of the other issues that you're facing. So please work as expeditiously as possible to make an adjustment. Thank you.
Good morning. Please unmute and state your name.
Good morning. My name is Marty Bennett. I'm with Unite Here 2850. The board has a historic opportunity to address one of the most critical challenges of our time, skyrocketing inequality comparing to only the depths of the Great Depression of the 1930s. A broad coalition of every major labor, environmental, faith-based, and labor organizations in the county has presented you with a comprehensive proposal to amend and revise the living wage ordinance the board approved in 2015. At that time, many issues were set aside for further study, and other proposed provisions were omitted that lacked majority support. We are asking you to complete the unfinished work of the 2015 board to improve job quality for affected workers, expand the law to the county fair and airport, doubling the numbers of workers covered, and apply a 5-year COLA for 2017 to 2021, and another for 2021 to 2022 to boost the living wage to $17 an hour. We request that you give staff direction today to come back with a revised ordinance that includes all the major changes and amendments we proposed. Action by the board is more urgent now than at any time since 2015. The county has experienced 3 fires and 1 flood since 2017. The best academic studies confirm that after each major disaster, inequality only deepens. Finally, action is urgent because approval of a robust amended ordinance addresses not only structural inequality, but the systematic racism baked into our labor market. The overwhelming number of affected low-wage service workers are immigrants and workers of color. The county can become a model for the entire region. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenters are Emily, Sunny, and then Norman. Please unmute and state your name before beginning your comment.
Hi, my name is Emily and I'm from Petaluma. Today I want to emphasize that proponents of the living wage law are requesting that the section on noticing be amended, and this is section 2-377. The county contracts out janitorial and landscaping services. These are industries with a high percentage of immigrant workers, and many are limited English speakers. Notification of employees from their employer about the wages and benefits they're entitled to is one of the most important tools to deter wage theft. We urge new language requiring the county to develop a model ordinance which employers must post and give to their employees. This is consistent with state minimum wage, anti-discrimination, and health. Also consistent to our knowledge with every local living wage law in the state. Moreover, the model notice on the county website, which is there now, which employers could use but are not mandated to do so, is inadequate. It does not include that an employer could get a $1.50 credit on the hourly wage if they provided health insurance. There's no information about how to file a grievance, and the notice is not translated into languages spoken by at least 25% of the workforce. An ordinance is just a hypothetical unless it is made real through enforcement. To make the critical elements of this ordinance a reality, I urge you to support noticing and enforcement requirements. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Sunny Galbraith, and I'm here as a representative of 350 Sonoma and the Alliance for a Just Recovery to urge the board to adopt all of the revisions proposed for the county living wage by the North Bay Jobs with Justice, North Bay Labor Council, and Alliance for a Just Recovery. As a climate action group, 350 Sonoma sees supporting living wage and safe working conditions as vitally important to a just transition to a climate-safe future. Just as we must take care of our environment, we must take care of our workers, ensuring they earn a living wage, have the right to unionize, not be discriminated against for prior felony conviction, are protected against wage theft, and are provided a sick leave. As the majority of workers covered by the law are workers of color, immigrants, and women, this legislation directly addresses structural inequality and promotes economic, racial, and gender justice, which I know is a goal of the board. As a taxpayer, I do not want my taxes supporting poverty level wages. As a high school teacher and parent of a teen and young adult, I feel acutely the anxiety of young people facing the fact that they may not be able to afford to live in the area where they were raised. By updating the living wage ordinance with revisions proposed by the North Bay Jobs with Justice, the board can take a huge step in addressing the skyrocketing cost of living and inequality in the region. As the county is the largest employer and contractor in the region, the labor standards will spill over to affect low-wage labor markets, private employers not directly affected by the ordinance. This revision is foundational to a just, equitable, and livable future in Sonoma County. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Good morning. Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, I'm the Reverend Norman Cram, a clergy person of the Episcopal Church. Two questions. First, what religious axiom embraced by all faith groups justifies a living wage? It's the golden rule, found in every piece of literature of every faith group. Do unto others as you or I would want others to do unto us. If you or I busted our tushies for 8 hours a day, cleaning school bathrooms and picking up mud and barf from a locker room, wage to support our families. If you or I cared for elderly people, dressing, cleaning, and feeding them day after day in a smelly, poorly vented bedroom, we would want to make enough of a wage to support our families. If you or I mowed grass, pruned bushes, and hedged lawns in the hot sun of the summer or the cold of winter, we would want to make enough of a wage to support our families. The point is that the spiritual communities have a simple directive of compassion, empathy, and love to direct its support of a living wage. That directive is the golden rule. Second question, how is working with the previous president similar to playing chess with a pigeon? The answer is, when the chess match is over, the pigeon knocks over all the pieces, defecates on the board, and then struts around like he has won. I say, how much better to work with you, the Board of Supervisors, in promoting a living wage than working with a pigeon. Thank you.
The next commenters are Steve, Dennis, and Chris. Please unmute when prompted and begin your comment.
Yes, this is Steve Bertelbow on behalf of the Sierra Club. If I understand correctly, the annual increases have not been adopted. That sort of leaves us in a bind because we've got 5 years of 2% increases if we've followed the Federal Reserve Board's inflation approach. So I think it's really important to catch up with that. And we also support consideration of all of the recommendations that are made on behalf of employees. The county is a big factor in maintaining, keeping up with inflation. And we don't want a bunch of people not being able to afford housing. So we're glad to see you picking up on this, but let's move quickly on the bringing the wage up to current standards. Thank you.
Can the next commenter please unmute and state your name?
Hi, this is Dennis Posake. I live in Petaluma. I'm also a Petaluma City Council member and a physician, and I'm here first and foremost to support all the revision language submitted by living wage advocates. I'm also here to say a little about the relationship between wages and or income and health. One can pretty much find everything I'm going to say in a document produced by the Bay Area Regional Health Inequities Initiative titled The Minimum Wage in Health, a Bay Area Analysis. I'd just like to highlight a few conclusions. First, there's no doubt that policies that reduce poverty and raise the lower end of the income distribution improve health status and reduce health inequities. Adults living in poverty have higher rates of diabetes, hypertension, etc. And since more than 1 in 3 minimum wage workers are married and or parents, child health outcomes will also improve. I note that children born and raised in neighborhoods with more than 30% poverty rates live lives 7 years shorter than those born in neighborhoods with poverty rates of less than 10%. Researchers are also looking more closely at relationships between high and or rising income inequality in health, such as in Sonoma County, as it's well known that disasters increase income inequality. Communities with higher inequality have lower life expectancies, higher infant mortality, more obesity, and more mental illness. And if this isn't enough, there's increasing evidence that in such communities, even those in the top 10 to 20% have poorer health than the top 10 to 20% in communities with less inequality. We most definitely need both higher wages and less income inequality in Sonoma County. Thanks.
Please unmute and state your name.
Good morning. My name is Chris Thompson. I'm the vice chair of the Oakmont Democratic Club. I'm going to be speaking on enforcement of the living wage ordinance. Robust enforcement of the ordinance is essential if this board intends to provide leadership in the North Bay to address structural inequality and improve wages and job quality for affected workers. Professor Stephanie Lucy is a sociologist at the City University of New York, and in a 2005 article, she summarized her findings after surveying 81 cities and counties nationwide that had approved living wage ordinances. She found that for 42 of the local jurisdictions, after implementation, enforcement was narrow or very weak. There were, however, 8 jurisdictions she studied that she characterized as having expansive and very effective enforcement. And these enforcement tools included at least one full-time staff person to oversee enforcement and who was accountable to her supervisors, the public, and employers. That individual would have a deep knowledge of the law, could answer most questions, was able to respond to affected worker grievances in a timely way, could monitor payroll records as needed, and could follow up with government agencies after a contract was awarded to check on the employer's self-certification that their company had a satisfactory record of compliance with labor and environmental law. Our Board of Supervisors must prioritize dedicated staff for enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenters are Jack, Chris and Tom, and Jana. Please unmute and state your name.
Yes, good morning. My name is Jack Buckhorn, Executive Director of the North Bay Labor Council. Originally, I was going to speak on responsible bidder and the COLA, but unfortunately, Pat Sabo, the chair of the Sonoma County Democratic Party, was unable to get in, so I'm going to read the Democratic Party statement. The Sonoma County Democratic Party strongly supports all the amendments proposed by labor advocates for the county living wage law and applying a 5-year COLA to raise the wage rate to $17 an hour this year. Addressing structural inequality and the unprecedented polarization of wealth and incomes is one of the most critical issues of our time. The Republican Party is the party of the upper 1% and the 500 large corporations that dominate the economy. Our job as Democrats at the local, state, and federal levels is to stand with working families and promote a policy agenda that speaks to their needs and aspirations. Democrats must be bold and not cautious. Public opinion is with us. 2/3 of Americans support raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2025. This year, a Hart and Associates poll found that 67% of the most competitive congressional districts for the 2022 midterms, like 62% of likely voters, support raising the federal minimum to $15 an hour. In Florida last November, 60% approved a ballot initiative that raises the state minimum to $15 by 2025. Now is the time to move forward with raising the county living wage and a comprehensive revision of the law to demonstrate to working people and the voters what Democrats stand for. The service workers who will benefit from the revisions of the law are overwhelmingly immigrants, African Americans, Latinos, youth, and women. They are
Thank you so much for the comment. That does conclude the time. Thank you. And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Tom Amato. I'm the chairperson of the Oakmont Democratic Club. Our board unanimously and strongly supports the proposal from the North Bay Jobs for Justice. And I think one of the reasons that as seniors in Oakmont, we support this initiative so strongly is a lot of us realize that we were blessed to be in a generation where we could buy a house and that house would appreciate and adding to our wealth, but also that we would be able to have a job with a pension and good health care. A lot of young families in our counties don't have those same opportunities, and a living wage ordinance creates the opportunities for them, those families, to have economic justice. We think that it is important that you approve all the recommendations that are being proposed, and we would hope that this would both create a more just community, but also a healthier community. So we thank you for your good work in the past and look forward to your support of this initiative in the future. Thank you.
If you can please unmute and state your name.
Good morning, friends. This is Janet Blunt, employee at Sonoma County Recorder, president of SEIU 10-to-1's Sonoma County chapter, and proud delegate at the North Bay Labor Council. I'm here to speak on the ordinance's paid sick leave. We're proposing 22 days, 12 paid and 10 unpaid. As the pandemic has demonstrated, the ability to take leave from work when one is ill is not only necessary to protect workers, but also to protect public health. Paid sick leave is essential for public safety. Workers providing essential services such as grocery, pharmacy, retail, home care, and health care who work while sick may infect customers, patients, and their fellow workers with the virus or other illnesses. Most California low-wage workers have no more than 3 days paid sick leave mandated by the state. According to the Economic Policy Institute, 90% of the highest earning private sector workers have access to paid sick leave and are more likely to work from home. But 7 in 10 low-wage workers do not receive paid sick leave, and most are. In this age of climate change fueled fire seasons, paid sick leave is necessary to address wildfire smoke and health and safety conditions for farm workers, landscapers, and other outdoor workers. Paid sick leave saves the taxpayers money. Workers without paid sick days are more likely to seek treatment in costly emergency rooms because they can't afford to visit a healthcare professional during normal business hours. And lastly, paid sick leave is good for business too. According to the National Partnership for Women and Families, workers without sick leave are more likely to report for work when ill, and they're more likely to expose their coworkers to infectious illnesses like colds and flu at the workplace. Paid sick yields greater retention and training and higher productivity and quality of services.
The next commenters are Claudia, Michael, and then Tom. You can please unmute and begin your comment.
Hi, I'm Claudia Robbins. I'm from the city of Sonoma, and I'm addressing the hours to part-time workers amendment to the living wage ordinance. The decline of stable, full-time, year-round employment is one of the most notable changes in the American labor market over the last 3 decades. We all know or know of people who are cobbling together several part-time jobs in order to create full-time employment, and employers who have created numerous part-time jobs from what could be full-time positions. In California, in the most recent quarter of 2021, the official unemployment rate, that is, those who were available to take a job and had actively looked for work during the previous 4 weeks, was 5.6%, while the involuntarily unemployed and underemployed, including those working less than 35 hours a week who were available for full-time work but could not find it, was 15.7%, a 10% difference. The Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco reported in 2018 that involuntary part-time employment is a permanent and structural problem, part-time workers are 5 times more likely to experience poverty than full-time workers, and they are far less likely to receive benefits like paid sick leave and health care. Our proposed amendment would require that employers offer more hours to part-timers with the needed skills and experience to perform the work before hiring additional part-timers for that work. It would provide covered part-timers a choice to increase their hours if they wish to do so, with no penalty for declining. This is a crucial addition to the living wage ordinance for the economic well-being of covered workers. Thank you.
If you can please unmute and state your name.
Good morning. My name is Michael Stanford, and I've been employed as an extra help park aide for regional parks for nearly a decade. When I first started here at the county, I was earning $13.29 an hour and had to work a second job when I was going full-time to Santa Rosa Junior College. Back then, that was not enough to live off of, and the $15 an hour ordinance helped my coworkers greatly when it was passed in 2015. That was 6 years ago, and it didn't go far enough. County staff has recommended only a COLA of 3.2% for 21-22, but I can tell you that 3.2% is not enough when we started well below an actual living wage for this county. That today is at least $23 an hour. Many of my coworkers, particularly during the pandemic, are challenged by the rising cost of living, and particularly the increase of rents, which far outpaces wages. If you would like to do what you can to end working poverty in this county, please pass the requested COLA for the years 2017 to 21, which is 11% plus a 3.2% for 22. Low-wage county workers have suffered because this board has failed to consider and approve an annual COLA over those years. That has made the problem worse and kicked the can down the road for county employees like me. Please implement a 14% COLA for 6 years and make the COLA automatic every year, as the state legislature did in 2016. Thank you, and I cede my time.
The next commenter should be able to unmute and begin your comment.
Thank you. I want to thank the board and staff for bringing this to the agenda today. This is Tom Conlon. I'm speaking first as following up on Steve Bertelbau's comments in support from the Sierra Club Sonoma group. You have our letter, and you have the dust recovery. And I just want to reiterate that Sierra Club is committed to environmental and climate justice, and we believe the living wage ordinance is a key plank in the county's equity platform. The club at the national level, and I believe this extends to all members, believe in the concept of no throwaway places and no throwaway people. We supported this policy in 2015. We support it again today. As an individual, I'll just draw attention to some of the comments I've heard from the members of the board and the staff this morning. First, that we really are 5 years late for our annual review, and that this is a mea culpa moment. We should acknowledge that as we deliberate on exactly how fast we want to take today to correct this matter. We already owe this money. And that we've had 11 disasters in the last 5 years. By my calculation, that means that we're likely to have another 2 disasters in the next year. And that means that if we take more than 6 months to do this, we're likely to run into the possibility of delaying further. So I would accept Chair Hopkins's encouragement to get the COLA implemented by the first of the year. I'll cede the rest of my time. Thank you for your consideration of my comments.
Thank you. The next commenters are Becky, Rick, and then Maddie. Please unmute and begin your comment.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to start off by acknowledging that certainly there is a challenge with low wages in Sonoma County, the high cost of living and houses and housing. But the fairgrounds is a little bit different. The majority of our employees only work 12 days or less a year. The annual fair is 11-day fair. That's the only event that the fairgrounds actually produces. I'm happy to hear that the General Services Department will be doing a new analysis, different than the one that was presented in your board packet today by Wix Lim. That analysis was done on a 215 analysis by the former fair manager and has quite a few flaws. For our preparation for the unfortunately canceled 2020 Sonoma County Fair, we had already planned on an increase in ticket prices due to our need to pay the $15 an hour. That adult price was going from $15 an hour to $18 an hour, with an additional increase potentially to $16.75 an hour. That cost would be even higher. The Sonoma County Fairgrounds is a low-cost service facility, community serving facility. We have various types of events that promoters bring in, and we do everything we can to keep the cost low for our folks, particularly quinceañeras and weddings and funerals and that type of thing. So I'm supportive today of a new analysis and want to let you know that we are here, and I am here to assist in any opportunity to provide information about the events and what we actually do and how this could impact the community and our ticket prices significantly. Thank you.
Please unmute and state your name.
Good morning. This is Rick Lutman. I'm with North Bay Jobs with Justice, League of Women Voters, and the United Nations Association. Living wage proponents propose that the ordinance be amended to cover the county airport, county fair, and large lessees of county property, concessionaires, and franchisees, in addition to employees of the county and county contractors that are presently covered. In 2015, county staff estimated that about 1,100 service workers were affected by the law. Our proposed amendments could potentially double the number of workers covered. The basic principle of living wage campaigns across the country is that public funding for contracted services, public property leased to private employers, and commercial rights granted to a private company should create decent living wage jobs. According to University of Massachusetts economist Dr. Jeanette Wix Lim's memo to the board, the cost of providing paid sick leave for covered workers, expanding the ordinance at the fair and the airport, and implementation of a COLA for the years 2017 through 2021 for all workers is between $600,000 and $700,000 of the total county general fund budget of $591 million. In 2015, county staff had concerns that extending the living wage law to the airport could discourage new carriers and limit airport growth. As another memo to the board by Dr. Peter Hall at Simon Fraser University points out, carriers like Allegiant and Sun Country have come and gone for reasons unrelated to labor costs. Moreover, the number of airport passengers grew by 105% from 2014 to 2019, far outpacing a comparably sized airport like Monterey, which grew by just 25%. Finally, Dr. Hall points out that regional airports like ours will likely experience more growth in the near future due to COVID because many passengers have health concerns about large airports like SFO.
And the next commenter should be able to unmute. Please state your name.
Good morning. Maddie Hirschfield, Political Director with the North Bay Labor Council. Thank you, Chair Hopkins and supervisors for being so attentive to this issue. We really do appreciate it. I wanted to briefly address paid sick leave. Jana Blunt did a beautiful job with that, so I will not repeat anything. There are just a couple of points that I'd like to make. The cost, according to the U.S. Bureau of Statistics, in March 2020, the average cost to employers for paid sick leave was 45 cents per employee hour worked. Compare that to how much it costs to try to replace staff. It's a big difference. If we didn't know this before, we sure do know it now from the pandemic, that paid sick leave is essential. As you know, we've been working hard with cities and various municipalities to pass a emergency paid sick leave, which has really been quite successful. The other thing that we heard a lot was the possible misuse of that. More than 10 workers, 45% with access to paid sick days, didn't use that time in the previous year, based on a national study in 2014. And for those who did use the time that they earned, they only used an average of 2.1 hours, and some didn't use any. 2.1 days. So it's abundantly clear that when workers have paid sick days that are available to them, that they can take care of their own health, their family's health, and personal needs. Workers are healthier and more productive. It's just the right thing to do, and I do believe that you'll see this. So thank you for your time.
All right, and for the chairs and public's awareness, that notes the 20th commenter in Zoom. So the next two individuals would be the last. If you can, they are Max and Ben. If you can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, good morning. My name is Max Bell-Alper. I'm the Executive Director with North Bay Jobs with Justice. Thank you all for having us here and really considering this important update. As everyone has heard, there's a large and broad support for these changes, and we appreciate as a coalition, our members from the community, from labor, from environment, and from racial justice, all standing together here. One thing that we just want to add in addition is that we all know that vegetation management and land stewardship is going to be a key piece of work in our county. We've been recognized by the federal government as a place where work needs to happen and needs to be done well. It's really important that, as this vegetation management work is done under the living wage ordinance, that we make sure that there aren't loopholes for people to be excluded. In particular, thinking about seasonal work. There is going to be a certain amount of seasonal work that happens here, although we strongly support the creation of good full-time union jobs rather than more contracting out temporary part-time jobs or extra help in the county. But there will be some seasonal work here, but we need to make sure that seasonal workers are not excluded, which is why this change is it needs to happen in terms of minimizing those dates for excluding seasonal workers. There's a real urgency that all work that the county contracts out is done well, but especially in terms of vegetation management. The workers who do that work should be celebrated and honored as real heroes who are making it so that we can all be safe and resilient here. To take and make all of these changes and consider all of the changes that we're proposing, and that we think this is a real opportunity to build some resilience, and is honestly just a first step. There's so much more that we need to do for low-wage workers, especially workers of color in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Ben Boyce, and Marty Bennett asked me to speak to this issue today. The living wage proponents are proposing that the board expand the ordinance to cover the county fair and the county airport. Dr. Jeanette Wick-Slim's memo to the board estimated that extending the ordinance to the fair and airport and providing all covered workers with 12 days paid sick leave will cost between $600,000 and $700,000 annually. The fair can readily adapt to the updated wage structure by a 6.6% increase in ticket prices. Our concern is that most of the seasonal part-time workers at the fair are part of a growing share of the workforce that is contingent, includes part-time, temporary, fixed-term, subcontracted, independent contractors, and day laborers. These part-time employees are much more likely to access public assistance to make ends meet. In 2015, the UCB Labor Center estimated that federal and state governments provide $153 billion annually in public subsidies, such as Medicaid, Aid to Needy Families, or TANF, and food stamps, SNAP, to workers who earn low wages and lack benefits. These are the workers who will benefit from the revised living wage ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Hopkins, that does mark the 22nd person who commented in Zoom, so I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. So I will now bring it back to the board for deliberations. And I had a thought for my colleagues about how to handle this, because I know that we have a number of policy options that we want to consider. I thought that we could go through, maybe starting at my left and working our way down the Board of Supervisors with general comments, followed by each board member bringing forward a policy proposal that they would like to see advanced as it pertains to living wage ordinance. And then we can check in and see if we do have a majority of the board who would be interested in supporting that policy proposal and bringing it back to the board at a later date. Because obviously we cannot take action and adopt any policies. This is really an introductory conversation. So how does that sound to everyone? Sort of general picture thoughts, where give a sense of where you're coming from, and then a policy proposal that you like to see. We can kind of go down the line, and then we can return if there are additional policy proposals after everyone's had an opportunity to suggest one. So with that, Supervisor Rabbit, do you want to kick it off?
Sure. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And thank you everyone for participating. And one thing real quickly, the part-time to full-time is an interesting conundrum that we have here in the county. I know we have some extra help. And it would be, and I don't know, I would ask staff if there was a way to have a, say a part-time worker in regional parks during a seasonal worker could also then become a part-time worker in maybe TPW the other half of the year doing that type of work in order to elongate those hours and really essentially give someone a full-time employment. I know it's kind of crossing over the different departmental boundaries that we have in place, but I think it would be worth pursuing because I think it would kind of solve some of those issues for those that are working on the part-time basis or seasonal at best. Certainly, I'm in favor of moving forward with the COLA for the living wage. I do think that it's incumbent upon us to understand exactly what that is budget-wise with those $300 million in contracts. And I don't know if staff can get to the bottom of how many people would be affected. And that's a lot of work, and I recognize that. But I think at the end of the day, we want to get to that number. And I think that, you see that the market is pushing because of supply and demand and the labor market right now. So I would hope that we're not too far off. Certainly, I think the county has very few, if any, that would qualify within that going forward. So I would want us to push on that. And I do think that in that vein, I think that's probably in terms of the priority and timeliness, that's good. And again, I recognize that it's a piece of work for staff going forward. I'm curious about the retention provision. Now only applies to early termination by the county, which is rare. That minimum 60 days. I'd want to learn more about the consequences of changing that and moving in a direction that allows those employees that much more of an opportunity to either land someplace else or be picked up by the new, and how often that happens. And I know there must be a provision about how many hours one would have to work for the contract in one location, as opposed to being only having one, only the county being one of many entities, organizations that they're working at. So I'm kind of curious on what we could do there. Seems to me that on the enforcement and on the noticing, if we're going to have a regulation, we need to enforce it, and we need to make sure that it's clear and clearly posted for everyone to understand, including our new emphasis, or renewed emphasis, I should say, on making sure that it's language appropriate, language access, uniformity in the posting of the sign. I think is really important going forward. I'd like to understand a little more on the paid sick time to understand what's in effect now and how that works, especially on the part-time basis. Certainly this last year, I think we all recognize we did not want anyone with any kind of illness to show up at work in the pandemic. I think that should always be the case. And we need to make sure that we can follow through on that. I'm not sure, and I'm going down the list that I had, and I may have missed something, but I'm sure it'll get picked up as it goes around the dais here. But that was it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. Supervisor Corsi?
Thank you. Just in general, first of all, I believe, I agree that public money and public property should support living wage jobs. This is our way to lead in this area. We talk about inequality and increasing equality all the time. I appreciate this board, members of this board who passed this ordinance to begin with in 2015. I would like to see this COLA advanced as soon as possible. I do believe whether it's a legal obligation or not, I think it's a moral obligation that this board took on in the past, and we should honor that. I also want to do this with eyes wide open and understanding what the consequences are. If that means that we have to have generalizations in order to do it quickly, I think that we need to go on generalizations. The Amherst study contends that this is a very small fraction of our overall budget. I would like some analysis of that conclusion, but even if they're off by 50%, it's still very small. They don't include the fare and the airport. Well, they include that in their report, but they conclude that it doesn't affect the county's budget because they are separate from the general fund. But there are consequences there. And I think that figuring out those consequences ought to be fairly easy compared to some of the others with contractors. I won't go through the list. I'll just say that I agree with Director Rabbit that we should be looking at all of these. Some are lower hanging fruit than others. Notification, absolutely. The ability for workers to understand their rights is, especially if we're relying on those workers to basically self-enforce these provisions, they have to know what their rights are. So I think that's an easy one. Paid sick leave also, it's a relatively small addition that can have, as we've found out over the last 18 months, huge consequences. So I'll stop there and be prepared to talk more specifics later on.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hopkins. I think you're trying to take this in the right approach, and I appreciate that. And hearing from my colleagues, I first of all, on the comment side, is that to put our money where our mouths are, and I am a big proponent and champion of this going forward. Yes, we have to evaluate the costs to our contractors and then the overall costs to our contracts themselves. But at the same time, we can never be in a situation where we have contracts that are either outsourced because we can't provide them, or something that we don't have an ability to scale up and down on, and have those folks not have similar or same protections that we have internally. I understand that's a different question when it comes to benefits. Obviously, we have excuse me, some in my throat. We have on the other side of it, a pension system. We have other kinds of things with the county. So there's not actual parity, but I fully believe that this is where we need to be going. And so I am supportive of the COLA. I am supportive of paid sick leave. I am supportive of us bringing back a further analysis of the airport and of the fare. I've sat through with Supervisor Gorin countless hours reviewing this stuff in the past, but having it come before us and not be anecdotal, but have it be really put before us on paper of what it is. I am supportive of that. The one question that I've always had about the part-time hire and the offer of full-time job for part-time hire is how that is actually implemented. And, for instance, there are employees who are in this world that have part-time jobs, and there are managers and others who hire different sets of people for another job that they establish. That's a full-time job. I don't know if that's the one that I would say I'm not sold on, and I was very clear about that with the Living Wage Coalition beforehand as well, because of how that's implemented. But once again, I actually understand and agree with the intent, is that what you're trying to do is not have contracts go out where folks endlessly hire part-time workers and don't offer full-time jobs to individuals. So once again, I'm fully open to looking at that and seeing if there's a right way to tune this into that. I do like the responsible bidder provisions that would need to be looked at. I understand that there's a labor peace provision that we might have to look at separately and bring back. On the same note, I'm going to be even more focused on leaning in on staff having what they need to be able to implement this. I think that the system that we have currently set up, which is attestation, self-attestation, should be supplemented by somebody who goes out and spot checks individual contractors. I don't think that's something that has to be managed only by an online system and under the assumption that a worker is just going to pick up a phone and call somebody at General Services that they don't have the number for, or 211 or something like that, to be able to say what it is. So I am going to be supportive of the posting in the workplace of these rights. And I am going to also be supportive of contracting coming back and telling us what it would really take to move into this new world of contracting. Caroline, what you talked about with the information systems, with what it's like to get data, whether it's through EFS or other means. I'm hoping that you don't come back and after we implemented a multi-million-dollar system of EFS that does good on some things but doesn't give us everything we want, that it's not a software solution, but it's more of a how we move into the future of contracting and procurement. With that being said, I'm also going to something we discussed during budget, which was to bring back at the first quarterly budget review, this topic of procurement and a full procurement study. I think that should be supplementary to this effort. I think we should be looking not just at a living wage ordinance, but we should be looking at our full contracting and teaming up with cities and special districts and other public entities to use a study to really evaluate the long-term opportunity for us to get more money locally and have these kinds of standards be there embedded. I fully understand that this will increase our cost. I think that is a conversation we have to have, but this is public money doing public good. And furthermore, I believe that, even for those companies that contract with us and might have to pay a higher wage working with us than they do for other contracts with their employees, this might force some of those individuals to have to look at paying more. You know what? I completely believe in raising minimum wage. I believe in living wage laws. I believe that those most vulnerable in our community, every day working at dollar stores, McDonald's, and in this case, janitorial contracts for the county and or other things, should be paid well for their work. And if they work 40 hours, they should be able to take care of their family and kids in this county. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Gorin?
Thank you. Ditto and kudos to all of my colleagues for making it very clear that it is past time to review this, tweak it, and modify it. Like my colleagues, I want to see the increase to the COLA happen sooner rather than later. But I recognize that we need to go through similar kind of conversations with our partners on some of the language, some of the provisions that we had disagreements about 6 years ago. Responsible bidder comes to mind, of course. So I'm going to go right down the list. Absolutely, I'd like to look at retention, sick leave, part-time versus full-time, fair, airport, definitely responsible bidder, and the enforcement, or whether it's self-attestation or spot checks to go forward with that. Education outreach to our nonprofit partners and contracting partners is going to be really difficult and time consuming because it's been so long since we adopted the ordinance, and they may or may not be complying with this, just as we took us a while to go back and recognize the COLA provisions. I have a question regarding vegetation management, and I think I know the answer, but maybe you can help me. One of our callers mentioned that workers engaged in vegetation management efforts should be covered by the living wage ordinance. And I know some of our grants have gone out to fire safe councils and neighborhood groups who may or may not have the 501c3, but I think they would qualify as exemptions because our contractors below a certain threshold are exempt from the living wage ordinance. But I don't know that. And so, Crystal, Yvonne, do you have any thoughts on whether or not any of our grants through PG&E funds or BRIC grants, et cetera, would have to comply with this?
I don't, but I'm gonna Supervisor Gorin take a look while you're all talking to see if I can pull up a template of the agreements so I can answer the question.
Okay, and I cut Caroline Judy off. She's with procurement, absolutely. So I know that we may need to have more information coming back on this, but Caroline, any thoughts on your part?
Yeah, I mean, the ordinance, so Caroline Judy through the chair, the ordinance does state that all grants, grantees of the county are included. So I think we'd have to have council give us a reading, but my understanding is that if they have the number of employees, that they would be, it would apply to folks doing vegetation management.
And of course, our two great organizations providing a lot of the vegetation management efforts, the Youth Ecology Corps and the Conservation Corps North Bay, we need to figure out if in fact they need to comply or are complying. And I think the Youth Ecology Corps in particular was having some challenges looking at this and contemplating this. But I think that will come back. You'll look at that in the future. And I think that was the really only question that I had, but it is time. And I just want to reiterate bringing back enforcement and implementation of COLA increases sooner rather than later, because our community absolutely is struggling, especially our low wage workers. So thank you so much for the opportunity to comment. Thank you so much for the coalition working on this, for your patience over the past number of years. And now is the time. So thank you so much.
Well, I have to say that I am inspired not only by the broad consensus among my colleagues to move forward with a strengthened living wage ordinance, but also by the wonderful public comments and letters that we have received from members of the public who are saying it is time, it is past time. Please step up and do the right thing. I'm also inspired by the public commenter who actually appreciated that on a more humorous note of not being compared to a pigeon, but being distinguished from that. So thank you for that. Actually, funny story. Sorry to go on a tangent, but the other day I came to the board behind our offices. There were 5 turkeys sitting on the table, and I just thought that was such a metaphor at that moment. I'm sure there. Yes. So on that note, I want to acknowledge sort of the challenges that small business owners face and the challenges that nonprofit executive directors face. And I recall as a small business owner, there were weeks, probably months, when my employees actually made more than I do, right? Because, there are times that are lean and tight and where you're taking the risk as the owner of that business or as the executive director of a nonprofit organization. And yet I really feel very strongly that it is past time to be profiting off of poverty, right? These are poverty wages that we're looking at. The cost of living in Sonoma County is astronomical. And we have to make sure that our workers are taken care of. And I think that the opportunity to ensure that public taxpayer dollars are not going into a situation where we are then essentially creating social problems by paying people so little that they then require government services in order just to put food on the plates for their family. And so I'm very inspired by the work of not only the community in terms of organizing around these issues, but also my colleagues who I believe really want to move forward with the strengthened living wage ordinance. So with that, why don't we get down to brass tacks and kind of do thumbs up or thumbs down? I really heard a lot of thumbs up for pretty much all of the policies that are on the table. I also, though, do want to throw a bit of a potential wrench in the gear and ask whether my colleagues would support also looking at a minimum wage ordinance, which I know is, a tricky one and really can cause concern in small business owners. But I was just, looking up the maps of the district boundaries for the city of Santa Rosa and thinking about how, right now someone in Moreland is only going to be guaranteed a minimum $14 an hour wage from the state, whereas someone just across the road, literally inside city limits of Santa Rosa, gets $15.85. And it's also interesting to look at the Sebastopol living wage ordinance, which is actually already at $19.65 an hour. And I think that's partly because they did take that action in the interim, and thinking of the fact that our inaction does actually increase inequities in our community, right? If a city takes action, or if we take action and then we fail to follow up, there are very real consequences to human beings who are struggling to pay rent, pay down their, credit card bills or their student loans, and put food on the table for their family. So with that, I think I heard really strong support for looking at the COLA ASAP. Is that sort of a top priority of the Board of Supervisors in terms of urgency and time? And would anyone like to add any comments on the COLA and getting that to make sure that's effective as of January? I'm seeing thumbs up. Any additional comments? Supervisor Gorin, you want to say something?
No, I think we were pretty clear, at least for three of us, maybe 4 or 5 of us, that COLA needs to be looked at first. And then it will take a little bit of time to come back and think about the implications, especially on the budget for a number of the other items. And I know there are cost implications with the COLA. It may take a while to implement, but I think that's the top priority for me. And I would be interested in supporting a look at the increase to a minimum wage of $15 per hour. This is another issue that the coalition has been working on for the past couple of years. And thank you for your patience. And it's time to think about that.
Supervisor Corsi on the COLA.
Thanks. I just want to emphasize that, I understand that the tools that we have to do this analysis are not perfect, but let's use the tools that we have, and let's not be slowed down by trying to find another way. If we have to deal with some uncertainty, I think it's more important to actually get this done than to get the numbers perfect on this.
Great. Any other comments on the COLA before we move on to the next? So the next one that I was seeing was looking at the paid sick leave provision. Do we have thumbs up for bringing the paid sick leave provision back before the board? I'm seeing thumbs up. All right. And then what about the offering more hours to part-time employees before hiring new part-timers?
That's one that I mentioned that I'm mixed on, because I understand the intent, but I don't currently support the language as it stands, that you would take that as a just one-liner that you have to provide to any employee a full-time job that is created. I don't think that is the right way to approach it. So I'm very open to looking at if there's other ways to achieve that intent, about not subjugating everybody to part-time work, but I don't think the language gets there as it stands.
Supervisor Rabbit, were you leaning in?
I agree. I mean, I think that, and again, I was the one who brought up the idea of cobbling together several part-times to get a full-time. If that's the desire, that's a great way to go. I do think there are going to be instances where part-time is part-time and it's desired by all. So I think we don't need to be draconian about it in terms of, and make sure that the language reflects that.
Supervisor Corsi?
I've actually worked under contracts that had this provision. I think it works well. It provides a path to a better job to people who have, shown what they can do to a company, to a contractor, and I would support this.
Supervisor Gorin?
I would add that we employ a number of seasonal workers, especially in parks. And can we consider job sharing for those employees so that they could work seasonal jobs, perhaps in the summer, and other jobs in the fall, winter months? It might be a way to move forward. I hate the thought that we would employ folks and then simply jettison them as August or September rolls around, although there are college students, high school students that take jobs as lifeguards with no anticipation of working during the fall, winter. But if there are adults, young adults working part-time seasonal jobs, what can we do to really give them a pathway to full employment?
So what I'm hearing is sort of majorities, and my personal opinion on this is that I support the intent, and I'm really interested in the language, because I know that, for instance, there are, places where, say, you only need help on the weekends, and so you might need a number of part-time folks for a limited time duration, right? And there's just not the work during the weekdays. But I think that the intent, right, is to try to get folks up into that full-time position. I mean, I have a lot of friends who worked for Starbucks after college, and they were notorious for just stacking a bunch of part-time people and, not giving people any control over their schedules. And so I think it's clear that that's the model that we want to avoid, are people who are essentially maintaining part-time employees in order to avoid paying full-time benefits and sort of having, that financial, burden to the company. But that it sounds like there's a majority of the board who is interested in supporting this, and we want to work on the language and learn more about it. Is that accurate? Okay. So direction to staff then to bring that back and potentially to, walk the halls and provide some information to board members with respect to what different ordinances could look like and how do we balance that potential need for sometimes having surge staffing with the intent of maintaining as many full-time employees as possible. Also came up was the responsible bidder provision. I did hear some responsible bidder provision support. Do we have a majority responsible bidder? Okay, I'm seeing thumbs up for responsible bidder. And then also, I know that it came up a number of times in public comment was the model language noticing to employees and recognizing that employees can't fight for their rights if they're not aware for their rights. Do we have thumbs up for the notification and requirements? Absolutely. Okay, great. And then also conversations around the county airports and the county fair. Are we interested in bringing that back? All right. I am seeing a majority of the board with thumbs up for that. Is there anything that I am missing that we have not? I'm looking to my colleague, Supervisor Gore. I think you had an additional one.
Well, I think as much as we're looking at policies, I'm really interested in our ability to manage this contracting and enforce it on the back end. So I think whenever we bring something back to, I'm really interested in procurement on what they need to be able to do this on, if the right method is attestation and then spot checks on other things. We got to realize that if we add 7 boxes to check into our contracting staff, is that they have to have the capacity to be able to do that. And so just to request that we don't just talk about the what, but we talk about the how as well. The other thing I would just say is that I'd like for the board to consider linking this when it comes back with another item we will see at first quarter budget, which is the procurement discussion, the review of procurement. So just alignment there.
And I would agree with both of those comments. I think the assumption in the community that some of these provisions will happen with no cost to the county, I think is felonious. And so therefore we need a good understanding of might need added time and personnel to enforce and spot check. And we need to be very aware of the complications with implementation.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah, I agree with all of this. And I just wanted to note that procurement is an item that's been brought up as far as the strategic plan pillar on excellence in government. So definitely interested in seeing more around that too.
Supervisor Abbott?
Yeah, no, thank you. And I agree. And to Supervisor Gorin's point, I think we, and we've not eliminated any work for staff. We've added on top of it, and recognizing that. But you knew that was going to happen. I do think if we could parse off the COLA, that would be great. But understanding the impacts, especially perhaps not fair county employees, but vendors, concessionaires, whatnot, to really understand that. And if need be, what we did before, the reason that we implemented a 3-year phase in for nonprofits was they were going to not be able to meet that without some detriment to the services that they were providing. So I think we need to take the same vein in terms of what we find out as we do the research. The last thing I want to say is, this is, so in 2006, I think my first year on Petaluma City Council, we passed a living wage ordinance that's in effect today, and it had the support from the Chamber of Commerce. And it had the support from the Chamber of Commerce because it was handled in such a way that it was brought to the folks and discussed and had buy-in. And I just encourage us to make sure that we continue in that vein going forward. I do think that right now on the wage part, probably a lot less controversial than it was in the past, and things have caught up. Some of the other issues might raise some questions, and I think it's incumbent upon all of us, including those who are advocating for those specific items, to really reach out and get community buy-in, because I think it's that way the ordinance will work the best, will last the longest, and will be really just a better way forward for those that will be affected by it.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Rabbit. And I would agree with the critical nature of community and stakeholder engagement. And so as we move forward, I do hope that we'll be meeting both with the proponents of the living wage ordinance, as well as with our, honestly, contractors and business community as well. So what I heard from Supervisor Gore was to bring back also a conversation around enforcement. And I did hear majority support for that, thumbs up on the enforcement conversation. And then also on having this conversation when we bring forward conversations around procurement. So, and potentially even aligning those two agenda items next year to have the conversation in tandem. Is that an accurate assessment? Okay. Thumbs up on that. Do we have a majority board support for that? Great. And then, with respect to broader minimum wage conversations, I might suggest that we start when we have that conversation before the board with an analysis of where we are in all different parts of the county and sort of where we see the disparities, and really a review of other ordinances that have been passed within city limit jurisdictions. Would my colleagues support that as sort of an informational presentation so that we can look at that and have that conversation as a board? All right, I'm seeing majority support. Supervisor Gorin?
I think it would be very good. I'm not sure how time intensive it would be, how many details need to come forward in that. So it might be something that we need to chew on. Asking for information is great, but if it's taking on a life of its own, it's challenging.
So any refinement to the direction that would help with that concern of yours? Any suggestions?
Well, I guess we would have to be very specific about what information you are seeking and for what purpose. And so I think information is great, doing a survey about what is happening in the cities and in the unincorporated area, but it may take a lot longer than what we just talked about here.
Yeah, and I think what I would be looking for would be sort of a policy review and analysis of what different cities. I believe that the city of Santa Rosa and Petaluma have moved forward with minimum wage ordinances. And then I also know that the state is moving forward with gradually increasing minimum wage. And so I would be curious to see sort of basically those three policies and how they sort of will be tracking in the years to come in terms of disparities between the state minimum wage and the cities. That's my curiosity. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah.
Okay. Supervisor Corsi and then Supervisor Rabbit.
I would just suggest that we keep these two things separate, that what's in front of us today comes first as far as coming back to us, and overburden staff any more than we already are.
So essentially interest in seeing that, but pacing.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Supervisor Gore, Supervisor Rabbit, did you want to lean in or?
Well, yeah, I think, don't we already know the pace of the state, the cities, city of Santa Rosa, certainly the city of Petaluma, and then our own? I'm not quite sure what we would achieve through that. And then I would ask staff on all of this, because there's a lot of material here, and I like my data, and I would love some really what kind of budget and what kind of time frame are we talking about to bring the material back? Because I really would like to make sure that we don't, I don't want a superficial look on the impacts of, say, the fair. I would like to know definitively the consequences of the decisions that we're making in case we need to phase something in over time.
It's a good question for CAO Bratton.
Through the chair, so in January of 2022, we would bring back the wage COLA increase to the board. All the other policy improvements, we need time as staff to coordinate and come up with a plan of attack and see if there's any particular hurdles and if we need additional resources. So I would ask that you give us the time to bring back potentially a consent item if we need resources so that the resources can be funded. If we don't need resources, I can bring a timeline back, in a month or 6 weeks just to give a better indication of when we could tackle all these policy issues and the board could prioritize the work.
Great. Wonderful. Any other comments, Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, I just want to say that however you want to bring them forward, I feel that these times demand that we review it. So the minimum wage discussion, having yesterday, everything was shut down and going to a dollar store, walking in and having a great conversation with a young man who was working his butt off. And I'm sitting there, I feel guilty that I'm even buying stuff that's off of like a cart from China being sold for $1. And so at the end, this kid was just so good. And I ended up going back and giving him $20 as a tip because I bought all this cheap stuff with Lego things for my kid. But it really makes me think because that was in Hillsburg. So that's one that as much as we review it and we review cities, that's one I would really like for us to work with kind of maybe Marissa and our CAO's office to review with, or the mayors and council members, is to have a gut check with them. I mean, these are classic examples that we've talked about, not just agendizing this stuff, but really going out. So if you need help to do that, I'd love to do it. If not, maybe the chair and vice chair could bring it to the mayors and council members and have a review of where we're at with those. So just thank you for bringing it up.
I think that's a great idea. And anytime someone volunteers for more work, I think the answer always has to be yes, right? Is everyone okay with Supervisor Gore? Anyone want to join sort of an unofficial ad hoc on that effort? Supervisor Corsi, I see nodding his head. So, all right. So follow up with the conversation potentially with mayors and council members to talk about their interests and where they're at. I think that's a great idea.
Thank you for taking me up on my suggestion.
CAO Bratton.
Just for clarification, so this ad hoc would be to address your interest, Chair Hopkins, about minimum wage ordinances, and so that would be the first step of that process.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea to have a gut check with the other cities and talk to them about how the process went, if they have implemented or if they haven't, if they're considering it, and sort of is there an opportunity for some kind of consensus across levels of government? Because I do think that when this becomes different regulations within different jurisdictions, it becomes very confusing for employers, especially employers who potentially operate in multiple locations. And if there is a movement in the community as a whole, I think that would be great to identify. So excellent. All right, Supervisor Gore and Supervisor Corsi will be tackling that with the mayors and council members with the support potentially of Marissa Montenegro and her legislative affairs team. All right. Is there anything outstanding that we have not covered from my colleagues in terms of policy proposals or staff direction that we would like to add? All right. And is there I'll bring it back to staff, CEO Bratton or the team up here, any questions for the board before we move on to the next item?
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. No questions. Just wanted to respond to Supervisor Gorin's question that the living wage requirement is stated in our grant agreements for the vegetation management program.
Crystal, I really appreciate the information.
Yeah, we will. CEO Bratton, anything to add?
I was going to ask Yvonne to clarify the what the COLA amount would be that we're looking at bringing back in January so that the board and the public is aware. I think we've done an estimate based on, the COLA since the ordinance was enacted.
Right. So the range would be somewhere between $16.50 through $16.75. This is just based on very preliminary analysis.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
All right. And with that, thank you so much. Oh, wait, I see our council leaning in.
Hi, through the chair. I just noticed that the issue of retention had been discussed, but I don't think you gave direction to staff on that particular issue.
Excellent question. Retention, is there interest in bringing back the retention item? I'm seeing nodding heads. Okay, we would like to bring that back as well. Thank you very much for that. All right, and with that, I believe that we will be wrapping up that agenda item. And before we dive into our COVID-19 emergency response update, we will be taking a brief break. So let's go ahead and take 15 minutes and we will come back and jump into COVID-19 response update at that point in time.
Thank you so much. And we are ready to move on to the next item.
Thank you so much, Marcy. So we'll be moving on to item 14, the COVID-19 Emergency Response Strategy Update, and I will hand it over to our Interim Director of Health Services, Tina Rivera.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. We are happy to present our COVID-19 Emergency Response Strategy Update. And joining me today is Sundari Mace, our Health Officer, Kate Pack, our Health Program Manager, Dr. Irmila Shinde, our Vaccine Chief, and Paul Gullickson, our Communications Manager. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Mace to begin our presentation.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you to Chair Hopkins and the board for having us present our COVID update presentation. Let me share my screen and pull up the slides. Just 1 second.
And while we're waiting for that, I do have sort of an exciting announcement to make, which is that my understanding is that according to the employees attestations that we've received so far, 85% of our workforce is vaccinated, which is, I think, a very, very exciting development. So really proud of county employees and great to see that happening in our workforce. So now it looks like the slides are working. I'll hand it back to you, Dr. Mace.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair Hopkins. Great, that's wonderful to hear. Wonderful news. Thank you for that. So today, we're going to go over our metrics and trends as usual, touch on where we are in terms of COVID in the county, discuss the school situation in terms of numbers of cases, talk some about our metrics for vaccination. Dr. Shinde will present that. And then we have a few slides on immunization generally in the county and the history of immunization. So let me go ahead. We're doing better, which is the bottom line. We now have 13.5 new cases per 100,000 residents per day with a 2.6% overall test positivity and a 3% test positivity in our lowest HPI quartile. As you can see, everything is coming down nicely. Our hospitalizations are also coming down. There's 52 currently hospitalized. 57 people, however, have had a very bad outcome of death from COVID-19 since July 1st in this next surge that we've just experienced. And this is probably all due to the natural course of Delta, but also to our masking orders and all of the other orders that hopefully have promoted, well, we know have promoted vaccination in different groups. As you can see, the unvaccinated case rate has nicely come down to 21.7 new cases per day per 100,000. And the fully vaccinated population, the case rate's down to 5 new cases per day per 100,000. So still about a fourfold difference between these two graphs, the orange being unvaccinated, blue being vaccinated. By racial and ethnic group, again, I want to remind people, these are case rates, and they're based on the denominator of the population, which is why certain groups where we don't have a high number of persons identifying in these groups in the county are higher because their case rates. Pacific Islanders lead in terms of case rate, followed by American Indian, Alaska Native, Black, African American, then the Latinx, white, etc. The greatest number of cases, if you look by city, are occurring in Santa Rosa, Petaluma, Roanoke Park, and Windsor. But relative to population size, the case rates per 100,000 are declining everywhere, as I've shown, but are still highest in Sonoma, Sebastopol, and Cloverdale. Again, we still, as we noted last time, have the most cases in the younger population in the 20 to 29, followed by the 30 to 39, and then 40 to 49, and the 10 to 19 age group. And again, the reason for this is because this is where we've had the highest proportion of unvaccinated individuals. We are not seeing a lot of cases in our older population that are fully vaccinated. We are testing a lot. I know it seems like it's difficult to potentially to get a test on the same day at this point. However, our testing has increased by 27% in the past month, a fourfold increase in testing among kids aged 5 to 17. We're now conducting 651 tests per 100,000 residents per day, which is what we were testing at the height of the pandemic in December, January. We have actually exceeded the testing we were doing December and January as a county. We've reached the winter surge levels for testing. Still, our source of infection shows that household transmission is the most common source of transmission, followed by gatherings and workplace transmission, as it's always been. Gatherings still account for approximately 18% of new infections where the source is known. Now, I want to point out, however, that we still have a large percentage of people who don't give us this information about the source of infection, and that's definitely affecting our ability to track this. And things like workplace transmission or gatherings may potentially, or travel, may account for more if we had the full information from people. For our school cases, since opening for fall instruction, there have been 385 school-related cases, 224 in elementary school, 92 in high school, 67 in middle school, but less than 5 cases in special education. The majority of cases are occurring in students, 35 in staff, 350 in students. 60 of these cases were confirmed to have occurred due to on-campus transmission, which we also track through our contact investigation. Hospitalizations, I want to say something about hospitalizations overall from CDC. I have reported that unvaccinated people under 50 are getting hospitalized at especially high rates now, especially in other states where vaccination rates are much lower. CDC has found that younger unvaccinated individuals are hospitalized with COVID at 24 times the rate of vaccinated individuals. As you can see here in the 18 to 49-year-old category, those people 50 to 64 have a 19 times higher rate of being hospitalized if unvaccinated. So that's important to note that there's a big difference in hospitalization. We're seeing it in Sonoma. A snapshot as of September 10th, you can see that the majority of people in the hospital in all age groups are unvaccinated, which represents the dark bars here. And the light bars here are the vaccinated, fully vaccinated, hospitalized individuals. And anybody who's been fully vaccinated and hospitalized has significant underlying conditions, or they're quite elderly with significant underlying conditions. 80% of our hospitalizations and ICU admissions have occurred in those who are unvaccinated. Let me turn this over now to Dr. Shende to give the vaccine update.
Thank you, Dr. Mace. So we are currently at 76% fully vaccinated, with another 7% who've had at least one dose of the vaccine, giving us a partial vaccine rate of about 83%. This number continues to increase by about 1% every 7 to 10 days. So we've been pretty consistent in that regard. Our county is currently supporting 2 fixed vaccine sites, the one in Roanoke Park Community Center run by OptumServe, and the other one at Roseland Community Center run by Fox Home Health. We currently are also supporting nurses who are helping with the vaccine effort at 2 other community health centers, at Santa Rosa Community Health Center as well as at Petaluma Health Center. We also support pop-up events at specific locations in coordination with CBOs as well as with schools. And vaccine administration, of course, continues with our pharmacies, our FQHCs, our hospital and medical partners. We know that of all these numbers, it's the fully vaccinated number that's the most important because that provides the most protection against Delta. So we really want to get that fully vaccinated rate up. We know that amongst the 7% who've received at least 1 dose, quite a few of those probably have received 2 doses. So we are going to embark on a project to actually drill down and figure out what our full vaccination rate is. And our focus will continue to be on getting 1st and 2nd doses into our susceptible population. So this slide shows the vaccine administration over time. And you can see that the age group that's less than roughly 45 is the group that continues to show some improvement. It's really the 12 to 15-year-olds who've shown the greatest increase in their vaccination rate and continue to. And again, that is helped with some of our clinics that have been held at schools. As Dr. May stated, it's the under 35 population that has the highest case rate right now. So it's really, really critical for us to get our vaccination rate up in this population, as well as in our younger groups, such that we can improve the health of our entire community. Next slide, please. So in terms of proportion vaccinated, we continue to see low rates of vaccination in certain ethnic and racial groups, and we continue our efforts to improve this. A smaller proportion of the Latinx and American Indian, Native American Indian populations are less fully vaccinated compared to other groups, but progress is being made. When we look at our weekly numbers, we see that the Latinx population of fully vaccinated rose by 937 and an increase of 1.6%. And again, we're seeing that steady increase week to week, and we will continue our efforts in this regard. Next slide, please. In terms of our vaccine equity measures, so you can see in the graph on the left that 26% of those in the lowest HPI quartile, which looks at residents who have the least access to resources, is at 26%. However, that in the highest is 27%. It's only a 1% difference. And I think this is attributable to our efforts to really try to address inequities within our society. Interestingly, the HPI quartile 2 and 3 are a little bit lower, so we'll continue our efforts for this group as well. When you look at the graph on the right, we can see that the population that's at least partially vaccinated in HPI quartile 1 is at 73%, and that of the highest HPI level is at 80%, giving a discrepancy of about 7%. It's notable that that discrepancy had been about twice as high earlier in our vaccine efforts. So we are narrowing that gap, but of course we still have quite a ways to go, and we'll continue to work hard on this. Next slide, please. So as per our prior slide, equity is continuing to be a central focus in our efforts, and these efforts are multi-pronged. It requires trust amongst community, and it requires different strategies. So our strategies have included involving community expertise at neighborhood level and really elevating this community expertise. We have also been doing a lot of canvassing and community engagement with our partners such as Raíces, COC, as well as CURA. And also we have biweekly pláticas or conversations with our community health workers, our promotoras, to help ensure that the information that is being given to the community is accurate and up to date. In addition, we have encouraged charlas within schools, which have been in partnership with HPEACE, a physician organization that seeks to try and improve education, especially in those communities that don't have as much access. In addition, of course, enforcing equity best practices to ensure that our vaccine clinics are continuing to provide the best care possible. Next slide, please. In addition, we are continuing to operationalize our best practices and include knowledge from the Health Equity Community Group, which was the Latinx work group that has now been expanded to include members from other groups as well. We're looking at both locations of sites in conjunction with our EPI team, the data, as well as input from our community knowledge. And we're working with the rest of our COVID unit. For example, our EPI team, our ACS and NCS, the testing, the vaccine unit, of course, and resource and referral, as well as contact tracing, to really have, again, this multi-pronged approach to reach out across different departments, as well as to reach out across the community. And continue to try and guide those efforts. So yes, next slide, please. So as we all know, there's a lot of information out there about third doses, about booster doses, and not included in this slide is pediatric vaccines. So I'll try to give some attention to this to discuss what's really going on. So as of today, in terms of third doses, only third doses, also called additional doses for immune compromised, are currently approved right now. And these are only people who meet the narrow CDC definition for immune compromised eligible conditions who are eligible for a third dose. These doses are based on the fact that many people with immune compromised conditions did not mount a significant immune response or antibody response, and have accounted for quite a few of those who are fully vaccinated who end up with in the hospital with severe complications. So we're trying to improve the immune protection for this population. And this includes those who are under active treatment for active cancers, tumor, as well as blood type of cancers, as well as those who've had organ transplants, as well as those who are immune suppressed for other reasons, and those with congenital immune deficiency syndromes. So because these are very specific diagnoses, we are encouraging people to speak to their medical providers to see if they do qualify. If so, to try and get those doses at their medical homes. And if they're unable to do so, then they are able to come to our clinics. However, they must either sign the attestation through My Turn or bring a letter from their physician. So in terms of boosters, I'd like to just go back to that for quickly. So booster doses, even though there's a lot of no booster doses have currently been approved by the FDA or the ACIP. The FDA and VRBPAC met on Friday, and their recommendations will be provided to the ACIP, who are going to meet tomorrow and on Thursday. So by the end of the week, we'll have more information on boosters. So far, the recommendations from the FDA seem to be that only those who are over the age of 65 and those who meet certain high-risk conditions will be eligible for the boosters. However, we do not know what the definition is of those high-risk conditions. Again, by the end of the week, we will have more information. Our focus for the county is going to be on continuing to provide first and second doses for those who are not yet immunized, as well as to provide for those who do not have a medical home or who have other barriers to care. And then in addition, we know that elderly in the skilled nursing facilities are, of course, going to be in that category that will be eligible for boosters. So we are working with Safeway to provide vaccines in this group, as well as with the RCFEs, residential care for the facilities for the elderly. So in terms of pediatric vaccine, of course, no vaccines have been released yet for those under the age of 12. However, safety data recently announced by Pfizer seems to indicate that they're quite safe, and the anticipation is that that data will be given to the ACIP at the end of the month and the FDA, and hopefully there will be a Pfizer pediatric vaccine for age 5 to 12 by the end of October. However, there's nothing definite, nothing guaranteed at this point. That's only for Pfizer. The data from Moderna and for J&J are also being evaluated, and it's anticipated that something will be available by the end of the year. So more options forthcoming for the pediatric population, but we are not quite there yet. We will be working with pediatric providers in the community to help facilitate such that they'll be able to provide these vaccines within medical homes. But in addition, we will work with other partners to see if we can provide vaccines, because a lot of people will be eligible at in a very short time. And so I think that's it. And we will continue school clinics as well as a way to provide vaccines in the community. So we'll move on now to information on the history of vaccine mandates, and Kate Pack will be presenting that. Kate?
Hey, thank you. So the board requested that staff compile some information on the historical context of vaccines and vaccine mandates and how they've been used in our state and in our community to protect public health. And when we look at California, there's a long history of mandating vaccinations. For instance, since 1995, California has mandated that school-age children be immunized for a minimum of 10 vaccine-preventable diseases, including diphtheria, hepatitis B, Haemophilus influenza type B or Hib, measles, mumps, pertussis, better known as whooping cough, polio, rubella, tetanus, and chickenpox. In 2016, the state further stated that any immunizations deemed appropriate by the state health department may be mandated before pupils' first admission to any private or public elementary or secondary school, childcare setting, or other care settings as described on this slide. Go ahead and go into the next slide, please. And so what the data has really shown in our county is that vaccines really help to prevent disease. Vaccines in combination with mandates to receive them have greatly reduced the occurrence of the 10 diseases that were just listed on the prior slide. And if you look at this table, you can see the average number of cases in Sonoma County each year is less than 2 for the majority of these diseases. For instance, when we look at measles, mumps, and rubella, the MMR vaccine, having that as a condition for entering school, we've seen that result in a case average of less than 1 case per year for all 3 of these diseases combined. And if you go to the next slide, you can see that measles provides a particularly illustrative example of how vaccine introduction has impacted disease transmission in our county. So the chart that you see here, it looks at measles cases by year since 1956 in Sonoma County. And you'll see the red arrow
in about 1963, where the vaccine was introduced. And you can see that the cases drop off dramatically. And you can see a second dose was added at a later point in time, that measles have nearly disappeared in our county since the introduction of vaccine. When we look statewide, in 2018, break with 6 confirmed cases, 5 of the 6 cases were unvaccinated. And statewide, the last fatal measles case recorded in California was in 2003. And so I believe that concludes our slides for this piece. I'll turn it back to Dr. Mays.
Well, thank you so much, Kate. So that was just very illustrative of how vaccines impact disease in the community. And if you take a look at other vaccine preventable diseases, polio is a classic example. You know, we've eradicated polio. And there are small numbers of cases amongst unvaccinated individuals, mainly in resource poor settings, not here in the US. And it's an example of how we've eradicated the disease. And I want to, in the interest of time, I'm just going to quickly go through a really interesting, good way in which that we can look at our recent health orders and guidances. So if you take a look here, we have only 2 mandates, and they're both coming from the state of California for correctional facilities and for healthcare workers specifically in state and local correctional facilities and detention centers, and healthcare workers in hospitals, that kind of thing. And those dates of compliance are October 14th for correctional facilities and September 30th for healthcare workers in hospitals and other high-risk settings. Those are mandates. These people have to be vaccinated unless they have a medical or religious exemption. Now, we do have the masking order, which was released on August 3rd, and we do have numerous vaccine verification orders and recommendations that include the state order for high-risk settings, our own order in Sonoma County, adding home health care workers and pharmacists and fire law and EMS, and the acute and long-term facility requirements for vaccine verification or testing from the state, the K-12 staff and volunteer vaccine verification testing of unvaccinated order from the state that we changed the date to be in compliance by this Friday. And our recommendation for outdoor masking and for no overnight field trips and serial testing for K through 12 students that was released August 24th. The use force guidance that we have was released September 3rd. County employee policy, which again is a vaccine verification or testing of unvaccinated, that goes into full effect this Friday. And a recommendation to all Sonoma County employers to perform vaccine verification of employees and testing of unvaccinated on a regular basis that went out on August 9th. So this just kind of gives you an idea of what these different orders that we have and where they're from, what they cover. So in that vein, I'm going to turn this over to Tina Rivera to discuss the Emergency Rental Assistance Program.
Thank you, Dr. Mays. So we'll provide you with a summary update of our Emergency Rental Assistance Program and some forthcoming Emergency Rental Assistance 2 funds that will be made and have been made available. Currently under contract for direct assistance is in excess of $25 million. And so as of September the 17th, our 10 community-based organizations have been able to distribute just a little over $12 million in assistance. These equate to approximately 2,900 applications. So with respect to how we're doing, almost 50% of the assistance with respect to the allocations received, we've been able to disseminate within Sonoma County. We have, with respect to the federal allocation that's available to our county for round 2 of emergency rental assistance, that's available is about $17.3 million. We've received the first tranche of that assistance in the amount of about $6.9 million. And what's also available to the Sonoma County is a state allocation and please excuse the typo here, but what's available is $13.7 million and not $11.9 million. So staff, CDC staff will be coming before your board with a resolution to be able to receive these particular funds. CBOs are on track to be able to expend those emergency rental assistance tranche 1 or funding $1. Next slide. And these next 3 slides will just simply are to capture just an equity lens, the ethnicity and where these applications have been disseminated within our county. With respect to recipient ethnicity, we see about 54% are non-Hispanic recipients, with about 34% are Hispanic population. Next slide. With respect to our recipient race, 51% of our white race, 19% are multiracial, and then we still get an equal percentage of individuals, that 19% who decline to answer those particular questions. And then, of course, 4% of our African American population are being served within the county, 3% Asian, 1% Native Hawaiian. Next slide, please. And then with respect to the geographic distribution that we see within our county, 48% of the recipients are within Santa Rosa, 13% in Rohnert Park, 9% in Petaluma, 5% in Sebastopol, just to kind of give you just a sense of where individuals are being served, 6% in Sonoma, 3% in Windsor, about 0.8% are in Glen Allen. So with that concludes our presentation, and I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Hopkins, and members of the board for questions and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Starting with questions, members of the board, Supervisor Gorin.
Thank you, Tina, for talking about the rental assistance program. And I would love to have, if you haven't sent us the slides, I would love to have a copy of the slides, because I particularly want to pay attention and ask a question about the distribution of the rental assistance. I sent this morning a very long Facebook post by one of the members of Sonoma Valley about his frustration in not being able to access rental assistance through LaLue Center, through CDC, through CAP Sonoma. And I don't really want to go into the specifics of that, but you talk about the success of the program, and yet I hear anecdotally from folks like this constituent and maybe others about their frustration and inability to access the rental assistance. So I guess I would love to have from you and Dave an analysis of the program, the success, and perhaps some of the challenges. This is not only endemic to Sonoma County, but also statewide as we look at the amount of funding available. And it's really frustrating to me that we've collectively have been unable to distribute the money that is available. So, but just off of the top of your head, do we understand the barriers? Do we have money and funding availability for Sonoma Valley versus other organizations? What's your analysis, and how can we sort of correct some of that?
I would say that yes, we do have funding available. The program was designed with respect to a no wrong door approach, literally, with respect to a platform, a technology platform, but also where individuals could come into the offices, could also come into the CDC office and now can also access 211, where staff can not only call into 211, but can also, there's staff on hand, bilingual staff in all of these 10 CBO offices who can walk individuals through the application process. So I would say that it's probably one of the barriers and challenges would be communication, just ensuring that everyone has the same information and they're working off of the same information. It's my understanding that the CDC staff have regular meetings with the community-based organizations to ensure that everyone is on the same playing field, that they have the same information. Now, with respect to the emergency first round of funding, there were stricter processes. These were written by the state. Absolutely, there were challenges and barriers with respect to the limitations of arrears that had to be prioritized. So there was a lot of angst throughout the state with respect to individuals being able to access those funds readily because of the barriers with respect to the restrictions and the guardrails about how those funds could be disseminated. But now, with respect, since then, because of your board's advocacy and others around the state, those guardrails, those restrictions were loosened. But now, as we see with this round 2 funding, this round 2 funding will make available approximately $32 million within Sonoma County that will create housing stability until 2025. So this is exciting because the restrictions have been loosened. It allows for a collaborative effort between the CDC as well as these CBOs to kind of take a look at what were some of those challenges and barriers that we can now loosen and rewrite. We can now, there are now the linkages that were mandatory for round 1 funding are no longer necessary and required for round 2 funding with respect to the landlord and the utility providers. So checks can be actually written directly to the tenants or the landlord if the landlord is applying. So it makes it easier, self-attestation and the restriction around what kind of documents are necessary. Those are things that were addressed within this second tranche of funding that will make things easier. So now it's all about getting the message out, and it's all about coordinating with the community-based organizations to ensure that this no wrong door approach that was established is really working a lot more seamlessly. So we do have a plan. We've been working with our PIO team to ensure that this message really gets out more broadly. So still some work to do to ensure that everyone gets that message.
Thank you, Tina. I think in this case, it's articulate, educated, bilingual individual.
Yes.
Totally frustrated by lack of response from the organizations. Completed application and yet nada. So I will forward you this email. I forwarded it to Dave along with his contact information. And really, I hope you glean from this that you have an educated person and being incredibly challenged to access this, lives in poverty situation. Certainly he and many other need this assistance, but we're not making it easy for him and probably a lot of other folks. So I'll forward it to you, and if you could contact him, it'd be great.
Absolutely. Be happy to follow up.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah.
Supervisor Corsi, then Supervisor Gore.
I go back to the beginning of you don't need to do this on the slides, but to go back to the beginning of the conversation, one of you, maybe Dr. May, has talked about that we're doing a lot of testing, that the testing is back at the levels that we were doing in December and January. I'm just wondering, do we have enough capacity to handle the testing that is mandated for people who aren't, who are under some of these mandates where if they're not vaccinated, they need to be tested on a regular basis. Are we providing those tests, and do we have enough?
Yeah, thanks for that question. We're not providing the antigen test, which is a test that a lot of people who are under the orders or recommendations are using. For example, the fire law EMS group, many of them have gone to the state's testing task force and signed up and gotten trained through that to be able to do the Dynex Now antigen test for their own group. For the correctional system, it's well past. We may be supplying the antigen test because we do have still about 140,000 antigen tests that the county has and is giving out. For schools also, we are giving the antigen test and they're performing the antigen test themselves. So although we're supplying the antigen test in some other cases, the state is supplying the antigen test or the PCR-based test. Generally, those who are under the orders and recommendations are doing the testing themselves. And then for the county, of course, the county is providing the PCR-based test for all employees who need to test regularly. And although then, as you point out, Supervisor Kersey, we're doing 650 tests per day per 100,000 population, the demand actually is much higher now, partly due to the orders and the recommendations. So the demand is probably much higher than it's ever been because of these things.
Does that 650 per 100,000 data point, does that include antigen tests that are coming in from other places? Okay, so
no, just the PCR-based test, because the state is only counting and tracking the PCR-based tests for that specific metric. And that also includes all the testing being done by all facilities for PCR-based testing in the county. So that would include our hospitals, our FQHCs, curative, molecular matrix, plus all the county and the OptumServe. So it includes everything.
And do we have supply to back up the antigen tests that we're going through at this point, or is when you run through that 140,000, is that it?
Yeah, that's a really great question. Right now, there is a back log, or there just isn't availability of the antigen test due to the manufacturer. That's from Abbott. That's the company that makes the Binax Now. There's at least another 6 weeks, if not longer, delay in the state even getting this test. Now, the state is procuring another test called, I think it's CARE or something. I don't know if anybody else knows what the name of that test is, but they don't have it yet for distribution. But it's another antigen test that they're planning to provide in lieu of the Binax Now. We're also looking at another test called a company, Luminostics, that again has a point of care antigen test. But we'd have to purchase those. So right now, we are trying to figure out through our grant funding and other mechanisms how we can stock up on more of these antigen tests in order to be able to provide them to our partners for all the testing that's recommended or required. So that is an issue that we plan to discuss with leadership and bring forward as we need.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, a couple things. So really two sides of this is really trying just to understand what our role is and what our place is with the oncoming booster. And then number two, with the addition of so many different, new individuals with the age dropping. So that's going to be kind of the frame of a couple of these questions. So the first thing is that what is the anticipated timeline of booster shots coming in and or the age dropping? And I know you guys will have to preface this by saying, I don't know, but please, to the best of your ability, try and look over the horizon and say, it sounds like it's going to be 5 weeks. It sounds like it's going to be the end of the year. So that's the question on both boosters and as I said, is a lowering of the age.
Yeah, thank you for that question. In terms of the boosters, It can be as early as the end of this week. Once the ACIP meets on Wednesday and Thursday of this week, they may recommend boosters as early as that. I would think certainly within the next 1 to 2 weeks, we are going to see that boosters will be approved again for that very specific population of over 65 and the as of yet poorly defined or ill-defined population of high risk. So we are looking at the data in terms of what numbers we'll be looking at, what numbers of people will be eligible for the vaccine. At this point, based on last week's meeting, it seems that people would be eligible 6 months after their initial series of an mRNA vaccine, either currently just the Pfizer vaccine. So that naturally will limit some of the numbers that are coming through. However, data that we looked at a couple of weeks ago before last week's meeting indicated that the bulk of these doses would be in the months of November and December and January. However, now that it might be a 6-month period, we moved that up by a couple of months. That was based on 8-month projections. So we're really looking at the months of October, November of booster eligibility. In terms of the pediatric vaccines, again, it's looking like the end of October, beginning of November. So I think what you're alluding to is exactly what we are concerned about, which is that these two increased demands are going to be hitting at about the same time. And so we are trying to strategize to figure out how we can meet this demand, both with our medical providers who are going to be providing the bulk, but also for those within our community that are going to need additional help in accessing these vaccines. And again, the pediatric doses would only be ages 5 to 11. It's not looking like that would be available for less than 5 until the end of the year, possibly December or January. I hope that answers the question.
It does.
A little context.
Does the third-party administrator, the so-called TPA, actually exist anymore? Or I guess the larger question is, how are vaccines received now? Is it directly to providers? Give us an idea of really how the flow is going at this point.
Yeah. So the third-party administrator, the TPA, does not exist at this point anymore. So all vaccines are procured primarily through vaccine administrators directly from the state, from CDPH. And there are also, we do receive some supply that we are able to apportion out in smaller allotments, and particularly if people have extra special needs, they're doing a clinic and they find that they need a small amount. So it is primarily through CDPH. And also we do have a store that we make available as needed locally.
Okay.
And then in addition, we also have Safeway. So they have been helping us, and they have offered to help as we move forward in this endeavor.
So Safeway, but also I guess that's not as a direct pharmacy, but Safeway, CVS, Walgreens, are those all considered direct providers at this point still?
Yes, so they receive their doses directly from the state.
Okay, great.
But when I mentioned Safeway, I mentioned that because they will be collaborating with us for the skilled nursing facilities, and they have offered to help us establish clinics going forward also for special groups.
Okay. The FQHCs, the federally qualified health clinics, at one time, there was work to have them get direct allocations from the feds, since they are federally qualified health clinics. Are they getting their allocations directly from the California Department of Public Health, the state system at this point?
Yes, that takes us back many months.
Yeah, it does.
Yes, that's a very good question. Yes, they were getting federal doses actually, and that's when doses were not in very plentiful supply. So they did receive quite a bit, and they actually received quite a bit of the J&J. And I believe that was back in about May and June. I do not believe they continue to receive through the federal program. However, I believe they are receiving from CDPH through direct allocation.
Your ability, can you talk through the level of confidence you have, not just on the challenge, but the system as is currently set up with a huge demand potentially arising, and if the supply is there to meet the demand and the supply chain is ready to meet said demand, as in not just the boosters, but definitely the reduction in age?
Yeah, that's a question for which there's a lot that still needs to, a lot of information that needs to come out. I think supply is going to be a really critical issue because, as we know, when the vaccine rollout began, the supply was quite limited. And at that time, there was the tier system. So that allowed for distribution of vaccine according to certain groups. This is going to be different. The age group of 5 to 11 will suddenly become eligible all at once. And it all depends on what the vaccine supply, primarily through Pfizer initially, is going to be. And that's something that we have no information about at this point, and we certainly don't have any control over. And in terms of the boosters, you know, they seem to indicate that the supply is plentiful at this point. But again, these kind of details are certainly going to need to be worked out.
But at the same time, the boosters, they're going to open up a certain subsection of the population, 65 plus, and then move in high risk, and then anybody who's at least had their vaccine completion within 6 months. So it sounds like there'll be a couple different tranches of that, I guess, as it comes in. But once again, what can you, from a very high level approach, just remind us what our role get back into the business of trying to help set up clinics, or are we going to be in a position where we're helping raise the voice and the advocacy if supply is not getting into certain areas, if the requests are going through, other things like that?
I can answer that.
Okay.
We're going to get into the business of raising our voice and advocacy. As I was on a call with the TEAC group, which is our County Health Executives Association of California, and this is where all of the health executives come together across California to discuss what our strategies are as counties and in dealing with these particular issues that you are raising, and how we as executives are looking at this particular issue, as boosters are rolling out, and in discussing in particular with our FQHCs and our partners. Of course, all of our counties are the makeup is different. How we're connected with our hospital partners, or whether or not we have clinics or hospital systems, things of that nature. Now, as you know, here in Sonoma County, we don't have our own clinic or hospital, et cetera. So it's really important that we are partnering and in close collaboration and integrated closely with our hospital partners, our FQHCs, et cetera. So whatever we need to do to support the work of our hospitals and clinics, that's what we need to do, especially ensuring that they have the supply they need, any capacity issues that they see as we're rolling this work out. That's our role. I know early on when we had these discussions, we talked about would there be any appetite for us to do mass vaccination clinics. We asked this question even on the call last night with all of the other health executives in their communities and counties. They're seeing that their staff, their boards, they have no appetite for mass vaccination clinics. They're really relying on their partnerships with, as they're looking at their data as well. They're really relying on their close collaborations and partnerships, and seeing their role as raising their voices, of course, and supporting and ensuring that whatever gaps and capacity, and of course, those that do not have medical homes, we of course will work with our in close concert, as we have been with those FQHCs who are getting the shots in arms, and those contracted partners that we currently have to ensure that those shots are in arms for individuals who do not have primary care homes. We will certainly keep that work flowing. So those are kind of the strategies that we're looking at and the role that we will actually play. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you very much. I'll let my colleagues weigh in.
Thank you. And Supervisor Abbott, sorry, I didn't see your red light on earlier because there was an iPad in the line of sight. So I'm sorry I missed you before.
No problem. Great questions. And thank you as always for the work and being here with us today. I know, and I want to thank you too for some weeks back, my office arranged a meeting between yourselves, many on the screen, with Scott Labs down in Petaluma that has a partner agency or a partner firm up in Canada that started in early 2021, a public-private partnership on rapid action called the Rapid Action Consortium, which really was about reducing cost and complexity for the COVID-19 rapid antigen testing for screening. And they do have free advice that's available through the EDB site now. You pay for the testing, but of course, setting it up on the software and everything else is free. So do appreciate you taking the time on that meeting. I thought that was good information to have here in Sonoma County. And I do appreciate all the questions asked thus far. The one that we get pretty regularly, not a lot, but I'll put Dr. Mace on the spot and ask her, masking, are we in mask through the winter? And if you can, then maybe also, I know that it's regular flu shot season as well. Certainly having these on like last year, the regular flu seemed to be inconsequential with in the midst of the pandemic, which was the one upside. Colds probably reduced as well. Can you speak about what you see from and how we move into the colder months ahead, hopefully when it rains again?
Yeah, thanks for that. It's a topic that's been discussed quite a bit amongst the Bay Area health officers, and a question that's being asked everywhere. Now, I do think you have a really good point that with flu season coming, we already have a flu influenza order for healthcare workers with masking. We're putting out a high recommendation that everybody get the flu vaccine. That is in our county. And would like to see that happen, but still, last year, just to point out, we had incredibly few cases of influenza. And part of that is due to the masking, I'm sure, and also kids not being in daycares and the congregate settings, masking in congregate settings, things like that. And it may also have to do with the fact that we may have had a less virulent strain of the flu, but still, it's pretty remarkable how little influenza we had last year. And as far as the masking, I think it's prudent for us to watch and wait, look at the metrics, see where things are going. There is no hard and fast number or specific point that we can call on for when we would begin to repeal things like the mask mandate. We are looking at a general set of metrics. That would be the case rate, the test positivity, hospitalization, vaccination rate, which is actually really, really important part of this. The greater percentage of our community we can get vaccinated, the closer we will be to repealing some of these things. And again, we need to look at the percentage of the total county vaccinated when we look at this particular issue, not just the percentage of vaccine eligible people. That would include all the kids under 12 at this point. So that puts us at a lower percentage. Obviously, if we're going to add another, say, 90,000 persons that aren't eligible yet, or whatever that number is at this point, I think it may be closer to 60,000, then our percentage of fully vaccinated decreases from that 76% into the 60% range. And then, we always talk about, what does herd immunity mean? And different people have different opinions, but certainly not with 60-some percentage of the total community being vaccinated. I think everybody agree that's not where we'd want to be for herd immunity. So lots of different moving parts. Thanks for the question. We'll continue to monitor all the data and look at this issue.
Thank you. An excellent question from my colleagues. My question is really diving a bit into the emergency rental assistance. And I just wanted to get a check-in on, I've been reading articles about the deadline at the end of September and hearing concerns from the community that there might be some, leaving of funding on the table. And so I just wanted to check in specifically on that concern that has arisen a few times. And then I was also wondering with respect to sort of the, eviction moratoriums, and there are a variety of different legislative actions that have taken place, obviously at a local, state, and federal level, where we are in terms of some of those rolling back. So just any kind of an update on current status of tenant protections, and also just that question regarding leaving funding on the table and sort of this, use it or lose it deadline of the end of the month that I keep hearing about.
Dave, you want to hop in there and take that?
Sure. So thank you, board chair and members. I'm Dave Kiff. I'm the interim director of the CDC. We're certainly following the issues with the expenditure of funds through ERAP, and we've been focusing on the funds we have in hand, which are federal funds. As Tina mentioned, we have the federal round one funds in. We have checks coming in for federal funds round two. We've had some issues getting the state funds from round one. And we, along with a handful of other jurisdictions in the region, missed a deadline for an expenditure of those funds by August 1st of 2021. As such, we're going to need to ask that these funds be reallocated. And they need to be reallocated along with, I think, another batch, a similar, again, entities in similar situations to ours. It still allows an extensive program, the program that I think you folks have all envisioned, involving federal round one, round two, and state round two. And as Tina mentioned, we'll be bringing to your board on October 10th the authorization to move with state. And those funds, about 4 million of those need to be encumbered by Halloween. So, and we do think we can make that deadline. So we're obviously frustrated with where we find ourselves, but we're optimistic that the funds will, in the end, cover the needs of Sonoma County and Sonoma County's residents. And I don't know if that addressed your question directly, Chair Hopkins, but I'm happy to follow up if you had those.
I appreciate that additional information. So in terms of trying to petition the state, where are we on that advocacy in terms of the August 1st missed deadline? And what other, so are we sort of working with, sounds like a coalition of counties to try to secure that allocation? We
just begun this. We have just begun this. So literally today. So we need to see, we're working through Marissa and with our lobbyists to make sure that whether we're in partnership with others or alone, that this is still an important need for Sonoma County.
Thank you very much. If there's anything that we can do as the Board of Supervisors, making phone calls, sending text messages to our state elected officials, please do let us know, because I'm sure that we all agree that this is a very important issue and would love to help however we can.
Very much respect and appreciate that. This will be a full court press, and we may need your help, and we'll reach out.
Thank you so much. Another question that I have is just regarding the demand for the booster vaccines. Are we sort of doing some work to prepare for that? What are other counties doing? Are we expecting to have, a rapid and sudden dramatic surge on that? Because I mean, I've certainly heard interest from the community regarding the booster shots.
Yes, thank you for that question. It is a significant concern. As I mentioned, we did do projections to see what the number of booster demands would be. And if it were 8 months, it looked like it would be hitting in November, December, January. However, with the 6-month anticipated recommendation for booster interval, it looks like there's going to be a huge demand in October, November, December. We have had meetings with our federally qualified health centers, as well as with our medical partners, hospital partners, and they all are planning to gear up to be able to provide for their patients. However, there is significant concern that the numbers of people who will be eligible at this time is going to be significantly more than what all of these medical partners are going to be able to provide in a short period of time. So it's interesting to look at what other counties are doing once again. And many other counties, at least 4 that we're aware of, are planning to provide boosters within their system. Now, granted, some of these counties do have their own medical clinics. However, they are seeing this as a concern because of the increased demand that's going to come about. So it is something that I think we do need to keep in mind to be able to meet that demand. Of course, our focus is still on first and second doses. Our focus is on those who do not have medical homes. But I think it's important for us to keep in mind that there is going to be significant demand, and it will be instructive to see what others are doing and to try and come up with a plan, even if it's just for a targeted short amount of time, such that we can help this community to be able to achieve their the desire to receive boosters as well as to receive the pediatric vaccines.
And we will put out the message, of course, that you have had 2 doses of a Pfizer or Moderna or 1 dose of J&J, that you still have immunity. There may be some waning immunity, but not a lot, and you're still protected. So this is not the urgency of the first and second doses, but still, people are gonna. I do believe people, and a good chunk of our community is going to want boosters and want them as soon as possible. And I agree with Dr. Sunday that we just need to acknowledge that and be prepared to the best of our ability to ensure that we're meeting the needs.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions. So now if we want to turn to public comment, I'm going to first ask if there are any members of the public in person. No, there aren't. And Marcy, if you wouldn't mind going ahead and leading public comment on Zoom.
Absolutely. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app if you would like to comment on this item, which is number 14 on today's agenda, the COVID update. If you are a phone attendee, you would raise your hand by pressing *9. And thank you so much. There's one hand raised.
Great. We can go ahead with 2 minutes.
All right. And for this individual, you can please name the comment. Ronald, I'm seeing that you've unmuted. Are you able to begin your comment? Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Ronald Calloway. I am the superintendent of the Mark West School District, and I would just like to make a couple of comments on the future of the vaccines for the 5 to 11-year-olds. I am, as Ms. Rivera mentioned, an advocacy piece in bringing out information to families is going to be huge on this. We need to have both English and Spanish FAQs so that we can deliver them to the families before we reach the vaccines, which will probably be 4 to 6 weeks. We would like to know that we could pre-register parents to get the vaccines so that we can do that, but we just need the information on our end. So hopefully we can work together so that we can vaccinate our children. This is an equity issue and also an economic issue. By vaccinating our children, we can have parents at work and not staying home with children in quarantine situations, which is occurring now. One of the big issues we're facing is we have children who have the sniffles or colds, and we're sending them home because they have symptoms. Normal situation, this would just be a cold. But now they're out 3 to 5 days in a minimum because they can't access a test. So this is one of those issues. If they're vaccinated, they don't have to go, they can stay in school. So please, please, please work with the schools. Let's work hard, get these children vaccinated so that we can get our children educated and we keep our economic engine going. Thank you.
And thank you so much. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. And I will bring it back to the board for any additional comments or thoughts. Seeing none, the public commenter does raise a question, which is similar to the question that I asked about the surge for the boosters. What are we doing in terms of preparing for the kids that are my kids' age to potentially receive a vaccine in the weeks to come?
So far what we've been doing, we are beginning conversations with pediatric providers throughout the county to help them in being able to enroll for being able to administer vaccine within. We know that medical homes, we know that pediatricians and family practice offices are trusted locations, and we know, of course, that medical providers are trusted providers. So the hope is that majority of the vaccines will be given within the medical home. That being said, again, we are going to need to look into additional clinics, and we'll need to look into options for being able to do that, just because of the sudden number that are going to be eligible in a very short time. So planning is underway, but these are our concerns.
Thank you. Do we anticipate any supply challenges between sort of the potential for younger folks to be eligible around roughly the same time that we know the booster is rolling out?
Yeah, that's really going to be dependent on, at this point, Pfizer and their ability to put out that vaccine in large numbers. We haven't heard anything yet about the supply, given that the vaccines have not even been approved at this point. But that's something that's really at the federal and at the pharmacy level. I mean, at the Pfizer's level.
Thank you very much. Any other last questions from members of the board or thoughts? Wonderful. So thank you all so much for your work on the COVID-19 response. Really appreciate it. And I believe that is our last item before we take a lunch break. And then we do have the 1:30 time certain, which is the cannabis item. So we'll reconvene at 1:30 for cannabis.
Hey, good afternoon and welcome back. We're going to begin in just a moment while we get the slide down and sound up.
Hi, this is Rebecca, the interpreter. Could you give us the interpreter channels, please? Thank you. Oh, sorry. Let me change my name. Interpreter. It's Ashley and I, interpreter.
We will do that. Thank you so much, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Chair Hopkins and board, whenever you're ready in the chambers, we are ready to begin.
Thank you very much. And we're going to begin with a report out from the last closed session from Council Latham.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. On September 17th, 2021, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to discuss public employee appointment, Director of Health Services, Agency Negotiator Christina Kramer, Director of Human Resources, and Wendy Brown, President of Wendy Brown Creative Partners. No reportable action. That concludes the report from September 17th. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council. And with that, we are going to move to item 17, the Cannabis Ordinance Multi-Tenant Urgency Moratorium. And joining me today is Agricultural Commissioner Andrew Smith, Deputy County Counsel Sita Kutera, Deputy Director of Planning Scott Orr, and our Cannabis Ombudsperson, Nicole Miller. So I'll hand it over to you for the presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Hopkins, Supervisors, County Administrator, and County Council. Thank you for allowing us to bring this item to you today and for your consideration of a multi-tenant moratorium. I'm your County Ag Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures, Andrew Smith. And as indicated, I'm joined on the panel by Deputy Counsel Sita Kutera, Deputy Director of Permit Sonoma Scott Orr, and Cannabis Ombudsperson McCall Miller from the County Administrator's Office. I'd like to start the presentation and discussion today by clearly defining what we are and are not here for today. We are not here today to discuss a blanket moratorium on permitting cannabis cultivation in the county until a new project has been fully scoped and an EIR conducted for that project. To reiterate, we're not here for a blanket moratorium on all permitting. We are, however, here to discuss a moratorium on a specific provision found in our current cannabis land use ordinance. And we are here to discuss a moratorium on that provision for multi-tenant operations. The county, and specifically the Department of Agriculture, Weights and Measures, have received significant and sustained input from stakeholders on both sides of the issue relative to the misuse and/or abuse of this provision. While established with good intentions, the multi-tenant operation provision found in section 2688-254, subsection F2, is flawed. This provision was established to reduce barriers for entry for small farmers. Excuse me, I forgot to load the PowerPoint. Pardon me. While established with good intentions, the multi-tenant operation provision is flawed. It was originally intended to reduce barriers to entry for small farmers, especially those that were zoned out of the ag residential and rural residential zoning designations, as well as those that were pushed out of the.
Sorry for the interruption. Supervisor Corsi has a question.
Could you fit the slides to the frame there so we can see the whole thing?
Oh, I apologize.
Thank you.
There we go.
Can you see that now?
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. Was intended to reduce barriers to entry for small farmers, those that were zoned out and those that couldn't meet the minimum parcel size of initially 5 acres and subsequently the minimum parcel size of 10 acres. It allowed a property owner to lease to multiple small-scale operators, each of whom could obtain a ministerial zoning permit, provided the property size and total cultivated canopy area did not exceed the maximum of 1 acre. Because each of these multi-tenant operators permits are ministerial zoning permits, Each permit is approved if it meets the set standards in the cannabis land use ordinance. As such, these permits do not receive full environmental review that the discretionary use permits receive according to the Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. Additionally, the ministerial zoning permit process does not provide for public comment or administrative appeal. Furthermore, the provision as currently written and implemented has focused more on the identity of the applicants and the relationship between the applicants rather than solely on the land use intended by the project or projects in this case today. Applicants meet the current standard for being multi-tenant if the companies do not share a cannabis business owner and if the applicants are not close family members. In staff's view, the current standards do not allow us to effectively distinguish truly multi-tenant operations that would meet the board's original intent of the provision. Again, the provision as of now has been more about the who as the entity applying rather than the what, the proposed land use or the project. In several instances, the same multi-tenant applicants have applied for ministerial zoning permits together on 3 or 4 separate, and in some cases, contiguous parcels throughout the county. As a result of this, there may be multiple acres of cannabis cultivation that have been subject to ministerial review rather than discretionary review. This anomaly has led to a perception by industry and citizen stakeholders alike, as well as staff, to perceive this as an abuse of the provision and its original intent, thus presenting a potential for challenge as to the identity and relationships of applicants. Finally, the state licensing authority as the lead agency for CEQA compliance has determined recently that more environmental review may be necessary at the local level for multiple tenant operations in order to review the cumulative impacts of that land use on a parcel and across a landscape in the case of contiguous parcels. Furthermore, the provision has been observed by the state to not exist in other jurisdictions and is unique to Sonoma County's cannabis land use ordinance. The state licensing authority has already begun correspondence with cultivators in the county about the need for more environmental review. This means that while multi-tenant applicants may have a path to streamline ministerial permits at the local level, they may still need to undergo full environmental review at the state level. Due to staffing, expertise, and location, it is preferable from the state's perspective that this environmental review be completed at the local level. For discretionary permits, once the county has completed environmental review, the state must generally rely on that for the issuance of a state license. Therefore, if our multi-tenant provision and permitting pathway presents applicants with a dead end to achieving state licensure, then it again is not fulfilling its original intent. A moratorium on multi-tenant operations at the local level does not prohibit the establishment of multi-tenant operations from existing. Rather, it identifies that the appropriate place for multi-tenant operations be achieved through state licensure after the cumulative and maximum intended land use is reviewed through a discretionary process at the local level, meaning that people can get a use permit at the local level and then sublease for individuals to acquire a state license for a smaller area than that acre permitted. It is for these collective reasons that we identify a need to establish a moratorium on the multi-tenant provision 2688-254 subsection F2 of our current cannabis land use ordinance. Now, what would this mean for current permittees that are already in operation, some for multiple years, as well as those that have applied for but not yet received permits and are utilizing this provision? Under the proposed multi-tenant provision moratorium, new outdoor zoning permits would be limited to 10,000 square feet per eligible parcel in the diversified ag and land extensive ag zoning designations, the DA and LEA, and 25 plants not to exceed 2,500 square feet in the land intensive agricultural zoning designation, or LIA. This means that anything over 10,000 square feet of cultivation will require a use permit. This identifies a uniform standard of permit review regardless of who the applicant is, thus addressing the issue of review based on the person or entity applying rather than use. This interim moratorium will last for 45 days. Staff would like to return on October 26, 2021 for the board to consider a 2-year extension of this moratorium. This interim moratorium will also extend the life and effective dates of current permits through this 45-day window. Current multi-tenant permittees will be subject to the following ordinance section 2688-250 subsection E, which states in part that any permit renewal submitted prior to the expiration of the current effective permit will continue until a final determination is made on the land use application. We would like to bring additional policy options to the board for consideration on October 26th, which could require a use permit application be submitted and deemed complete and accepted within a certain number of days from establishment of the moratorium to be eligible to continue operation at the current baseline activity, or remove or extend permit terms for existing multi-tenant permits, potentially limit the scope of use permits renewal application to those baseline operations or substantially similar applications, or an expiration of multi-tenant permits and only allow 10,000 square feet to continue. Staff believe that significant investments have been made by current operators utilizing the multi-tenant provision over the past 4 years, and that some of these operators are struggling to survive in the licensed cannabis market due to the cultivation canopy limits and current pricing in the market, and any opportunity for them to remain in operation whilst a use permit is pursued will help them to remain viable as businesses, as well as to afford the cost of discretionary permitting. We as a county worked in the development of this ordinance to provide both a ministerial pathway to permitting, as well as establishing a multi-tenant provision with the intent of creating a pathway for the smaller producers in our local industry, those that have built this industry in California and Sonoma County. Unfortunately, the provision and ultimately the pathway that it represents and was intended to provide are found to be flawed. As such, we must now work to find an alternative that will provide a better level of environmental review, as well as to preserve the industry that we have here in the county. For this reason, staff recommends that the board adopt a multi-tenant ministerial zoning permit moratorium and direct staff to develop policy options for current multi-tenant permittees, and that we return to the board on October 26th for the board to consider an extension of this moratorium, as well as to hear policy options relative to a transitional pathway. Thank you very much for your time today. Staff is available to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'll bring it back to the board for any questions. Supervisor Abbott?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the work. Appreciate it. And I have a question regarding the CEQA consequences of moving forward, and what constitutes a project and how is it determined? By parcel, even if the parcel is owned by the same individual? So I'm imagining that there are parcels out there. There are many multi-parcel, single ownership examples. If someone came in and owned 4 individual parcels, put 10,000 square feet on each parcel, still under the same overall ownership, and did it within a reasonable time period from one another, what's the review? Does it go to a cumulative impact, or is it 4 distinct ministerial permits? And how is that different than what we're trying to overcome now?
We would consider that 4 distinct ministerial permits. The ordinance provides for a ministerial permit up to 10,000 square feet on each parcel. The impacts of perhaps cumulative impacts are generally evaluated through the various studies that are required even under the ministerial standards for water impacts, for example, biotic resources, cultural resources, those sorts of things. When the authority is limited to a ministerial permit, then we really don't get into the piecemealing discussion. Each of those permits is statutorily exempt from CEQA. And so unless it is somehow part of a larger project, which is kind of the piecemealing question that you're looks at who the project proponents are, whether there's independent utility, whether they're using the same infrastructure and those kinds of things. Generally on separate parcels, they're going to have independent utility, separate infrastructure, lots of these things that support them being a separate project that are individually eligible for ministerial permits.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that information.
Supervisor Corsi?
Thank you. Question about our current CEQA process and how this fits into that effort. These multi-tenant operations need to renew every year, and as they come up for renewal, they will go into a conditional use permit situation under one permit for however many tenants are on the property. How does that work while we are in the process of doing countywide CEQA? Will they be able to be permitted before that CEQA is completed? The CEQA process is completed, or are they going to be basically, I don't know how to put it, but kind of in limbo until the CEQA process is done?
Our current cannabis land use ordinance is still operable, adopted in 2016 and amended in 2018. So we're still able to accept permit applications and review them and issue them under the current land use ordinance. The separate, larger kind of cannabis program update is a separate project that's still in the scoping phase, distinct from the program that we've been operating under and that the county is currently authorized to issue permits under. So to answer your question more directly, the applicants, the current multi-tenant permittees, would be able to renew for a use permit under the current land use ordinance and the standards and provisions that are in place right now.
So as I understand it, there are about 20 sites that will come under that, come into that process sometime during the next year to join however many are already in that process. And I'd like Permit Sonoma to talk about their capacity to deal with that kind of influx of work over the next year or so.
Thank you, Supervisor. It would be a very significant increase in work. To date, I believe we've approved approximately 58 cannabis use permits. So to add another potential 20, is a large amount, and there would be a lot of pressure to make sure that the entitlements were in place before the permits came up for expiration, because they're already operating. We don't want to be setting up people to have to fully demobilize and let their permits finish and then kind of start back up again. That would be very destructive to our local farmers, local economy. That being said, the CEQA process and all discretionary permits are significant. As we've learned over these last few years, it's very likely we'd be looking at Board of Zoning adjustments, potentially Board of Supervisors on a lot of them, given the types of comments that we've been receiving so far. So, we'll take all work that comes our way, but potentially 20 use permits is a significant load.
So just one other question here, and that is, we haven't talked about it much, but part of the problem with these multi-tenant operations is that they're not always a loose group of folks who are looking for a place to grow. That they're actually related in some way, and perhaps even in business together, which was not the intent. And that seems like, there seems like two tiers of what we want to deal with here. Compliance, state and with the county. The other is to have people not be gaming the system that we have set up. And would it not make more target the folks who are gaming the system and let the people who are operating under the intent of the original intent of this section of the ordinance continue?
Andrew, you can jump in after me if you like, but I'll take the start with a response. And one is that even if we accurately determine who truly meets the original intent of multi-tenant, what we've gotten from potential challengers of permits that are in process is that we could still see a challenge based on CEQA piecemealing, based on kind of the fundamental issue of the provision that it is not necessarily looking at the full project, but at the identity of the applicants that are applying. So even if they are separate companies. The other issue that we've run into is that it's a really in-depth analysis to try to determine whether these businesses have a business owner in common. And the cannabis ordinance defines cannabis business owner, and it's pretty broad, individual with control or management over the company. And it's an in-depth process that isn't exactly suited for a land use evaluation. So it's not clear that there would be a good ministerial way to determine who is truly multi-tenant and who isn't.
Yeah, it would be, and I think from a ministerial perspective in our department's review and acceptance and review of projects, it would become quite an administrative burden to really follow the person and their connections to the other people, as far as like arm's length legal principles of, following the money. And then in the end, it still puts us in a place where we're evaluating more the entity or the person applying rather than the land use itself. And
Understood. You don't have forensic accountants working in ag weights and measures. Thank you.
Other questions from members of the board? Supervisor Gorin?
I think my questions have been answered. My questions really were about as if, in fact, the board agrees with the short moratorium and we go through what has been already permitted and the applications pending, how are we going to verify that indeed those are each small individual growers involved complying with the intent of what we were attempting to do? And I think you've answered that, but if you have any other response, I'm welcome. I'm interested in hearing it. Thanks.
Any additional feedback from staff or just what was stated earlier?
I think we covered that. I would just say that, what would happen here with, say, 85 plus individual permits applied for by an individual person or an LLC that individual established in their name, that we'd be consolidating those through the use permit process from 85 to about 20 or 22, depending on the site, depending on what those individual applicants want. But yeah, there would be a significant consolidation in the number of projects.
Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, Andrew, I want to commend you on a first for me at a Board of Supervisors hearing, which is you used the Shakespearean word whilst in your presentation. All jokes aside, serious issue here today. You guys, I think, appropriately outlaid as starting off your presentation by saying, we are not here today we are here today too, okay? But I want to go back a step further and address and do a little Q&A with you guys on why we are here today. Okay. If I look at the staff report and I go through things, it appropriately lays out, I think, it starts the conversation about the original intent of the policy, the supervisors, right? And so on one side, we had a ministerial process operator to apply for 10,000 square feet outdoor on agriculture land to be able to start a process. That is, in fact, the only ministerial process that we had from the beginning, which was, I would call it the green light, right? Like, we have red light, places you can't grow. We have, I would call orange as at best, more like amber is the entire use permit process, which is just a very difficult, expensive, long process. And then ministerial would be the green light process. So what it lays out in the report is really a discussion about how if you're able to, if one person would be able to apply for 10,000 square feet under one permit, multiple tenants on one piece of land or on multiple parcels, if they purchased those and kept them contiguous, could have not only 40,000 square feet on one piece of land, but if there was multiple parcels, that might be 3 or 4 parcels, which would be, in effect, we're talking about more than 100,000 square feet of outdoor cannabis contiguous to each other. That's what I'm reading into the report. So I want you guys to, I want you to tell me and tell us exactly what you're seeing out there so that we can understand if this is a situation of just applicability to the program and how people are applying, or what's the ground truth out there.
Sure. So when we get the applications in, they come with site plans, and each individual submits that site plan, and we evaluate that as a standalone application. There are separation criteria between each applicant that are drawn out and identified in site plans on those maps that pertain to the location of that cultivation on that given parcel. We approve those permits, then they're put into action. And while they may maintain identification of each individual permittee and licensee, they tend to share resources and put a similar watering plan or irrigation plan and fertigation plan across the 40,000 square feet, really kind of blurring the lines of separation between a single permittee. And in some cases, when the state licensing authority has been out there to inspect a site, their interpretation is that 40,000 square foot amalgam of 4 separate 10,000 square foot operators is being operated as one entity. And that's what we confirm when we go out there, is that while they maintain separation with identification, the operations are more or less being operated as a single 40,000 square foot plot. And that's where we get into concerns about, whether the individuals are more closely related than not, and how they intend to operate these sites. When you compare that single site to, say, a group of parcels that are contiguous, we still apply the baseline parcel line setbacks to every operation, meaning 100 foot in from every property line and 300 feet from any adjacent residence or business structure on an adjacent parcel. So they're never ever joined up as we might imagine they would be at a parcel line. We're always maintaining those 100-foot setbacks to maintain that separation criteria for specific operators on separate parcels.
Appreciate that. I think it's an interesting point, because in my mind, the idea of a multi-tenant operation would be to share common agriculture support systems, i.e. irrigation, fertigation, infrastructure, and other things. So I don't, I want to separate these. I don't, to me, that's not, I don't think that's the thing that's that's at play here. The question to you is and you all is that it's more the cumulative impact, you would say, is that, so it's the amount of that has grown, whether it's through a series of LLCs or whether it's one person identifying it's how much cannabis is being grown on a piece of land, and does that require environmental review and further review? So back to this point about what the staff presentation says is if somebody was going to apply for 40,000 square feet of outdoor, would they be able to? Would that have to be through a use permit? If it wasn't through the, go ahead.
If you were a single operator applying for something larger than 10,000 square feet, it would be through a use permit.
Question for context: do we know how many acres of cannabis are grown in Sonoma County?
There are approximately 40 acres of cannabis grown in Sonoma County.
So I think that's an important thing for us to recognize and talk about, as well as let me ask another question, maybe a legal question, and I don't know how. I'll just let the response come as it may, which is let me go back to the reason why we're here today. You're bringing this up, but I also, probably like my colleague Supervisor Gorin and some of my other colleagues, have gotten pounded by a lot of emails that are questioning this program, and not just emails from neighbors that are questioning projects being put in, but we're getting a lot of notes from lawyers saying that this would not be applicable under CEQA and under environmental review. Counselor, how do you respond to that?
We have received the same comments, and that's what kind of spurred us to look at this more. Yep. So what the commenters are saying, that piecemealing forbids chopping up a project into smaller pieces in order to diminish the environmental impacts of what the larger project actually would cause. And so the challengers have posed that reviewing these as each individual permit constitutes CEQA piecemealing. It's not a perfect fit because these are each individual ministerial permits, and none of them triggers CEQA in the first place. But looking at the identity of the applicant as opposed to the full scope of what's happening on the parcel is counter to general land use practices that we use in regulation. So it makes this an unusual provision for cannabis, and by removing this provision, we would be treating it as other land uses are treated and permitted and reviewed.
Well, I think the question at play here is number one is, if we look at the context, we as a board, in an ad hoc, we actually brought potential revisions to the cannabis ordinance that was challenged under CEQA by certain groups as not even those changes not being valid under a CEQA review, which could have been a lengthy and expensive process to not achieve any result. We as a board decided to come back and reboot on the environmental impact report. My assumption at that time was that this provision, as all provisions, would be included in that, right? Is that we'd be looking at outdoor, we'd be looking at multi-tenant, we'd be looking at what are conditional permit reviews, where's the green light area, which is something that I've personally championed, is finding, not just saying where this doesn't go, but finding where it does go. So now I guess the question here is that, so even though this would be intended to be reviewed as all the other provisions of cannabis going forward, the reason we're here today is because also we're being challenged by neighbors and by representatives, lawyers of neighbors. And I won't even ask you for a response on that. I will just state that because I think it's important to have out there. So the question really, that behooves us, and I'm looking forward to public comment and then coming back here, is really where do we go from here? Because On one side, somebody might say that this is a loophole that somebody has come through and done above and beyond and bigger things. But on the other side, I have a firm belief that one of the reasons people are frustrated and that business operations are going is because we've been unable to process a lot of normal permits and get things through. And so as much as just for those folks who are watching in, we got folks out here and had folks here last year yelling from outside that we want to stop their right to farm. I just want to provide the context that I understand the frustration in the community that we haven't been able to get to a clear policy. And I understand the frustration at taking these things up piecemeal as policies today. So I want to thank you all for the presentation and for helping me get that context. And I look forward to my colleagues' questions and our deliberation.
Excellent questions, Supervisor Gore. I have a few follow-up questions on sort of CEQA and if some of our previously approved ministerial projects are then transitioned into a use permit process. Talk me through what that means from a CEQA perspective in terms of pre-existing use, right? Is it a very high bar, like we're acting like this is a brand new project, or is it acknowledging the pre-existing use that has taken place on the property as a result of the ministerial process?
Under CEQA, if the use permit were to come in on these, first staff will look at the baseline conditions, and the baseline are what exists on the property today. So if there's an acre of outdoor cannabis being grown on the property, that would be part of the baseline conditions. And CEQA instructs that we look at the changes to the environment based on that new approval. So the environmental review of the use permit would generally focus on those changes. And Scott, I don't know if you want to add anything on what that process might look like.
No, I think you covered it fairly well. They would be probably a shorter term process than going through our current use permits where it's really from scratch, or in some cases penalty relief where we don't have that documented permit history that kind of sets that baseline. So I think they would be more straightforward than a lot of the use permits that we've seen, but it would still be case by case and really dependent on what was proposed to be modified.
So if you had a project that was proposing conditions that were identical to the existing baseline conditions, i.e. a sort of continuity of operations for these projects, what would be grounds for rejection? Or would it be sort of a process wherein it seems pretty clear that this would be approved because it already was approved, it already is in existence on the property?
I'd say that if a project was otherwise in alignment with the code, the baseline wasn't changing at all, that it's more the process that's time consuming rather than the components of the project. If nothing else is changing, that doesn't change the fact that it has to go through CEQA noticing, Board of Zoning adjustments potential, and then go through the kind of chain of appeals potentially.
And, oh, sorry, Sita, it looked like you were going to lean in.
Oh, I was just going to add that even if a project is CEQA exempt, and a lot of these may be eligible for CEQA exemptions, barring some sort of unusual circumstance, the county and your board still has discretionary authority and would be reviewing those use permit findings. So there may still be opportunities to condition a project or reasons to condition a project differently than it was approved ministerially. So there's still those discretionary authorities that are kind of in conjunction with CEQA, but not just limited to environmental review.
Thank you. And follow-up question, do we have an estimate for the length of time or the amount of money that would be required to go through this process, recognizing that it may be streamlined compared to a from scratch project?
I'll jump in on that. I'd say that on average, our cannabis use permits that go all the way through the board are running at about $50,000. So I think that if they were categorically exempt, but did have to go all the way through the board, I think we'd probably be looking at more like 30. But it's still a significant amount of money. Essentially for a renewal, especially, it's a lot of money.
And how much have folks already invested in this process? Like how much are they paying for the ministerial permits? So say you have 4 stacked permits, right? And that cost, that investment has already been made. How does that compare compared to the cost of a use permit?
Each ministerial permit application is approximately $3,900. So 39 times 4, $15,600. Approximately. There may be other costs incurred along the way based on a cultural resource referral and need for a cultural resource survey, or other expenses that are unforeseen that may be required for them to prove compliance with the standard.
Thank you. And then, I just want to follow up on the line of questioning that Supervisor Gore was going into with respect to looking at, parcel properties. And, this is one of the things that kind of drives me crazy about the ordinance, right? Is that you could have 100 acres that just happens to be chopped up into 4 different parcels, right? You could have 100 acres that is just a single parcel. And yet we essentially have different caps based upon these lines, not really based upon concentration within a parcel, or for instance, setbacks to neighboring dwellings. So, and ultimately, right, another question that I guess I have is there any other crop in which we require a use permit for 1 acre of cultivation out of, say, 100 on a parcel?
None that I am aware of as far as use permitting for a crop. Also, with that, a use permit for a crop whose location needs to remain static on a parcel.
Thank you for that. And to the sort of earlier point, could you just clarify? So say you have 100 acres, right? It's in 5 parcels. That would mean that you would have a 1 acre cap per parcel. Is that correct?
That's
Whereas
correct.
100 acres that is just 1 parcel would have a 1 acre cap.
That's correct.
And I certainly hope that this is a conversation that we can continue to have as we move forward with the EIR, because it just sort of boggles my mind in a way that we're not really looking at the setbacks or at the concentration or even about sort of the cumulative impacts on a given area. We're really looking at these lines that are sort of chopped up based on sometimes very odd idiosyncratic subdivision histories, certainly in West County. Those are all of my questions. Any other final questions from members of the board? I see Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, I want to go down the rabbit hole on this a little bit. So one option we have which is before us, is a 45-day moratorium. Presents you with the opportunity to come back in October, review both the original intent, the application, and the renewals and other things, and come back to us with more. Is that right? Is that the proposal? Okay, I see nodding heads. Thank you. The second thing is whether we want to do nothing, right, and keep the policy going as it is. And then the third is, I guess we could give you a direction to staff, but then you'd still need to process whatever permits are ongoing at the same time. I see kind of those 3 things. So if I want to understand this as best I can, as clear as you can be, from a legal perspective, if we do not take action on a moratorium and the county moves forward with permitting and other things, talk to me, Sita, not specifically, but generally about if there are challenges to our ordinance, what we could expect to see, how that process works. Do those come directly to this board and to the supervisors? Do they come to the planning commission? If there's individuals who file CEQA lawsuits, does that go to the Superior Court? Does that come back and review all permits that were already granted and this one or otherwise? Can you give us as good of a chance of an overview of how this works?
Sure. If the moratorium isn't adopted and the multi-tenant provision is kept in place, then the Department of Ag would continue to process these multi-tenant permits. And as those are issued, each could be subject to a CEQA challenge or other challenge based on another theory. And those would go directly to Superior Court. So ministerial permits under this ordinance in the purview of the Ag Commissioner are not subject to any kind of administrative appeal. And by this point, the ordinance challenge on the ordinance itself is long past. So each of these challenges would be on the issuance of individual permits as violating either the ordinance because the applicants are not truly multi-tenant, or violating CEQA, issuing multi-tenant permits in general. So it wouldn't come back to your board. These would go to Superior Court and we would litigate those issues.
Thank you.
Supervisor Corsi?
I just want to make sure that we are speaking the same language here. Supervisor Gore mentioned the opening statement, Mr. Smith, that this is not a blanket moratorium on cultivation. It is a moratorium on multi-tenant applications. But what we're really being asked to do today is begin a process that will eliminate the multi-tenant provision of the ordinance. Is that accurate? We're talking about eliminating this, not just a moratorium, which implies a pause, but we're talking about eventual elimination. That one person couldn't sublet 10,000 feet to other people, but it's a request to start a process to eliminate this, not just have a pause.
Yes, the moratorium would lead to a repeal of that specific provision within the ordinance. It would no longer exist in the current cannabis land use ordinance. Is that accurate, Council?
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we're being very clear about what we're doing.
Any other final questions before we move to public comment? All right, so I believe that there are a number of folks who would like to address the board in the chambers in public comment. So we can go ahead and we will be formally opening the public hearing and allowing folks to enter the chambers. And Marcy, I'm wondering if you could let us know how many folks are online, and if I could ask the members of the public who are participating by Zoom to go ahead and raise their virtual hand so that we can provide an estimate for the number of people that were anticipated to speak so we can set the appropriate time.
Chair Hopkins, this is Karen Larkin. There are at least 20 plus people waiting in Zoom to speak.
Okay, and I'm guessing that there are, and I don't know if, is there any sense of how many folks are outside? I'm guessing similar number? We think about 20, 10, okay. Yes. So we will limit this to, based on, we've got about 40 people. Let's go to 90 seconds for this one.
There's a lot of time given to explain this. You should at least do 2 or 3 minutes, please.
All right, thank you very much. You're welcome to begin.
How much time?
90 seconds.
I'm Cactus Pete, often bitter.
And please do maintain your facial covering.
Okay,
well,
let's
thank you
start
very
my time
much.
over again.
We will.
I am Cactus Pete, often bitter, sometimes sweet. To law enforcement veterans, I am Supreme Commander Peter Alexander of the Rebellion. To all you smokers, jokers, and midnight tokers, seed sowers, growers, and flamethrowers, we've seen medicinal green turn into medicinal greed, where 90% of the growers have been ousted and insane permits, and 65% of every dollar goes to lawyers. I am prepared to extricate all bar lawyers out of this medicinal operation. The current calamity is just like the COVID PSYOPs hoax, demanding we remain on our knees with the mask of Mephistocles. The 25th begins the strike on the Oakland port. There will be supporting and strengthening this California strike will be American veterans, truckers, bikers, car clubs, labor, and law enforcement, all of which, be clear, refuse to swab or vaccine. There will be no more mortgages or rents being paid, and we will shut down all finances and the economy. It's the common sense and constitutional convention. The truckers will begin arriving on the 25th on the Oakland port, and everything begins on the 26th. American veterans, after this is all over, the 40-day strike, and each town and city will be provided 2 greenhouses, one for veggies, greens, and fruits, and the second for medicinal green. This is not open to discussion or negotiation with any city servants, and our permit be the U.S. Constitution. This 40-day prophetic strike is the powwow. There will be yoga, drum circles, talking circles,
And your time is
we
up.
will
Thank you very
be releasing Leonard Peltier.
Thank you very much. And if you could put up your mask since the deputy's approaching you.
I'd rather die than comply. This is all bullshit with the mask, and you all know it. See ya.
And for our next speaker, do you want me to sanitize that since he wasn't wearing a mask with the microphones? Okay, are you okay? Just wanted to offer.
Right on. Well, I want to just thank you for taking the time to talk to me today. I am a 28-year-old kid, and I was able to do what my dream is, which is grow cannabis with this moratorium, or well, with the moratorium that you guys are trying to put into effect on the multi-tenant thing. And it just, I really urge for it not to happen because it just allows like a kid like me to chase the American dream and like continue to grow with other people and members of the community as well. We're not out here trying to find loopholes and make things easier. We want to pay taxes. We want to work with like everyone and make it happen. It just is hard to do because of the timing. I mean, I have a manufacturing warehouse in Santa Rosa. The CUP process when we were told it was going to take 6 to 12 months. And that's not really fair because of the cost of rent. We have to pay rent on our property before we can put in for licensing or anything like that. So it's like we're stuck with all these bills that add up. Yeah, the permitting fee may be only $3,900, but I pay rent for, 6 months until I can get that permit. So now I'm stuck paying an extra $30,000 just on rent and all these other things. And it's just, I think the permitting process needs to be faster rather than taking so long. I understand everything needs to be reviewed, but maybe there can be a compromise between the growers and the city and everything like that to where we can still do what we want to do just in a timely manner. There's only 40 acres of canopy in Sonoma County.
And
there's
thank you
70,000
very
acres
much.
of grapes.
That
That's all
does
I'm saying.
conclude your time. Would you mind mentioning your name, at least your first name for the record of the
Yes,
clerk?
it's Mackenzie Marker.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks for coming down today. Take care. And I would welcome our next speaker. And we'll just go ahead and start the timer whenever you start speaking and introduce yourself. Good to see you.
Good morning, board. My name is Vince Schulten. I own NorCal Growers in Sebastopol. I'm also the president of the Hessel Farmers Grange. So I'm speaking to you from a lot of small farmers. This moratorium is really to force the big guys to not be finding the loopholes. And that is the problem. I personally am being allowed 10,000 square feet on my 15 acres of property. I have 2 acres of greenhouses. And we had a friend whose farm burned down. We gave her 10,000 square feet of our space to use. That would be against your moratorium and would not be allowed. These are separate entities, but yet we're going to be persecuted for it. If you allowed me to have 40,000 square feet, it would be a different story. That's not the case the way the county has laid out the rules. I would really urge you to not adopt this moratorium, to look at the big guys and what they're doing to go through these loopholes and going against this ordinance, because it is harming the little guys, the little farmers who have been striving in this county. I've had a nursery here for 50 years, and yet still 4 years after applying for this permit, I still am not growing and do not have a permit. How is this possible, folks? I just really urge you to be fair to the little farmers who founded this industry and support people like Luther Burbank.
Thank you.
This county is found on agriculture.
Thank you very much for your comments today. I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to come speak to us. And welcome up to the microphone.
Hi, I'm Kim Gardner and I actually was in the use permit program. I was in penalty relief. I gave my hydrology report 2 weeks late, even though I had prior asked for permission to do that. Then I was thrown out of the penalty relief program because that was not okay. And tried to sell the property, could have then ended up figuring out that there was the ag pathway for me. I pulled my CUP, put it in the ag. We're trying to survive. You know, the mortgage rates and, you know, you guys know what property costs around here. So we have to keep doing business. If we are pushed into this other pathway, I think the big question that wasn't really answered today, maybe you guys haven't figured it out yet, is if you're pushing us into the use program, are we allowed to keep operating so that we don't go out of business and you end up with farms being foreclosed around and you've pushed out the little guys because we can't afford it? Another question I had was the piecemeal issue. For the 10Ks that we're doing, our biological analysis is for the entire acre. Our hydro analysis is for the entire acre of water use. Well, the entire 40,000 square feet. And an acre is max anyway. So it seems like that would be a simple fix. Just make the people who are applying for these ministerial permits and have the entire space analyzed. And then you can tell the water use and then it would
Thank you
seem to
very
eliminate
much.
piecemeal. So
Thank you for taking your time to be here today. I
Thank
appreciate your feedback. Take care. And welcome. Nice to see you today.
Hello, board. Thank you very much for taking on such a controversial issue. I know you guys are getting hammered from all angles. But I'm here today. Well, first of all, my name's Cody Leck, and I'm here today to beg you guys not to push through this moratorium. We are all very aware that there are a few small players that are using a loophole to gain like multi-acre operations, but there are a significant amount of entrepreneurs that have moved into properties and stuff and put our life savings on the line to like build ourselves a farm and create a home and a community. We've planted fruit trees. We have pigs. We have chickens. We have vegetable gardens. We've cleaned up these old, broken down, run down farms. We've repaired the fences. Like all of our neighbors were a part of the SOS groups and stuff. Now that they've known us, they've taken down their signs. None of my neighbors have a problem with me as an operational. They stop at our fence line to like talk to me and my fiance and our newborn sons. Like these people just have this misconception of who we are as farmers and operators. And we want to talk about environmental impacts and stuff. All around my farm, there are tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of gallons of liquid manure spread all over the county side. No one wants to bring this up when we talk about smells and cannabis. They're spreading manure at the exact same time that my garden's stinky. You cannot smell my garden over the smell of tens of thousands of acres of liquid manure being spread all around me. That is a moot point. Is there an environmental impact report for all of that liquid manure running down into Stimple Creek?
Thank you very much. That is your time. Congratulations on the new baby and extend my congratulations to your fiance as well. Thanks for coming and joining us today. Take care. And welcome up to the microphone. Just a reminder for anyone who's still waiting to speak. We do, since we haven't done this in a while, right? We do have the red, yellow, and green system up there. So it'll start out green, and then when we've got 30 seconds left, it'll shift to yellow, and then when your time's up, it'll go to red. So.
Sounds good. Hi, I'm Randy Knight and own a property that's over 30 acres. And I believe that we were some of the first permits allowed in the county in Sebastopol. And it's been a really wonderful experience having that and having the income from it. It really, really helps cover the mortgage of this property. And I don't know where we'd be when we ran into problems with COVID and our income declined there. So this was a real godsend. I just want to say that it's just baffling to me why there's so much hesitance to allow a business to develop here. By creating these limitations of 10,000 square feet doesn't allow, this county to become competitive with other counties in California and certainly with other states. And I'm just a big proponent of allowing this to expand and grow beyond what the current limitations are. So to curtail that further really just doesn't make much sense to me. I just want to say that there's good people that are managing that. They're a pleasure to be around. In my particular situation, the smell isn't bothering any neighbors. It's just littered with cow pastures everywhere around there. So I think that there should be, you should look deeper into more options for the properties that really work well for this.
Thank you so much for sharing your testimony today. Nice to see you and take care. Welcome. Good to see you. We've missed seeing you in person as much
This
with
actually
the
coming
pandemic.
in. It's better to see y'all in person than on
For
a
sure.
darn Zoom meeting.
For sure.
Anyways, hold on, let me get my thing pulled up. I'm David
Yeah.
Dripps. Y'all know. Anyway, I think we should just go ahead and leave the discretion to the state. If the state during the licensing process sees that there's a problem with needing more CEQA or whatever, more environmental, whatever, the state's going to do that. Let them do that. Like, I think we're taking too much concern here when the state is already done with most of this. Like my example, state was done with me 4 years ago. I still don't got my county permit yet. State's been out there. I mean, Fish and Game, the Water Board, y'all's code enforcement folks, the Ag Department. I mean, I get 6 or 10 visits a year now for several years. Why are we wasting time on an emergency vote for this? How about an emergency vote to go ahead and finalize the 12 of us left standing in penalty relief after 5 years now? We've proven through multiple times, of the Fish and Game folks and the Water Board folks and the forestry folks and, everybody coming out to the farm. I mean, Mr. Rabbit's been to my farm before. I don't think I'm too close to anybody really bothering anybody, other than some folks do or don't like the look of my fence. That's about the biggest concern, it seems to be about my farm. But I've already been through all the state science and all the state administrative review process. Why am I still in limbo 5 years later? I mean, with all the multiple inspections that I've had, it's not like I'm failing inspections when they come out, you guys. So why am I still in limbo? Why are we wasting time trying to close one of the few pathways left for small farmers who were squeezed out 5-6 years ago by the ordinances? It's a pathway that's necessary. And
Thank
you can actually, situationally by situation.
Thank you very
examine the
much, David.
business
And
document.
unfortunately, your time is up. But I hear your points
He would yield to his
and I
time for me.
appreciate it. We can't do that. Unfortunately, we're not aggregating, but feel free to email us if you have anything else.
One last thing.
Thank you.
Formation documents and the metric.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care. Oh, okay, great. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah.
And we're having a little hard time hearing you. I don't know if you could come a little bit closer to the microphone. That would be great.
Hi, my name is Deborah,
Perfect.
and I've been in the cannabis industry for quite a few years. I'm more on compliance and regulations. And this moratorium that's being proposed really interests me because you're trying to avoid an abuse of the system. And what you don't consider is the fact that when the business formulation documents are created, every owner is listed on that business formulation documents by the state of California. So you can get the information you need if you just look at those documents per license. And then the other is that I like the question that was brought up that no other agricultural land is subject to a review or a conditional permit review for 1 acre, as well as the fact that the cultural reviews and the CEQA reviews that are proposed by the county are going to add an excessive additional cost to the county when you already have these permits and these processes in place. Just like David said, the state goes through every steps of these reviews to each license and provisional all the way up to annual. And it takes 3 years, and they will have every one of those requests for those permits and studies for CEQA as well as for water resources and other items. I do not think that this moratorium would be beneficial to our county, considering that it will have this type of excessive cost and be repeating the same type of reviews that the state actually already does.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. I appreciate it. Take care. All right. So I believe that was the last member of the public here in the chambers confirming. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So we will go ahead and accept public comment via Zoom. Marcy, if you wouldn't mind leading us.
Thank you very much. For any members of the public wishing to comment, you would raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 if you are a phone attendee. And I will be, the first person is MM, followed by Yarrow and then Eric.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. First of all, my name is Maura Jacobs, and to answer Supervisor Hopkins' question of why are we dealing with this so differently than other agricultural crops, it is because you should all know by now you're dealing with marijuana, and it is a drug, and this is a drug industry. effort that you're promoting. So I know all of you jumped on board the drug promotion bandwagon a long time ago, but there is good reason why this is quite a different conversation. And you do know people are developing the marijuana for the main ingredient, THC, which is also on the California Prop 65 list of hazardous to human health compounds, a chemical compound. So my last question to you, though, is why do you think it's even a good idea that ministerial permits should be allowed at all with this extremely disruptive new narcotics industry, especially in residential areas, rural residential areas, where you have a lot of families living and they may be close to a 10-acre parcel and they're causing a lot of disruption. So I think all ministerials should be ended. Thank you.
And the next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
My name is Yarrow Kubrin. I'm a 30-year Sebastopol resident. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for this. I'm also currently the Vice Chair of the National Cannabis Industry Association's Diversity, Inclusion, and Social Equity Committee. I was a founding member of the Sonoma County chapter for the California Cannabis Industry Association, and I was previously on the Land Use Advisory Panel and Cities Committee for the Sonoma County Growers Alliance. And I speak for none of those organizations. I speak as a father, a committed husband, and somebody who doesn't want to look across a fence and see cannabis in residential neighborhoods. And because of that, we seeded the rural residential zonings. And because of the way the regulations have been formed in this county, it has created a highest and best use for this high value crop amongst LEA, LIA, DA, and RRD zonings. And, you know, Sonoma County has a long and illustrious history of being the birthplace of modern agriculture, thanks to Mr. Burbank. Put this as a moratorium and to change yet again where the goalpost is for regulated cannabis is to support unregulated cannabis. It's to support crime with growing facilities that are not requiring a security plan. It's to support a supply chain that doesn't have third-party lab testing. And so I just think that there's a lot of room for improvement in this policy that we've tried to navigate the last 5 years as operators. And this is not an example of improvement. This would be detrimental to a lot of livelihoods and operators, as well as regulated industry.
And thank you so much for your comment.
Thank you. So
Our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Eric Pearson. Good afternoon, Supervisors, Commissioner Smith, and staff. I'm speaking on behalf of CBAS. The Cannabis Business Association of Sonoma County represents licensed and compliant operators within Sonoma County and its cities. Additionally, I am hereby adopting and incorporating by reference the other comments made in writing and in person at this hearing as my own and CBAS's. CBAS opposes this moratorium. Majority of Sonoma County's cannabis farmers are cultivating at some sort of co-tenancy farm. Are there abuses in the system? There may be, but what regulatory system doesn't have problems? The solution is to fix the problem, not throw out the majority of the legal and compliant operators. As a county, we have a moral obligation to regulate cannabis. Destroying one of the few viable paths to permittance only exacerbates the problem of illicit operations. All of these co-tenancy issues were addressed during the draft of the ordinance 5 years ago. Safeguards, rules, and procedures were put in place and have been in since the adoption of the ordinance. The relationship between farmers and distributors and brands and dispensaries is nothing new to the agricultural industry. Wineries provide support, regulatory support, processing support, and financial support. All types of different arrangements exist. Look how many farmers have fallen out of this program after spending their life savings on regulations to no avail. Without the support of larger organizations, many farmers wouldn't have a chance in the industry. Your board had this in mind when the co-tenancy path was created. A look at the data has proven how essential this provision is to our small farmers and Sonoma's industry as a whole. If this co-tenancy provision were not in compliance with CEQA, the small group of neighbors opposed to cannabis would have sued a long time ago.
Thank you so much for your comment. The next commenters are Craig, Don, followed by Sam. If you can please unmute and begin.
Yes, I'm Craig Harrison. I live in Bennett Valley. I just want to raise a couple of issues. For one thing, going forward, the last thing we want is another Frankenstein penalty relief program with allowing some of these to be going for a CUP while they're still cultivating. We've had terrible problems with that in the past. The plain reading of the current ordinance allows 10,000 square feet of cannabis in multi-tenant. That's 5 2,000s. That isn't 4 10,000s. Look at the ordinance. I don't know how anybody ever thought that was copacetic, but it's not. And somebody needs to address the fact that under the current ordinance, you have to sell only to the medicinal market under the under a zoning permit. That's not being done. So I think you've got a serious problem there that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Don Duncan. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for Foxworthy Farms, a cannabis cultivator here in Sonoma County. And I'm speaking today to oppose the moratorium. It's not necessary. To the extent that some people are abusing the system and taking advantage of this program, those things should be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. But I can tell you from our experience that the barriers to entry into this industry on the state and local level are very high. And the intent of this provision was to help people get into the industry, people who were not well-financed, people who were not well-connected. And it would be a shame to put a moratorium on that process that helps people. So to the extent someone's abusing this, by all means, use your existing authority to deal with that, but don't shut everything down. It's not necessary to have a moratorium. It doesn't serve the public interest. And we want to make sure that the small cultivators here in Sonoma County still have a chance to be a part of this program. So I urge you, please, to vote no on the moratorium. Thank you.
Please unmute. Getting your comment.
Yes. Hello, my name is Sam Della Paz. I'm the Vice President of the Hessel Farmers Grange. And I would just like to say, with the amount of time that we have wasted here in Sonoma County, stripping small mom and pop farmers of their ability to conduct business or pursue their livelihoods, we could the initial legacy applicants through the process. Tell them to come into the light, tell them to trust the process, and then this. Oh, it's disgusting, honestly. And it's really difficult to watch this. Looking at 65,000 acres of grapes with minimal accountability, environmentally speaking, while keeping 40 acres of cannabis in handcuffs is just plain egregious and borderline criminal. The current situation here is expected to some extent, honestly, after the license stacking was allowed in Southern and Central California in 2017. Perhaps it even is necessary for some large operators to compete in the current state of the market. Although when it threatens the livelihoods in multiple ways of small independent operators, it causes eyes and arms to raise. It is also worth considering how we want expansion to look in Sonoma County. Do we want to see small craft cannabis farms or large rolling greenhouse infrastructures? It's a tough one, but considering some neighbors' concerns with larger commercialization and the pre-existing mom and pop farmers being left behind, it ends up a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy, I'd say. We have an opportunity to support our legacy farmers, mom and pop operators, and to create a craft market that honors these amazing appellations. Let's do the right thing and make sure that the moratorium, if any moratorium, it needs to be focused on large operators.
And thank you so much for the comment. The next commenters are Keela, Deborah, and Farm.
Hello.
Hi, please.
Hi there, my name is Keela Peterson, and I'd like to say please do not vote on the moratorium. I think you need to, there's only a few players in Sonoma County that are really abusing it, and that's where our time should be spent. And, just us little lay people can go ahead and find out, get all the names of all these LLCs under the same address. I'm sure you guys can do the same thing. So we know there's maybe 4 or 5 players that are ruining it for the small farmers. There's just, prices have gone down. I bet we're going to lose a lot of our little legacy farmers anyway in the next coming year or two. I think that we've taken so long. We haven't been able to get foothold, and I think all this wasted time probably will be a waste of time at some point because there won't be anyone left at how things are playing out here. So please do not vote on the moratorium. Thank you.
Please unmute and begin your comment.
Hi, yes, I'm Deborah Epstein. I'm just surprised that none of the supervisors raised the point of what these multi-tenant operations are doing to neighbors who live next door, and all of a sudden, a large grow has come next to them. One thing that I really would like all the supervisors to consider is that ministerial permits realistically violate the health and safety clause, because there is no discretion to cause a larger setback, which everybody in the county knows on the administration side, the current setbacks are way too short. So 100 foot from property line is not acceptable. And with a ministerial permit, you don't have the discretion to say it really needs to be a larger amount. So I urge you to vote for the moratorium, but also to look at the whole process of ministerial permitting. Thank you.
And the next commenters in queue are Alexa, Amber, and Lisa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, yes. This is Alexa Wall, and I am here today to talk about vested permits that run with the land, because it seems like farmers have been in this process for literally years, 4 years, and then they're going to get their permit and only have to be able to operate for the same amount of time that they were stuck in the permitting process. I mean, it's so hard to operate a business when you have this looming unknown of a renewal looming over you. It's impossible. And I've seen you guys change this number before. At a meeting, you guys changed the CUP timeline from 1 year to 5 years. You guys can do it. So do it again. I've heard all of you say that you want to protect us and you want to grandfather the people who are in the permitting process or already have your permits. Well, then let's go ahead and do it. Please protect us. Give us some sort of certainty that if we're going to go through this crazy process that you guys are putting us through and get a CUP, we should be able to have permits that run with the land. And then we have to go every year and still renew at the state level. So obviously, if we're not able to get our state permit, then we shouldn't be able to keep our local permit. So please, I'm literally begging you guys. There's barely any. How can I make a business decision with my renewal coming up and this possibility that you guys will just make some change and it'll be ripped out from underneath us? I need you guys to protect us. Do it right now. You can do it. You can do it. Only you.
Hi, the next commenter should be able to unmute and begin after stating your name, please.
Hi, this is Amber Morris representing NorCal Cannabis Company. We'd like to express our opposition to the proposed moratorium. The current allowance for ministerial permitting by the Ag Commissioner Office for qualified multi-tenant operators ultimately provides opportunity for participation in the legal marketplace. This allowance was previously reviewed, it meets CEQA, and was ultimately approved by this body. As we wade into a lengthy process of updating the current ordinance, we discourage the board from eroding current opportunities for cultivators to legally operate in Sonoma County. If the moratorium, which appears to be a knee-jerk reaction, is adopted today, the staff report indicates that they will then evaluate potential policy options for current multi-tenant permittees and provide a recommendation to the board in October. To approve this moratorium today under the guise of figuring out the specifics later is completely irresponsible. Though staff may have identified a problem with some of those using the multi-tenant allowance, presenting and voting on a policy change that creates a new problem without also having a readily available solution is just bad policy. The applicants and permittees potentially impacted by this decision today are real people, we've heard from some of them today, with real businesses, with real families, real employees, and their real livelihoods are at stake. With that, we respectfully ask for your no vote today.
The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Lisa Lai. I'm actually Vince's friend. He was talking about his property burned down. But we are considered multi-tenant because he has a use permit on there. And then I have just the one 10K I'm trying to put on the same property. They already went through the CUP process. It was an absolute nightmare. So I'm not going to do that again for a 10K. This ministerial pathway is the pathway I was hoping for. So please do not put this moratorium in and get rid of the multi-tenant clause. I still owe a bunch of money for my CUP on a property that was burned down, and I'm not growing there. I have no canopy currently in Sonoma County. I'm also working on turning in a permit in Sonoma for a multi-tenant permit for legacy farmers. They've been working on getting the permits together for a long time, paying the lease. And when I spoke to the ag department, they told me don't even bother turning it in because they weren't considering allowing people who were still being processed to be processed. They said we were all going to get kicked out. So I hope that I don't get kicked out. I would like you to continue processing the 10K, even if it's only for 1 year. But I would like to request that other application be allowed to be turned in. And then just to answer the question that was danced around, no, these permits will absolutely not be processed through the use permit process and Permit Sonoma before the EIR is done. They cannot get it done. They don't have the staff. It is not going to happen. So check the addresses if you want to see who the big players are using the loophole.
Okay, the next commenters are Joyce, Susan, and Stephanie. Please go ahead and unmute.
Hi, thank you for your time today. My name is Joyce Denali. I work with Sonoma Hills Farm. We were the first conditional use permit that the county authorized. We also have woven cannabis amongst other traditional agriculture and hemp. We believe, big picture wise, cannabis is an agricultural product. So we're here to respectfully request the board to vote no on this moratorium. At the end of the day, from a big picture perspective, the illicit market is just getting a really big head start by a lot of counties such as Sonoma that are not efficient with the permitting and not consistent with how we are processing these applications. In terms of whether this goes ministerial versus, the CUP process, I think it's fair and reasonable to, try and figure out a consistent process. That said, 3 years, 5 years have been, certain parties have been in limbo. And at the end of the day, I don't think that we've seen any historic efficiencies within the county. So I think that needs to really, really be buttoned up. And in the meantime, a lot of folks are going to lose their livelihoods. In terms of, Sonoma County in comparison to a lot of other counties, Lake County, Santa Barbara County, Yolo County, these are counties that have moved very efficiently. And I would believe on a global level, Sonoma is looked at as an agricultural forward county. And just work together to get something done that's fair and reasonable for our farmers in this county and yourselves.
Hi there, please unmute and state your name.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Susan Kirks. I'm speaking from Petaluma, and frankly, I was just looking at a Nixle alert, so you'll know, for a structure fire in Northeast Petaluma with evacuations indicated for Pengrove, just to bring us into the present moment. I wanted to speak about a couple of things. First of all, the ordinance that was originally approved by the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors is extremely problematic. And I believe that all of you have realized that by now. And my concern is for the residents of Sonoma County. And in particular, in Bloomfield, there's a property proposed for commercial cannabis operation. And if that were to move forward, it would cause so many negative impacts for the entire community of Bloomfield. I'd really like to see a mutually beneficial resolution to that particular situation, and I believe Supervisor Rabbit is aware of it. The property is certainly deserving, actually, of conservation, which could provide monetary benefits for the property owners instead of commercial cannabis development at that site, and they would certainly be able to look at another appropriate site. Please think about your constituents, the people who are impacted by these operations. Thank you.
Hi, Stephanie, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I can't really see how the cannabis permits can go forward without analyzing the results of an EIR, especially in the midst of a drought, multi-tenant or whatever. It's important to look at how these grows have impacted neighborhoods so far. We need a moratorium on new and existing permits. It would be a perfect time to look at the problems that already exist before going forward. And there are problems that need to be addressed. I'm hoping that you vote yes for the moratorium and give us time to work all these problems out, especially for the people who are doing illegal things under the permitting process. Thank you.
Okay, the next commenters are Lori, then Martha, and Sue Breeze.
Yes, good afternoon. To me, the cannabis employees that protested the Board of Supervisors last Friday, the numbers spoke loudly. The problem that I see with how the county is looking at handling ministerial permits and proposing a moratorium on ministerial permits is ultimately a direct assault on small, family-owned farm businesses and a threat to existing jobs and jobs creation in Sonoma County. These 10,000 square foot ministerial permits are individuals with a dream to have a business in Sonoma County and are looking for a way to get started growing flower that they love in a county that has a broken use permit process with applicants stuck in permit review for years. Each is investing tens of thousands of dollars on rents, studies, and application fees with the goal of starting a small business in Sonoma County. No other agriculture business is treated with this level of scrutiny, regulations, permitting challenges, and cannabis business operators should not be singled out. They regularly have blocks of grapes contracted to multiple buyers, share labor or other resources, or have leases on blocks of grapes to same property held by different wineries. It provides competitive opportunities to smaller opportunities. Additionally, AB 141, the most recent update to the state law regulating cannabis, states that, quote, the Department of Cannabis Control will treat cannabis as an agricultural crop, end quote. The county needs to quit wasting time and update the cannabis ordinance before it destroys the local cannabis industry. Cannabis deserves the same right to farm as all agriculture in Sonoma County. A moratorium on ministerial permits is not the answer. The Board of Supervisors should vote no on a moratorium and get back to work on a timely update to the cannabis ordinance.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
My name is Martha. I'm one of the few neighbors here. Didn't hear the board of directors talk about neighbors, residents, people who actually live in the area and have to deal with all this. There's a 10-acre plot by my house, which affects 20 other people, and was carved up into, we would have to smell it. It draws from our wells. I don't know what you plan to do about the drought. And I'm concerned that you don't care about the residents at all. Now, for those farmers who are outside a neighborhood area, I would like you to have the right to have a grow. But for those of us who are basically half a mile from town, I wonder if this ministerial permit is the right process. I think you need to look at what the contiguous parcels are, not just the size of the parcel. And as far as it costing you money, I have spent my life savings on a very small, tiny house. And this affects me too. And yes, I put in fruit trees and fig trees and new fences and all the things you've talked about. So what about us neighbors? Thank you.
Hi, if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Good afternoon. I'm Betsy Lauer from Franz Valley. Please vote yes on this moratorium. 3 contiguous 10-acre parcels of dry farm vineyard are now planned for outdoor cannabis grow operations in Franz Valley. These vines have been removed and 11 identical ministerial permits with identical addresses have been applied for. The wells on these lots are not sufficient for irrigation and 2 large storage containers have been installed. Meanwhile, my domestic well is now down to 4 GPM and pumping mud. The current ministerial permit process, the cumulative effect of water usage, has not been analyzed. What also has not been analyzed is the cumulative waste management process. For instance, each of these permits say that no more than 4 cubic feet of waste per week will be generated. Times 11 permits, that's 44 cubic feet per week. The plan is to put the waste in a compost pile on the property. There's no analysis about how big that compost pile will grow, insects, or rodents. The ministerial permits do not give any notice to neighbors. It's all a surprise to them. This is a vertically integrated commercial grow operation. There's also no process for managing skunk stink odors that would deprive neighbors of quiet enjoyment of their properties. In addition, the proposed commercial grow operation is immediately next door to 90 acres of premium vines. There's growing documentation that cannabis stink can impact grapes. Vineyards are an enormous economic driver for Sonoma County. Please understand.
Thank you so much for your comment. That does conclude the time. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name, and I'll be followed by Samantha, then Amara.
Hi there, my name is Gretchen Giles. I'm the Vice President of Human Nature. It's a cannabis PR and marketing firm, bi-coastal. We're based in New York and here in Sonoma County. I called in today to urge you to vote against the moratorium, which will unfairly stagger and stop cannabis in Sonoma County, where it has been growing unregulated for decades. I also wanted to note the bitter irony that this conversation is happening on the eve of what is called the Hall of Flowers. It is the largest B2B cannabis function in the United States. It will happen tomorrow and Thursday at the fairgrounds. Every hotel room in Santa Rosa is sold out. Every restaurant is sold out. The economic impact of the cannabis business here is undeniable. And when interviewed for Forbes magazine, Jim Belushi said that Santa Rosa is the center of California cannabis. It's a shame he doesn't actually know the truth here. Please do vote no on the moratorium. Thank you so much.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Samantha Lowe. I'm asking you to please vote no today on this rushed moratorium. I own a small farm with my husband alongside a farm of a dear friend of ours. The ministerial permits took a year to achieve and required many costly in-depth studies. Both of our families would not have been able to start our farms if we were required to follow the CUP path. My husband and I recently had a project make it through the CUP process. It took 4 excruciating years at tremendous expense. It was 4 years of complete uncertainty, not knowing when our project would be up for approval and if it would even pass when it got there. It was 4 years of waking up every morning in fight or flight mode, wondering, did we make the biggest mistake of our lives in trusting this process? Throughout our 4 years, we were often told the reason for the long wait was that the county was severely backlogged on projects and that the county was severely understaffed. If that is the case, then why are we even considering adding 146 projects to a system that is not able to handle the work that they already have? The majority of these multi-tenant permits are being used by small farmers under its original intent, that was to allow our small local families to stay in their industry and not get pushed out by big corporate cannabis. Our small farmers are relying on this ministerial process. Please address the few companies that are abusing this law separately. Please do not rush this moratorium through that will have such a devastating effect on our farmers, our families, our employees, the local small businesses that depend on us. Please vote no today. Thank you.
Hi, please go ahead and state your name.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Hopkins and members of the board, excuse me. My name is Amber Morrison, and I'm with the law firm of Wendell Rosen in Oakland. Our firm represents the Donlin family wine cellars in connection with the 11 small cannabis cultivation permits which have been submitted to the county and which, if granted, would result in the cultivation of approximately 3 acres of cannabis on property immediately adjacent to our client's property in the Franz Valley. These applications were submitted in reliance on the loophole, which is being discussed this afternoon and created by the multi-tenant portion of the county's cannabis ordinance. And these applicants are not the small mom and pop family operators who appeared before you today. We support staff's recommendations for the reasons outlined in the staff report and would just like to confirm through the chair that the proposed ordinance will apply to the 61 permit applications which are currently under consideration by the county. The ordinance under consideration is clearly intended to apply to new applicants and does address current multi-tenant permittees, but we request confirmation that the moratorium, if adopted this afternoon, applies to these applications which are in the pipeline. Thank you so much for your time and attention this afternoon.
The next commenters are Craig, Ricardo, and Daniel. You can please unmute and begin your.
Thank you. My name's Craig Litwin. I'm the CEO of 421 Group. We're a California cannabis consultancy based here in Sonoma County. I'm here to urge you to vote no on the moratorium. Really, supporting small farmers is what this is about. It's what it's been about. Yes, they're bigger farmers, but we have to make sure that the small farmers are getting through this process. And the ministerial process, in the way that it's set up, allows for that to happen. You can use whatever quality controls you need to ensure that it's done the way you would like it to be. You should be allowing the vested of permitting as well to stick with the land. As previously mentioned, I want to support that. Now, if you do vote for the moratorium, again, I urge you to not vote for the moratorium. But if you do, really, and regardless, we need more staff in PRMD. We need more staff. We need this to be an urgency issue. If this is being considered urgent, well, not being able to process applications and appeals fast enough is urgent. And I urge you to do whatever you can to expedite getting a cannabis director, to expedite getting more PRMD staff to move this process forward faster. For those folks in the CUP process, it is taking a very long time. So whatever you can do there, please create some urgency. And also, yes, let's find out what's happening about the people who've already applied at the Ag Commissioner's office. If you're going to institute a moratorium, process them through the existing permit that you have through the Ag Commissioner, but don't allow any more in is an option. Thank you.
Okay, please unmute and state your name.
Hello, this is Ricardo Mulatto. I work on a small farm out here in Sebastopol, and it's really a nightmare, you know, working. I'm the generation coming up, and the people who have set this up to be a thriving industry are just being killed right now. It's a nightmare, and it's really going through the CUP process is just it's impossible, and we're just messing with people's lives here. And I strongly urge you to not pass this moratorium. And it seems like we really need help with a better system here. If anything, the system that's in place right now, it's not doing what it's supposed to be, and the small farmers are just we're gonna lose the heritage and the history that has made Sonoma County what it is today. And as a 25-year-old, seeing all the generations ahead of me struggle through this and wanting to make this system work is it's heartbreaking, really. It really is. And I want certain if it's going to be possible. And I'm sure there's plenty of other families out there that feel the same way. And again, I just want to urge you guys to not pass this moratorium and think of
thank you so much for your comment. That does conclude the time. Hi, please unmute and begin your comment after stating your name.
Hello, my name is Dan McCoy. I support the moratorium, although I do feel for the gentleman who just spoke. But my perspective is, as a resident who's concerned about a new grow coming into our neighborhood, specifically on Stony Point, you know, I feel like through the meetings that we've had, a whole new ordinance needs to happen that can accommodate these small farmers, but also keep them away from these residential agricultural neighborhoods. So, you know, de-escalate the conflict and start from scratch. And I feel sad for him and the others that have spoken, because obviously the plan was not appropriately vetted when it first started, because everyone was so excited to make it happen. but it needs to stop, reset, and be redone so that everyone can move forward peaceably, because it's creating a huge conflict in my neighborhood. I mean, people are passionate, but I do feel for the farmers. So that's all I have to say about that.
Hi, please unmute and state your name. This is for farm. And farm, I'm not seeing you unmute, although you should be able to. You can always email comments to bos@sonoma-county.org. Okay, the next commenters are Joanna, Lauren, and then Richard.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great, thank you. Joanna Cedar, Policy Committee Chair for the Sonoma County Growers Alliance. Thank you, Chair Hopkins and Board, for taking my comments. And thank you for recognizing the frustrating fact that the county's permitting system is a moving target with changing rules that have become increasingly more challenging for no legitimate reason. I urge a no vote on this moratorium under consideration, and let me remind you that permitting and code enforcement are two sides of the same coin and dependent upon one another. The county cannot afford code enforcement unless there is a functional permitting process. We do not have one, and there are many effects to this. One important one is that it is extraordinarily difficult. It will be extraordinarily difficult for farmers in Sonoma County to take advantage of the new Appellation of Origins program that is being rolled out with CDFA. It is unique in the world. It has international standards, and we do not have enough permits in this county to take advantage of that. Well, how can we fix it? Cannabis is agriculture. It is essentially hemp with a fence, and the county is actually moving in the wrong direction here. They should be thinking about how to increase ministerial permitting up to an acre for outdoor cannabis. Okay, if it's outdoor and it's in the ground, it is no different than any other agriculture in the county. Thank you very much.
Hey, good afternoon. Please unmute and state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Mendelson. I am an attorney at the law offices of Omar Figueroa. Thank you for taking the time today to talk about this important issue. I wanted to encourage you to vote no on this moratorium. There's going to be a study session, it looks like next week, when this could perhaps be wrapped up into the rest of the ordinance discussion, as there are numerous items that have to be discussed. I am opposed to this, the moratorium, because of the impact it'll have on small farmers, the impact it'll have on equity. It's very expensive to buy land in Sonoma County, and you need at least 10 acres to have most cultivation sites. That makes it really unfeasible for anyone who is not very well off, basically, to participate in this economy. That is not equitable. Furthermore, as Ms. Cedar just said, the appellations program is limited to outdoor cultivators. And so we have wine appellations here. If we want to also have cannabis appellations, we need to permits here, and craft outdoor growers are the primary demographic that the appellations program is targeting. Furthermore, I do think it's important to enforce the rules that are in place, but that does not mean you need to take the entire pathway away from everyone else who is not breaking the rules. If there are people who are abusing this multi-tenant thing, then enforce the rules against them, but do not take away this pathway for everyone else. If the board does vote to go forward with this moratorium, I urge you to process the applications that are already submitted under the rules that were in place when they submitted those applications. The industry is tired of the rug being pulled out. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next commenters are Mike, Rudy, and Rebecca.
Hi, this is Mike Harden of Sonoma Hills Farm. I want to say a couple of things. First and foremost, I'd ask that you vote no on the moratorium. It sends the wrong message. You have the tools in place to continue to manage cannabis permits without a 3-year moratorium. It sends the wrong message to the state, who sent down hundreds of thousands of dollars to the county to help ease the permitting process. It's a slap in the face to the spirit of the money that was given to the county. It sends the wrong message to the hundreds of entrepreneurs who have been, and landowners who are fighting to build efficient, a crop that is way more environmentally and financially efficient than any of the others currently growing in the county. And it's a slap in the face to the future history of this county. Looking back to the 1920s at Press Democrat articles, when we were here in this same vein talking about alcohol and all the hideous racism and the hideous sexism that was inherent in Sonoma County in the late 20s and early 30s was embarrassment. And we have an opportunity here to show leadership. Sonoma County is the leading producer of amazing craft cannabis and craft cannabis products, much like we are with wine and much like we are with beer. And to not seize that, to send a message to all those people into the world that we are anti-cannabis is
And
embarrassing.
thank you so much for your comment. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name. Rudy, if you can please unmute, you should be able to.
Hi, my name is Rudy. I wanted to start off by saying that I'm 100% against this moratorium. I'm a small Sonoma County farmer, and this moratorium is going to pretty much ruin me. I don't have too much money, and I don't think people realize how expensive it is to go through this process. You have to be able to buy 10 acres. You have to meet all the setbacks, criteria, flat enough land, go through expensive land studies. There's so many things involved. You have to have a background check. You have to jump through so many hoops, and then to have to go through the CUP where you have to have the neighbor's approval. It would be one thing if there was more access to land to grow on, but we only can grow on diverse ag land zoning and LIA, and a lot of people live in agricultural zones and they think like that's their neighborhood, like it is, but we don't have anywhere else to grow. So, I mean, what else can we do? To force us individual people to go through CUPs is insane. We can't do it. You're just going to put more people out of business. You need to come up with a better idea to fix this so that we as farmers can get along with our neighbors and everyone to be happy. Maybe allow us to grow in rural residential areas where there's less people around and there's more property, instead of having us grow in places that are so difficult to come by. I would just want to say that I'm 100% against this, and I hope people can hear us out and vote no on this. Thank you.
The next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Rebecca Bass. I'm a resident of the Bennett Ridge neighborhood that overlooks Bennett Valley. And I'm gotta say, I'm pretty surprised at just how outnumbered the voice of the residential community is by those who have a vested economic interest in this. But I'll just speak from the perspective of a homeowner that we feel in favor of anything that kind of puts a pause or a reset in place, because we feel like our quality of life is being threatened by commercial cannabis development. After listening to all the testimony, I have to say, or those who are trying to get started in this business on a small scale, I think what we feel threatened by is by the prospect of what's happening here, what's happened in other counties where they have streamlined the process, and you can see acre after acre of greenhouse and that kind of thing. That's what we're trying to avoid having happen in our beautiful Bennett Valley. So small is better than big. And definitely targeting abuses and expanding red light zones where cannabis can't be grown would be my preference.
Hi, if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Martha. I'm also one of the few neighbors and residents who's very affected by this. One of the things nobody talks about is how much this smells for months and months and months, and how much it affects our water, the quality of our life, and the value of our property. If I can't go outside for 6 months because I got to smell this stinky skunk air, who knows what I'm breathing, the quality of my life is greatly diminished. In addition, I put my life savings into a tiny little funny floor plan house that's adjacent to what has been carved up into 4 ministerial permits by a great big huge grower who doesn't give a darn about the neighbors. It's all about money to them, but it's about quality of life to me. And for everybody else in my neighborhood, most of whom are seniors like me. Thank you. I would vote against. I would vote for extending the moratorium and against any new permits. Thank you.
The next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Hello?
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi, great. My name is Aaron Kiefer. I'm the farmer over at Sonoma Hills Farm. And I just want to say that farmers grow what makes money at any given time. And on this property where we currently have less than 1 acre of cannabis out of 60 acres, we have cattle, sheep, we have pig, we have about 5 acres of vegetables, and we have grazing land. And in the past, this farm originally, after General Vallejo, it grew barley and corn and potatoes, dry farmed. And then it switched over to growing the chickens. And everybody was growing chickens out here. There was 30 chicken barns at one point in time on this land. And then as that passed away and all the chicken production went down to Mississippi, now we were rotational grazing for the next, 30 years or so. So this farm has kind of been defunct, just had cattle coming through and eating the grass. And now it's a living, working farm again under cannabis. And so we're growing what makes money. And cannabis has its heyday right now. And I'd like to say 20 years from now, that might be something different. But either way, we have a living, working farm here at Sonoma Hills Farm. And cannabis is what pays the bills. And we are treating the land right. And when we turn this land over to the next crop, whatever that might be, it's going to be in better shape than when we got it. And so I would like to say that, Sonoma is based on ag, and Sonoma has dwindling prospects when it comes to ag.
Thank you for your comment. That does conclude the time. And just a reminder to the commenters, it's just 1 comment per person for the current period and item. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Kathy Crowley. I live in Bennett Valley, and I am hoping that you please vote yes in this moratorium. We need to take a pause. We need to look at it. Yes, there may be a lot of small farmers who have things going on, but out here, what we're seeing in Bennett Valley is large LLCs coming in, abusing the permit process, getting too easy with the permit process. And it's really scaring us all. We're really concerned about this. We really need to look at the water issues out here. We're in the middle of a drought. None of the small farmers are talking about what the impact of the water on the environment will have. But I just think based on what's going on, we need to have a pause right now. We really need to look at what is the best way to go forward to help both residents and the small farmers keep a community that we love. But please vote yes for this and have a pause while we really look at it.
Thank you. And the final 2 commenters, after that public comment will close. It's John and Carol, please.
Hello, this is John Lowe. I want to tell everybody that multi-tenant when they use their addresses, typically they'll use the physical address of the cultivation site. So it's typical that that doesn't signify some kind of big conglomerate or something like that. People use the same address because that's where the farm is located. Just something to consider. The opposition is making up a lot of exaggerations and scare tactics, and that should be something people are used to, but just so that it goes said that, they do make up lies, and that does happen because it's happened to me and my family. Most of the neighbors do like cannabis and are very friendly about it. There's just this really loud group of opposition that are just really hard to deal with. So please defend the local Sonoma family farmers from these people, make the process more ministerial and agricultural land. Thank you very much to Commissioner Smith and all the cannabis people, Scott Orr and everybody. Thank you.
Carol, if you can please unmute and begin your comment.
Yeah. Out of my back window, I can see the smoke and flames that took out 2 homes here in Petaluma just today. If the wind had shifted to the west, it would have been in the path of a cannabis farm that was supposed to be growing 100 yards from my home. I'm one of the lucky ones who was able to remove the cannabis farm so near to my property. The current ordinance puts homes, neighborhood homes, people have worked their whole lives for, in the path of destruction. A moratorium is needed so the results of the EIR and the county can properly assess the dangers a water-intensive crop has in a drought county. Thank you.
Thank you. And
I believe that concludes public comment. Those were the final 2, correct?
Correct.
Great.
At that moment, yes.
Great. All right. Thank you very much. With that, we will be closing the public hearing and bringing it back to the board for deliberation. I think before we start deliberation, let's take just sort of a quick 5 to 10 minute bio break, and then we will return for deliberation and discussion on this item. Thanks all.
Hi, and welcome back. If we can please remove the slide. Thank you so much. Chair Hopkins, we're ready.
Thank you, Marcy. So I will go ahead and bring it back to the board first for any questions of staff and then to open deliberations. Supervisor Gore?
I'll jump in. There's, I think, a couple of things to parse out here because I'm still conflicted on this one because the question is what's the moratorium impact on multi-tenant that have this environmental review component and the potential that it's not being used for the right purposes, and then which applications are in by folks who might not be in that world, right? And then, I mean, obviously we have two sides of this. One is that we could look at it from an approach of risk aversion as the county and put a moratorium on and come back in a month for further review with the moratorium and stop all those. But then we have the other side, which is as I think about, which is what are the other applications that are in the system and what's the impact on those and what's the impact on renewals and what's the impact on all these other things and how does that link up? So I am interested in a little bit of a response. First of all, Andrew, in terms of what's in the hopper, what's in the system, because it was talked about some of the multi-tenant, but in about 65, but can you kind of parse those out and let us and talk to us about how many parcels you're looking at and what the diversity of applications are that you're seeing coming in?
So we get a lot of multi-tenant provision or applications that want to utilize the multi-tenant provision. We have 85 permits that are on 22 sites as identified in the staff report that are subject to the multi-tenant provision. Those permits would not effectively expire between now and the extension of a moratorium. And in the meantime, we'd come back with some type of transitional pathway to allow them to continue cultivating whilst they pursue a use permit. The additional 61 permits that are currently subject to review by our department, if we establish the moratorium, we would be unable to continue reviewing all 4 of them and issuing them. We would be able to issue one of those 10,000 square foot permits, and they would have to apply for a conditional use permit for anything over that 10,000 square feet.
I missed you there on one thing, which was you mentioned the 61 under review, and then you talked about 4. What was the transition? What's the linkage?
So,
what are 4?
So 4 is essentially the number of individual permit applications we get for a permissible parcel where the applicants want to take advantage of the multi-tenant provision. Usually they will be 4 10,000 square foots to an eligible parcel.
Okay, I gotcha.
In cases 3. So they're
I gotcha.
access we've referred to.
So what you're saying is you have 61, but the reality is that 61, those are really 4 applications per, 61 divided by 4 would be the total number of actual applications.
Yes, that's accurate. It's approximate because some folks specifically have applied for only 3. But a general rule of thumb would be if you divided those 61 by 4, we're talking about somewhere between 15 and 20 specific projects. If we take that would have to be applied for through a use permit. Or just one of those applicants pursues the 10,000 square foot small outdoor permit.
What you mean is drop your application to 10,000 square feet instead of having it be a cumulative of 20, 30, or 40,000 square feet.
That's correct.
This gets back to the other questions at hand, which is there's another world where we process permits, and I mean, unfortunately, this is the world we live in. We have permits in wineries and in other things where even if we do approve them, even though that's usually a conditional use permit, not a ministerial that we've seen, is that there are folks who take that to court, to Superior Court, and look for a ruling there, and that usually takes quite a long time to figure out, right? CETA, or county council side, I don't know, is in the past when I'm just trying to think to myself. I mean, there's been at least 2 or 3 that the board approved and that were appealed all the way to Superior Court. And at that time, if there's an appeal, whether it's on a ministerial or a conditional use permit, at that time, and it goes to Superior Court, really, in effect, you don't have a green light permit at that point. You have a stay on that approval until it gets reviewed by Superior Court. Is that correct?
No, not quite. If the permit is issued, then the applicant or the permittee at that point does have the right to start constructing or operating their use. But it's sort of a at your own risk, as the permit could get overturned through litigation.
Yeah, and just to add to that, a challenger could apply for a restraining order to stop the permit.
Okay. An applicant could apply for a restraining order, I think is what was said. Thank you, Debbie. And then on the other side is we've seen those things last a year or 2 years in Superior Court at different times. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Andrew, I'm interested in if you have anything specifically managing this program to add to what you had heard on public comment outside of the legal provisions that I'm kind of questioning on and going back and forth with. Is I heard a lot of conversation about things that I felt were a lot of angst. And I actually very much agree with that angst about not getting things permitted, but not relative to this action, which is a singular action on the multi-tenant. I heard folks say that they were concerned about applicability of how their vested permits who actually have. I heard folks talk about having a conditional use permit and worrying that would not be renewed. I heard folks who talked about having maybe multi-tenant or single tenant usage and worrying about those being reviewed. I just wanted to see if you had any comments or if anybody else on the call or anybody else from staff did as well.
I just wanted to, I heard a lot of references to agriculture, a lot of references to wine grape agriculture and other agricultural crop commodities. And I just wanted to say I'm a huge advocate for agriculture. I wouldn't have endeavored to take this position if I didn't want to speak up for agriculture. And the truth is that right now, cannabis is not considered an agricultural crop commodity in the state of California, the way that it's regulated. It also wasn't considered a pre-existing land use, which is why CEQA applies to cannabis and doesn't apply to traditional agricultural crop commodities. And until something changes at the federal level that provides the state with the impetus it needs to really call out cannabis, psychoactive cannabis, as agriculture and an agricultural crop commodity, then all of the counties will be very reluctant and all the jurisdictions will be very reluctant to call it agriculture without treating it differently than other forms of agriculture in their jurisdictions. And this is precisely why we, ventured into the land of the general plan amendment back in March and May and ultimately decided against it as a county because it just wasn't the right time. And, I definitely think that applying CEQA to cannabis and not considering it as a pre-existing land use is, out of the abundance of caution that the state wanted to be able to review cannabis land use in all local jurisdictions and at the state level. So I think that's important to acknowledge in this discussion, is that's why we can't treat it like wine grapes. That's why we don't have, CEQA and other use permit processes for other agricultural crop commodities. And we have to live with that for now. I want to find ways to expedite permitting. I think that we have a very valuable opportunity in seeking some of the $100 million that the DCC has made available to local jurisdictions to help expedite the permitting process, or look at ways that we could, and I know that the county administrator's office is aware of it. I know that Permit Sonoma is aware of it. We've had conversations about it. Nicole Elliott, as the director of the DCC, even let us know in a Zoom call that money could be used to establish time-limited positions for planning or permitting staff, or facilitate consultation with contract staff to help improve the number or increase the number of planners available to process cannabis permits. So that's an option. And, just from our shop, we know how much people have invested in this process. Not only time, not only money, not only emotion, not only anticipation. And we don't want to see that wasted. We just want to make sure that we're reviewing projects at the appropriate level of their cumulative impact, which is at this point in time determined to be a maximum of 1 acre per eligible parcel in Sonoma County. And that comes from the state licensing authority. They have an issue with anything over 10,000 square feet being applied for a provisional license. And then they see the second one come across their desk and they're saying, wait a minute, this isn't 10,000 square feet. This is 20,000 square feet. We need you to go do more environmental review at the local level to evaluate 20,000 square foot of impact on water and other resources. And so we're being responsive to that in this effort as well. I'll stop there. I'm sure there will be more questions generated out of that.
Well, thank you. I still have some concerns about the approach of a moratorium or just a policy review, but I'll listen to my colleagues as well. I think we're encountering a legal issue as much as anything else, while we continue to talk about permitting and other stuff.
Other questions from my colleagues? Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah, I wonder if staff could address a couple questions that came up from one of the speakers about the ordinance as it is now. There's a speaker who said that we should be looking at multi-tenant operations as 5 grows of 2,000 square feet instead of 4 of 10,000, claiming that the ordinance requires that. Also claiming that the ordinance only covers medicinal and not adult use in all forms of cannabis. Could someone respond to that, please?
Yes, we have gotten the comment from quite a few that we're misinterpreting the multi-tenant provision entirely, and that it's intended to allow multiple permits up to 10,000 square feet or the zoning permit limit. It isn't how the county has historically interpreted the provision. Looking back at staff reports that led to adoption, it appears that the way that staff has interpreted it and implemented it is what was intended by the provision. Given the language of the ordinance, I think it's a viable interpretation, but it's not the way that the county has interpreted it and implemented it.
And on the medical versus adult use?
With regards to medical versus adult use, the ordinance requires that adult use cannabis businesses obtain a use permit. So any of the ministerial permits issued by the Ag Department or Permit Sonoma is only. And the way that we've interpreted that is that those businesses should only hold an M license through the state, which is a medical state license. The state law has two different types of licenses. They call them M licenses for medicinal and A licenses for adult use. Under state regulations, those license types are allowed to do business with each other. So the product itself may cross license types, and businesses can hold both. So we expect our medical cannabis businesses to only hold an M license, though that product may go to an A licensed distributor and then back to an M licensed dispensary at the end. And I believe all of the dispensaries in Sonoma County hold both A licenses and M licenses. So we've gotten the comment that this should be more heavily regulated and enforced by the county, but that would really require knowing exactly who the end user of the cannabis plant grown on a ministerially permitted site. So we've kind of taken the more reasonable route of requiring an M state license.
And I would just like to add to that is that the only distinction, the only place in the supply chain that the distinction is made between an M or a medical or an adult use is, like Sita said, when the end user purchases that product at a dispensary and the appropriate M or A tax is applied to that sale or that transaction. For all other intents and purposes, the regulatory arena for cannabis, psychoactive cannabis in the state is exactly the same for adult use cannabis and medical use cannabis when it comes to the safety of the product, the testing regulations, pesticides, other contaminants, as well as resource use.
And do we know if all 85 of the tenants of these multi-use grows, do all 85 of those hold licenses from the state, regardless of whether they're M or A?
They are, yes, they are required to operate in Sonoma County. And as of now, they're also required to be in compliance with the metric track and trace program and should have unique identifiers attached to every plant that is in the ground or in pots. And we evaluate that both through our annual and more frequently in some cases, compliance inspections, as well as our state licensing inspections that we conduct under contract from the DCC.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Great questions. Other questions from members of the board? Supervisor Boren?
I'm not sure that I have any questions, but of course, we are all facing this conundrum. The original intent of what we were attempting to do is to give a place for small growers to be able to afford to cultivate. And now I'm not sure that a moratorium is the correct way of moving forward. And I think you've answered some questions regarding the small number that might be suspect. And I guess I would like you to verify that. So I guess I would ask you, is there a different way of moving forward other than a short-term moratorium now?
Well, there could be a way to apply more restrictively the provision itself, but in the end, it's going to be administratively burdensome, require some forensic, if you will, accounting or record checking, and in the end would still be reviewing the project based on who the applicant is and not what the land use is. And I don't know if you want to add anything there, Sita.
I agree with everything Andrew said, and also that some of the challenges we've received from neighbors indicate that they could still challenge these permits on CEQA grounds or other legal bases, even if they are truly separate entities. So it wouldn't avoid that potential.
Thanks, Sita. Let me ask you a question because several of the commenters have suggested responsible for this. They're going to go into it and they're going to either declare that these applications are valid or not. So could you give me an understanding about what the state processes is? How would their processes differ from what we might be considering doing?
The state has different regulations. They certainly dive into ownership a lot more than we have at the local level. We haven't sought previously to obtain additional application records from the state regarding ownership to review those and to see what that would mean for the local level. So while the state is reviewing a lot of the same issues, it's kind of against different standards. So the state, under state regulations, it doesn't matter if those applicants are the same entities on one parcel. So that wouldn't be something that they were trying to discern. What the state would be looking at is just the general CEQA inquiry of, is this one project that they should be reviewing together, because all of their licenses are discretionary and they don't have any ministerial licenses like the county does.
And I know you've commented on that, but refresh my memory about what you said. Is it likely the state would challenge multi-tenant operations because or kick it back to us because they need a CEQA review?
What we've seen from the state is that they've asked the applicants for additional information and are likely to require CEQA review on many of the multi-tenant sites, and especially the multi-tenant sites that have adjacent multi-tenant sites. So when the county issues a ministerial permit and the state has a discretionary license, they become the lead agency under CEQA. And so if the project is subject to CEQA in that it's not exempt, then it's on the state to conduct CEQA review. They haven't been historically staffed for CEQA review, and of course they're not located locally. So the state certainly prefers for that CEQA review to happen at the local level. But we don't have the authority to require that unless, of course, it's a discretionary permit that we're issuing subject to CEQA. So it's less that the state would challenge it and more that as the lead agency, they have to do their own compliance under CEQA.
Okay, thank you so much.
Supervisor Abbott?
Yeah, can I just follow up on that? Wouldn't the ordinance still be subject to CEQA and the ordinance is ours? Is that not correct? Isn't that why we're doing CEQA for the ordinance going forward?
Right, any new approval, any discretionary approval by the county is subject to CEQA unless it's exempt. So the ordinance process that has just recently kicked off, the adoption of the ordinance is the discretionary action subject to CEQA. In this instance, with the ministerial approvals, those are ministerial approvals which are not subject to CEQA. It's the state's discretionary license that is subject to CEQA. Did that answer that question?
Sort of. I appreciate that. I think at the end of the day, saying that the state is going to do CEQA for this particular piece of our own overall ordinance, I think would be a mistake personally. And I think that we need to kind of own it and figure this out. I will start by just saying thank you to Andrew. I appreciate your comments regarding agriculture. And I think a litmus test that to be labeled a farmer is to not denigrate another farmer's choice of crops. I think we see that each and every year when the crop report comes out. I don't know if we don't have a choice today, in my opinion, about what it is that we're being asked to do and why. Quite frankly, I think we need to spend the next 45 days figuring out a path forward. We don't have one today. And I don't think we should do it from the dais because I don't think that would be good legislation, nor would it be clear and concise, which I think what is most people want. Personally, I'm kind of still not convinced that multiple concurrent applications on a commonly owned property with different AP numbers is not really sidestepping environmental review and not piecemealing of some nature, especially given the higher standard in place for the same size grow in the same general location. So I think and I know down my way, and we've had some people today, I don't think this would be a big issue had people not taken advantage of the loophole, the larger entities out there, and then quite frankly, picking poor sites that run into neighborhoods. And down my way, that's been the number one concern. And there are sites that operate within this 4 parcel or 4 tenant piece that work quite well, but it's not the norm. And it's really about the selection of the site. And that is on us because we have still not identified properties within our zoning ordinance descriptions that point to those that are most appropriate and not conflicting with neighborhoods. Look at Bloomfield, and hopefully you'll all have a chance to go out there, or Pepper Road and or Bodega, and I can name a few others as well. So I think it's really, we need to figure this out. We're still paying the price. We have growing pains because, we are one of the only counties that went down this path. We have growing pains, pardon the pun, trying to figure out our ordinance that, quite frankly, put out too quickly without kind of figuring out the consequences. It's inevitable. I think it was always going to be iterative since it was a brand new thing for this state and this county to figure out. But let's fix it going forward, fix it for everyone going forward as well. I'm empathetic to those who were trying to follow the rules. But Andrew, I think, as you said, out of the 85 permits that are out there, there's a handful that really were meeting the original intent, which was that small farmer piece. And it's not the address of the grow location, it's the address of the corporations that are behind it that all go back to. So I don't think we have a choice today on how to move forward other than to go with a moratorium and fix this particular piece and keep building a better ordinance piece by piece if need be. I think the EIR will help us, but it needs to work for everyone in the county, growers, the county itself, and the residents and neighbors as well.
Any other thoughts for sort of segueing into deliberation? And I think it's an open question. Is this something that we need to move forward with today? Do we have the votes to take that action, or are there alternate course of action that any of my colleagues would like to propose? Does anyone need a little more chocolate before we start this
Well, I think
conversation?
you just heard from me, so
Yes,
I think I was pretty clear.
I heard Supervisor Rabbit, yes.
Well, I think I served on the original committee for cannabis cultivation years ago, and we've been at this for a very long time. Thank you, staff, for your work, and our agricultural commissioner. This is not easy. It's not easy to find the fine line to reassure our community that we're doing the best job we can in acknowledging the potential impacts on neighbors and mitigating those potential impacts, as well as assuring the community that we want the very best cultivation operations in the right location. And we thought we were creating a pathway to the small growers. And it seems to be problematic, both from potentially the state level and certainly a little bit of our experience. I'm disappointed to hear myself say, I think I'm going to support the very short-term moratorium to figure out the best way of moving forward. But what I heard you say previously is if we have 4/5 vote to do this, then it just stalls permitting. We sort of stop for 45 minutes. We cannot move forward with the permitting in the pipeline. Is that correct?
45 days.
45
Not
days.
45 minutes, although some folks
Oh.
might be happy with that
Okay,
conclusion.
well, we can wait 45 minutes and come back. No, 45 days, right? So it just stops permitting for 45 days on the multi-tenant operations.
It pauses the expiration dates on those, and any that are subject to renewal are essentially still effective until a determination is made. We'll come back in October, a suggestion, a staff recommendation to extend the moratorium and provide a transitional pathway for use permitting that we hope to preserve their ability to cultivate. I'll say it again, whilst their use permit is being processed or considered.
Thank you for saying that like the fourth time in a different way. We appreciate that. Thanks, Andrew. And I think that is the direction that I'm going.
Supervisor Corsi?
I'm okay with a pause here, but in a very, very narrow way. I'm okay with pausing for 45 days to figure out how to stop any operator or operators who are trying to game the system. But I think that what you're asking goes much farther than that. What I want to do is fix what's broken, but I don't want to penalize the small growers who this was intended to help in the first place. Lacking any other information here, we're talking about people who have acted in good faith. And I can't support what essentially is elimination of this entire program. So, you know, we're telling people, sure, you can keep growing, but you got to get a $50,000 permit that's going to take several years. And as one or more of the speakers said, you know, this puts businesses into limbo for that time. We talk all the time when we're talking about housing about the value of certainty. Uncertainty costs people. And, you know, I want to prevent people who are not playing fair and square, but I also don't want to penalize people who are. So, you know, if we need that forensic accountant, maybe we can get one on retainer and charge it to the DCC out of that $100 million. Let's figure out how to stop the games, but without penalizing the people who are doing this right, the people this was intended to serve.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Gore?
Yeah. Crappy situation all around. Really supported the intent of this program. For now, I'm fine with the 45-day stay. It's a pause. I want you guys to have the chance to do what you need to do. I don't support throwing out this program. So you guys, looking forward to seeing policy options coming back. But I think under the, for me, this is much more of a legal decision than anything else. Are we just pushing off our legal analysis for 45 days to take another review at our policy and see if there's a way that this program can continue to move forward? Or are we just pushing that legal requirement onto neighbors and operators and others? My goal is we can look at this with a couple different lenses. Number one, there are so few options to get a permit in Sonoma County to grow cannabis that on this side, my focus is also going to be upon on looking and making sure that we can support the applications that are already in the system. Obviously, everything requires a look at it. I heard some people on the phone talking about creating a penalty relief program too, about other things, and I think I'm interested in more review of what's out there. But the biggest thing is that there's so few options. There's been people who have purchased land, taken on huge debt to be able to basically find a way to get some kind of an operation going. And I'm going to be pretty strong about finding a way to honor that. So when this comes back in 45 days, look forward to seeing those options. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. I would like to echo the concerns of Supervisors Gore and Corsi regarding the financial impact to our small growers, and particularly the impact of that fiscal uncertainty. It's very, very difficult to build a business or to invest in the community or to feel like you are home and this is your home when you don't know whether or not the piece of paper that you have saying that you can operate your business will be good 5 months from now, 1 year from now. And so I hear that fear and I really want to acknowledge it. I will be supporting the moratorium, but truly as a temporary measure. And, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? We have a very specific problem that we are attempting to address, but in so doing, I don't want to punish the folks who have been operating in good faith. And I also want to recall the origins of this policy, which was passed before I was on the board, but really that goal of mitigating some of the impacts of essentially closing down existing operations that have been operating for quite some time, are ineligible for the program entirely because they were on ineligible parcels. These were the RR parcels, the ag residential parcels, the parcels that were too small and didn't quite make the cut. And so the idea, right, was to offer them a soft landing where they could go someplace else and they could create, and honestly share resources, and which also potentially, decreases the cost of starting up a business and then potentially also decreases the impact because you're sort of, sharing things together. So I want to honor that history, but also recognize that we do need to find a way to address this tricky situation and hit pause and make sure that we are doing things with all legality as it pertains to CEQA and moving forward in a way that makes sense. I also ultimately pin a lot of hope on the environmental impact review and sort of the new process that we're going to be embarking on in terms of looking at long-term solutions for these kinds of problems, about how can we sort of shift to more ministerial permits, potentially in areas where it makes sense, right? Where we have really, really adequate, more than adequate setbacks, right? 100-acre parcel, with no neighbors for a half mile, great. How can we actually utilize that area, especially if it has, adequate water, and opportunities potentially for solar or ways of offsetting any electrical needs, if that's also the case as part of the project. With that, I would, unless there are any other final comments from my colleagues, entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion going forward to enact the moratorium. I would just add, I think it would be, from where we started and the reasons that we did certain things, this was a result of the AR and RR prohibition. And we hear a lot about the size and scale and the number of the farmers, but we don't know. We didn't know back then. There's never been truly an analysis of that. And look at the 85 multi-tenant applications that are out there. There's a handful that are probably truly legitimate small-time farmers. The rest are associated with very large, and I don't know their business deals. Maybe they're still small-time farmers franchised somehow, some way through some other mechanism, but that wasn't really what we were thinking about back then. But I think we need to, at some point, invest in figuring out the cannabis impact or the business impact of cannabis in Sonoma County. Who's actually here growing? What size are they? And not just take anecdotal evidence from either perhaps neighbors, industry folks, but have it really be something that is unbiased and really can kind of give us a flavor to, if we're, especially as we, make policy based. We don't know who's actually growing and what their profile looks like.
And I see Council Latham leaning in for a comment.
Yes, thank you. Before you take a vote on a motion or make a motion, staff, I think we're hearing that you have an interest in only having the multi-tenant provision not operative for 45 days while we study this. I think Cito Gutierrez has some suggested minor revised language to the proposed ordinance so that it doesn't reflect that it's repealed, but rather that it's paused. So Cito, do you want to read that into the record, please?
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. So to reflect the discussion on the vote that we heard, Section 2 should be amended. So currently it says the following Sonoma County Code Section 2688-254F2 is hereby repealed, and quotes the multi-tenant section. Instead, it should read, the following section the following Sonoma County Code Section 2688-254F2 is inoperative for the term of this ordinance.
Question from Supervisor Corsi.
So I'm wondering what happens to how permitted multi-tenant operations who come up for renewal during this 45 days under the revision that you just read.
Under Section 3 governs those permittees. And for those, we've done a 45-day extension for any permits that would otherwise expire during the term of the ordinance.
So until we take further action, 45 days or subsequently down the road, they would not be able to apply for a renewal, but they would not be in violation by continuing their operation at that point.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding the proposed language change? And then I would look to accept that sort of proposed amendment with his motion.
Sure.
Okay. Do we have a second on the motion?
Second.
All right. And with that, I would ask Marcy if she wouldn't mind leading us in a roll call vote on this item.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yeah.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. And with that, we live to fight another day on the cannabis back and forth and look forward to the next conversation. So that would come back to us in October. Is that? Oh, and sorry, Andrew, are you raising your hand?
Yes.
I thought you were waving goodbye, like peace out, I'm done. You know, that was kind of what I thought that was happening. Then it stayed up.
Yeah, no, I just, in the presentation, and I think we have some direction, but just so that I'm clear on the direction to staff is that now that we've established this temporary moratorium on the multi-tenant provision in the cannabis land use ordinance, we're going to be coming back to the board in October on the 26th to make a recommendation as to staff's opinion on extending that, as well as providing policy options to the board to consider to address what we've talked about today in deliberation, which was preserving the ability to operate, mitigating additional costs, as well as providing certainty to permitting. And one of the topics that came up during that was permits that run with the land in the public comment, and wondered if the board wishes for us to look at that as we're doing this policy option.
Thoughts on that as a policy option? Supervisor Gorin?
Could you repeat that, what you're asking us to consider?
Yeah, I saw, like, during the deliberation, some of supervisors, some of your board identified that they're concerned with preserving the ability to operate for those that would need to renew under a use permit, mitigating additional costs for those that have already invested heavily in their operations. And it came up in public comment, but it also came up in deliberation, was providing more certainty in permitting.
Well, I do think that perhaps the board, or at least I, am supporting continuing operations. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by mitigating the costs. Are you asking a waiver of fees, or I don't know what that means?
Well, we'll come back with a number of policy options, but I just wanted to understand if that was specifically something that you wanted us to focus on as we draft policy options for your consideration in October.
I think we would like to see exactly what you think are the major points for us to consider.
Very good. Thank you.
You know, I'll just weigh in and just say, I appreciate the question. It's more of a direction to staff and for future policy. I mean, for me, anything that has, like, I've been a big proponent of longer longer licenses without needs for renewal. It's so hard to get through already. A good conditional use permit process. What do we have? $125,000 to $150,000 a permit. We approved a dispensary last week that was 4 years in the process, and I thought 150 grand another conditional use permit. So, Andrew, I would just instead of going through all of them, I would definitely say that if you guys are looking at policy direction, I personally would love to see the policy decisions about green light, red light, amber light be separate from the decisions on the how, which is the operational side, and agree with you on all those things. We're not trying to, we're actually trying to remove barriers that are non-policy barriers, things like cost, things like overlapping permitting and other stuff like that. So yes, thank you for calling that out.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah, I thought your summary was good, Andrew, of what you heard from the board, except for the last one. I didn't hear the board talking about having permits go with the land instead of the operator.
All right. So any other questions in terms of questions from staff for the board for clarity? All right. Seeing none, I do think that concludes the item. Thank you so much for all of the work on this developing process. And thanks to all of the members of the public who called in and spoke about this. I appreciate that participation in the democratic process as well. So with that, I believe that we are moving on to board member reports on assigned boards, councils, commissions, or other attended meetings, which we missed, I believe, last week. So we have a couple weeks to comment on. Who has access to their calendar? Supervisor Rabbit, you're ready.
I am ready. I'm prepared. Going way back, I think on September 1st, I did have a Penn Grove school community meeting primarily concerning proposed traffic improvements at the intersection of Main and Adobe and queuing of cars, drop off and pick up kids. And I appreciate Johannes Hoverts and some other staff joining us out there. Grayton Day Labor Community Town Hall was that evening. On the 2nd, we did have another Marin Sonoma Drought collaboration meeting talking about all things water with our neighbors to the south, including their desire to go to the east for water and what that means to our relationships and investments in this county. That day as well, we had a Two Rock community meeting. We did on the 7th have a field trip with the government center ad hoc to San Francisco to visit the Metro Center and the NRDC offices to see the difference in square footage per employee. Later that day, I had a Bloomfield community meeting focusing on the pending cannabis proposal out in the hamlet of Bloomfield. Bay Area Toll Authority, MTC Administrative Committee, Programming and Allocations Committee on the 8th, as well as Strategic Plans, Organizational Excellence Ad Hoc, and the Petaluma GSA Advisory Committee made an appearance and thanked them for their work. On the 9th, I did have my first new Seismic Safety Commission after being reappointed for the 3rd time, this time by Governor Newsom. I will say that Dr. Neil Driscoll from UC San Diego gave a big shout out to Sonoma County for pushing forward the wildfire alert cameras statewide. The Seismic Safety Commission actually played an early role in establishing those fire cameras on what were going to be early earthquake warning systems. And if you remember, after the 17 fire, funds were more readily available for wildfire cameras than for earthquake sensors. But since one can do the other, can work in conjunction with that, with just by putting another piece of equipment there, the sites can be interchangeable. And I think we're better off because of it. And certainly we've all benefited from the wildfire cameras throughout the state. We did have the Future of Transit ad hoc that day as well. On the 10th, we had our general manager interviews, a special meeting. There will be the announcement of the new general manager on October 20th, SMART board meeting. So look forward to that. I believe the new general manager will come into office the end of November, 1st of December, the time period. On the 13th, we had the WAC TAC special meeting where the unanimous approval of the contractors for the contractors in approving the new water shortage contingency plan. We had SCTA, RCPA meeting that day as well. And on the 14th, another SMART board of directors meeting, EMS ad hoc on the 16th, and on the 17th, of course, our board of supervisors special meeting with the interviews with the health services director.
You were busy over the last few weeks.
Yeah.
Supervisor Corsi, are you ready?
And I'll go back to the beginning of the month because it hasn't been since then. So I'll try and keep this short. Aging Together Leadership Committee met on the 2nd. The County Administration Center ad hoc, Supervisor Rabbit and myself, along with staff from General Services and the County Administrator's Office, took a trip to San Francisco on the 7th to take a look at office space and the modern building version of how many square feet per person and how that gets divided up, not so much as, the place you sit and work on your computer, but shared spaces as well, and how that enhances the modern office. It was a really interesting and eye-opening field trip. I attended a homeless encampment meeting that was in the city of Roanoke Park a couple weeks ago, along with a couple of their council members and city staff, and the businesses that are impacted by the encampment that was eventually cleared out of the park and ride there at Golf Course Drive a couple of days later. We had a strategic plan board liaison meeting on the organizational excellence pillar on the 8th of September. And again, relating to the county administration campus, I took a tour of the law library across the street on the 9th of September. All of you have been in there, but I would encourage everybody to check that out. It's a great resource for not just the legal community, but the entire community. And I'll stop there.
All right, Supervisor Gorin?
Just quickly, there will be an item potentially coming forward from the board. We're having conversations with the city of Sonoma and discussing the unincorporated areas on potentially a shared governance model, not necessarily talking about annexation yet. There's a lot of steps in that process, as we know. But we increasingly recognize the disconnect of a small community's decision of Sonoma on the larger community of the Springs, and the fact that the Springs area is so far removed from services provided by the county. So stay tuned, long conversation, but we may be asking the board to make a financial commitment. The city of Sonoma has to hire a fiscal consultant as the first sort of nibble at the gap in services and revenue and expenses. And it's going to be a long conversation, but it may be important. Then last week, as a representative from the Zero Waste Sonoma, we had a very excellent and important presentation of battery collection, recovery, recycling, and the unfortunate challenges that many communities are finding as the batteries go through the waste stream. They get caught in the MRF, and in several jurisdictions, the MRF has been consumed by flames because the lithium little coin batteries just have a capacity to erupt in flames. So it's going to, again, like the single-use plastic bags or the expanded polystyrene ordinance, we're figuring out the best way to think about this and move it through the various jurisdictions and solid waste collectors. So stay tuned.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hopkins. With respect to ones that are mandated for discussion on stipends, I've had a few different calls with North Coast Resource Partnership. Just wanted to circle back, Chair Hopkins, one thing that you had talked about at the beginning of the year was getting good representation on the exec board there. I don't know if you saw, but on the last meeting, we were able to get a wonderful supervisor. She's from Siskiyou County, I think, is a new supervisor there, and had her replace Chris Howard from up in Del Norte County. He agreed to step down. I'll just be direct. It was very important to get other faces at the table, not just a bunch of dudes. So I want to thank you for your encouragement on that, and took a little while to get it done, but I think we're in a good place. She's a fireball and going to be a great member of that. On the other side, a couple things. One is I had a chance to join a City of Hillsburg special session on homelessness for their council, during which time staff brought forward something that I thought was very courageous on homelessness, and the council gave them direction to continue to move forward with the development of a potential shelter in Hillsburg. And that is something that has been discussed for 5 to 10 years, but it also lines up with what we had reviewed at this board in terms of not just the 2 million, but what we're looking at in terms of our endeavors with the state to maximize build out of other things countywide and regionally. So that does not mean anything other than we appreciate people leaning in together. And I want to thank those of you who have done that in your own jurisdictions, in your own areas, who've led that way. The other thing is that just an FYI that I just want the chair to know that this will come your way. And if the board wants to review it, they can. But during a series of meetings with former block captains or block cap people who are still trying to rebuild their homes, the issue of the dreaded CDBG, DR money, never really hitting the ground, all those millions and millions of dollars that we tracked the State Department on. We're actually met with them and asked Marissa Montenegro to work with Cheryl and with the chair to look at a letter going from the Board of Supervisors that fits direction that we've done in the past, and coordinate to get a similar letter from Santa Rosa that holds to account this issue and asks the governor and our legislators legislative reps to hold accountability and request hearings on the deployment of those monies. We are now 4 years in. There's still people struggling to rebuild. A lot of the areas that to do still has not hit the ground. We've been promised time and again, and so we want to increase the pressure. Asked for that to be a letter that was signed by all 5 board members. And the city of Santa Rosa, Marissa was going to connect with her counterpart in Santa Rosa, and just want you to know that that's coming. And I think that's not new policy. That's something that we've probably done 4 or 5 times, and it's just turning up the temperature in the room, which sometimes is needed, and asking our reps. And I'm going to probably follow up with CSAC and the other jurisdictions around the state as well to try and knock that loose. So just wanted to FYI that. Thank you very much.
Great. And for my part, did attend a Bay Area Air Quality Management District board meeting, as well as a CSAC Board of Directors meeting. And then let's see, flipping forward, there was an SCTA RCPA meeting, as well as an RCPA funding ad hoc, climate funding ad hoc. And just so everyone knows, had a great meeting with some city council members, a lot of excitement and energy around some kind of a climate adaptation and resilience funding measure. And the direction from the RCPA funding for climate ad hoc was to actually meet with the Sonoma County Fire Services. We ascertained that there are no Brown Act concerns about this because David's not on the RCPA SCTA ad hoc, but we still have a minority of the board even with him. So we will be moving forward with that. And I believe that meeting is coming up in the next few weeks to discuss the possible nexus and synergies between a fire resiliency measure and a climate adaptation and resiliency measure. We also did have an EMS ad hoc meeting, and I believe that had a Sonoma County Coastal MAC meeting, and I believe that gets us caught up to speed. So with that, I believe that then we are moving on to public comment on matters not listed on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and on board member reports. So I will look and see, it looks like there is one member of the public present in person to make remarks, and then we will shift over to Zoom. And we will be limiting our time to 60 seconds on the public comment, not on the agenda, because we are about an hour and a half behind. It'll be at 1 minute. Mm-hmm.
I am here and I am here. I am commanding as I am commanded. Let the earth be remanded by the Queen of Fire, who does aspire to take things higher and silence the liar. I am in service to Almighty Spirit and our U.S. Constitution. And the 40-day strike for Leonard Peltier, it begins this weekend. Also in Petaluma, there's an emergency preparedness where it's featuring FEMA and the Federal Police Homeland Security. Diane Never Again Feinstein is overseeing the 10.5 million people that are now in the FEMA concentration camps ICE stopped deporting in 2007. I command all true warriors to come forth from the east, west, south, and north to shut down every asset and every facet of the God-agreed mammon that runs this nation, that runs this government, so as to open the doors to the promised land that frees Leonard Peltier and our U.S. Constitution. First time ever. I say it, you hear it, I tell you it's true as I speak through my heart to the hearts of you. So mote it be, so be it. Amen, amen, aho.
Thank you very much. And that does conclude our public comment in person. And we will go ahead and move to public comment via Zoom. Thanks, Marcy.
Thank you for our participants in Zoom. If you can please raise your hand in the Zoom app to indicate if you'd like to speak, or press *9 on your phone keypad to raise your hand if you are a phone attendee. And I'll begin with Julia, Jana, and then Tom.
Good afternoon. My name is Julia Rapkin. I'm an SEIU 10-to-1 steward speaking on behalf of my team in the Information Systems Department, who've worked both on-site and remotely throughout the pandemic. My teammates assigned to work on-site were risking exposure to COVID at times by visiting congregate sites like the jail and the JJC, or through interaction with staff dropping off and picking up devices from our office. Those of us who worked remotely helped our coworkers set up computers on their home network and gain remote access to the whole gamut of resources they need to do their jobs. We all had to think on our feet to come up with new protocols and tools to support different ways of working. We supported staff who were of technical obstacles contributed to their anxiety. They sometimes vented their frustrations when they called us, just glad to make contact with another human, especially someone who could help alleviate their stress to some degree. And we were always glad to help. That kind of emotional labor does take a toll, however. Hazard pay is one way to demonstrate that our work
Thank you so much
is
for your
truly
comment. That does
recognized and
conclude the time.
appreciated.
And our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, everybody. Jana Blunt, president of SEIU 10-to-1's Sonoma County chapter and employee of the Recorder's Office. As I mentioned last Tuesday, and as you've already heard, during the ARPA funding calendar item, I told you over the next few weeks and up until funds start being allocated in December, that you'll be hearing from many of your workers right here to demand a hazard pay bonus for the excessive hardship, dangerous conditions, and financial impact placed against us as public servants and essential workers. You know, our union met and conferred with Human Resources for 12 months in good faith to address the impacts on our workforce from the county's response to the pandemic. All attempts at gaining HR's acknowledgement of our workforce's struggle, financial or otherwise, were denied, even after repurposing each proposal several times. Hazard pay, comp hours as alternative compensation, even a temporary vacation accrual lift were all robustly denied. Over the next few weeks, I'll go ahead and quote some of my favorite quotes that county management made in response to our
And
proposals.
thank you so much for your comment. That does conclude the time. If our next commenter can also please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Tom Hartman. I'm an SEIU member from Permit Sonoma, and I'm speaking on behalf of my team. The work we perform can be done remotely, and we are doing it remotely. There is no need for us to physically be in the office and risk COVID exposure to perform our duties. I have nieces and nephews who are too young to be vaccinated, and I don't want them to get sick. One of my coworkers has an infant daughter who's also too young to be vaccinated. If we are expected to risk COVID exposure and possibly spread it to our young relatives, then we should receive hazard pay for the hours we work in person to compensate for that risk. Thank you. I cede my time.
The next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Travis Balzerini. I work for ISD as a senior program analyst, and I'm the SEIU chapter vice president. I'm calling today because your workers deserve hazard pay. Our county received 96 million from the ARPA legislation, which singles out premium pay for frontline workers as one of its intended uses. Our employees have risked their lives and the lives of their loved ones by reporting to work during the 11 disasters our county has faced since 2017, which includes fires, flood, and COVID, sometimes simultaneously. There are numerous counties and cities across California that have designated ARPA funds for their employees by offering a one-time hazard pay payment. Kern County has over 7,000 employees. They're paying $3,000 per employee for a total of $22 million from these ARPA funds. San Diego County is paying $36 million in hazard pay for employees. So please allocate a small portion of our 96 million ARPA funds for its intended purpose of compensating our employees with a one-time payment of $3,000 per employee for their sacrifices and dedication to the county. I cede my time.
Next commenter is a phone attendee. Please unmute by pressing *6.
Daniel from 9/11 Truth Campaign. 20 years of our county, state, and country concealing 2,888 unplanned murders on 9/11 caused by our President George W. Bush trying to get our First Lady Laura killed by the 9/11 bounty hunter John Jankel. 9/11 was planned by desperate Enron builder Ken Lay, exploited by World Trade Center lessee Larry Silverstone, and botched by bad boy born-again, power-crazed, and sex-starved Enron puppet George W. Bush. It was classic government organized crime gone wrong. Our president caused 2,888 unplanned murders on 9/11 by trying to become a widower. 10 Congresses and presidents, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, the FBI, and all courts unconstitutionally concealed 2,888
And thank you for your comment. That
George W. Bush
concludes the
caused
time.
unplanned.
Hi, please.
And it's shameful how this board treats the public. This board of supervisors may oversee all the agencies and government money in this county, but the people oversee the supervisors. And you seem to forget that. Every week, it's offensive how much we wait, how long we wait, and how you change the time week to week. You only give the public 60 seconds, and you don't limit hardly anyone else all day long. And you can't explain it, can you? You're sitting at your homes, in your rooms, no contact, and yet you still cut off the public. 30 minutes is hardly 30 seconds, 60 seconds is hardly time to even say our name, much less even begin to state what our issues are.
The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Rich, can you take the next one, please? Rich, if you please, take it. Rich from 9/11 Truth Campaign. Basement Biden opened our south border under martial law 107243 to help communist China destroy our democracy. We need to repeal public law 107243 and restore our Constitution for the United States. Right, Congresswoman Barbara Lee, Jackie Spear, and Zoe Lofton. Any bound by oath of office elected public servant or officer who conceals the above is ripe for a death penalty from a court of constitutional law if we can find one. I can't. A, our top elected public servant, Linda Hopkins, moving our county administration office complex to downtown Santa Rosa is a waste of our taxes and distracts you from communist China's secret war against our democracy run by its top foreign agent under Wiz Willie. B, our County of Sonoma 5th District Supervisor Linda Hopkins, Chair of the We the People Sonoma Board of Super Puppets. You and 3 other bound by oath of office, Exhibit 1 on pages elected Public
Thank you
servants
for
are
the
conspired
comment.
to
That
spend
concludes the time. The next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is John for 9/11 campaign. Our Summit County 5th District Supervisor, Linda Hopkins, Chairman of We the People of Sonoma Board of Super Puppets, you and 3 other bound by oath. Exhibit 1 on page, elected public servants are conspiring to spend over 26 million of our tax dollars for a new county administration office in downtown Town Road, 2 miles from our court, jails, and sheriff's office. That we use your constituents get easily reached by U.S. Highway 101. There is no reason for this movement other than you are getting a kickback from somebody serving communist China, goal of ending our freedom by destroying our democracy and shot. Starting with Joe Biden and 373 other traitors created martial law 107-243, Exhibit 2. B, made in China, wildfires demolished over 7,000 homes in California, starting with the
Thank you for the
demolition of
comment.
over
That does conclude the time. And the next commenter, if you can please unmute, state your name and begin the comment.
Hello, this is Paul Foster. I'm with Department of Health Services. I'm an accountant. I'm with SEIU 10-1. I'm a chapter officer, and I'm here to represent our membership for SEIU. I believe we deserve a hazard paid bonus based on the nature of work that our members have been doing, coming in contact with positive COVID patients and so forth, working with the public during the last year and a half or so. So please consider that your employees are the community. We've helped keep the community running, and that we deserve a hazard pay. Thank you for your time, and I yield back the rest of my time. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, Susie, can you please unmute and make your comment?
Hi, my name is Susanna. I work for the Sheriff's Department. I'm a member of SEIU. I'm here talking about the hazard pay. I am worried about taking the virus home to my family and friends every day. My grandmother's 98 years old and she just passed. And for the last 20 months, I've had to worry about her and me coming home to her. One of my colleagues had told me, I'm embracing it, I'm getting it, and that's just the way it is. My family and I have come up with a plan in case I were to get it, what to do with my family, my kids. Bring this virus home to us is something that we know we will get. But the worst of all is we have to plan for it. I had someone here who missed Christmas, their New Year's, and their first granddaughter's birthday. The exposure at work here is serious. She couldn't leave her room and she couldn't spend the family time with her family. We are here to protect our family as well as your family. Please remember and help us.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, folks. It's Roseanne Schneider reading Abuse News 6611 from John Janko on the 9/11 campaign. We, the congressionally betrayed people, have been lied to by traitors ever since the National Insecurity Act created our offense industry serving CIA in 1947. Consequently, we, the congressionally betrayed people, are now in over $19,850 billion unsustainable blood debt. To date, no member of Congress will address this democracy-killing program on the floors of Congress. Either our representative, Jared Huffman, and our Martial Law 107-243 authorizing Senator Dianne Feinstein do so by calling for the repeal of Constitution abolishing Public Law 107243, or they shall suffer death, under U.S. Code Title 18, Section 2381. Instead of focusing on the overwhelming
Thank
problems
you for the
of our
comment. That
country.
does conclude the time. And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name. Andre, are you able to unmute? Oh, you did, and then you're back on mute now.
Now am I on mute?
No, go right ahead. Thanks.
Okay. This is Andre Burkett. I'm a 22 plus year county employee. I work for the Department of Child Support Services. I would request that the board favorably consider SEIU's request for hazard pay for its members. Although we are relief workers and emergency workers, this pandemic far exceeds any normal definition of an emergency worker in this case. As other counties have compensated their employees, I feel that it's only right that your employees should be compensated as well. As someone who has two extreme elders, 102 and 90, and grandchildren that are ineligible for COVID vaccinations.
Thank you so much for the
fulfilled.
comment. That
Thank
does
you.
conclude the time. The next commenter, if you can, please unmute and state your name.
Hello, this is John Jankel. Linda, Super Linda, you got to start helping we the people to end this awful mess. We've been contacted, we've been removed. Okay, we've been burned, wildfires by communist China. We have these COVID-19 things. That's communist China. It's all an attempt to destroy the United States of America, starting with California, starting with the county of Sonoma, because me and the 9/11 Truth campaign have informed you, and you don't do nothing. And dear lady, if you don't do something, we report you as a traitor, and you'll be ripe.
Thank you for the
two death
comment. That
penalties.
concludes the time. And Chair Hopkins, that will close public comment.
Thank you very much. So that will bring us to the conclusion of our meeting. And we will be adjourning in honor of a member of our community who has left us too soon. So if everyone would mind rising for a moment of silence, we will be adjourning countywide in honor of J.P. Furch. And thank you very much. That does conclude our meeting. Take care and be well, everyone.
Recording stopped.